Live from Manor Valley Golf Course in Export, this is the 2022 Westmoreland County High School Football Kickoff Show on the Westmoreland Sports Network. Featuring interviews with Jason Fazekas of Mount Pleasant, Belle Vernon's Matt Humbert, York's Benny Hoffer, Sean Liotta of Burrell, Derry's Mike Arone, Latrobe's Ron Brady, Roger Beitel of Ligonier Valley, Jeannette head coach Tom Pallone, John Ruane of Penn Trafford, Hempfield's Mike Brown, Norwin's Dave Brozeski, Aaron Albert of Getzy Area, Greensburg Salem's Dave Kiefer, Franklin Regional Head Coach Lance Getzy, Southmoreland's Tim Bukowski, St. Vincent Head Coach Aaron Smitanka, and Head Coach Dan Day of Seton Hill University. Let's start the show. The Westmoreland Sports Network takes you live to Manor Valley Golf Course for the 2022 Westmoreland County High School Football Kickoff Show with Jonathan.
Good afternoon and welcome live to the 2022 Westmoreland Sports Network and Westmoreland County High School Football Kickoff Show. I'm Dan Flickinger, being joined alongside Jonathan Whaley. It is an exciting time, certainly, as we are just days away from kicking off the majority of the season. Most teams are playing Week 0 games. There are a few that are not, but we have a lot of coaches' interviews in store for you here today. We are live at Manor Valley. It might look a little bit different than it has the last couple of years. Unfortunately, because of the weather, we had to move inside, but we are in the beautiful banquet room, which we will get a shot of here. Dave Oliverio behind one of our cameras. It is absolutely gorgeous in here. Have your wedding reception, bridal shower, baby shower, any kind of party they can host here at Manor Valley Golf Course. We have so many interviews to get to here, Jonathan, probably our most jam-packed schedule ever, but we're very excited to do so and get excited to get this high school football season underway, my man.
Yes, indeed, because during the summertime, we all kind of get caught up in some other things. But when we get that call from you or that email saying the show is going to be held on such and such a date, it gets your mind right. And I know myself, and I'm sure a lot of the other broadcasters on our group, they get excited about preparing and going out and talking to the coaches or getting ready for their interviews. And, I can't wait to get started. I don't get started as early as some of the other people, as you mentioned, because Franklin Regional doesn't play Week 0. But, I'm about ready to get my mind right and start talking about high school football. And, of course, you mentioned the number of coaches. I think 15 interviews is going to be here today, including 2 college interviews with Dan Day and the coach Smitanka over at St. Vincent's. Good to have him back on our program. And, of course, changes everywhere. I was talking to a couple people. One of the coaches that has been here, this is our 11th year doing it. He had been here every year, but prior to that, change, Coach Roy Hall, not be part of our group. We miss him. And, of course, the changes with the biennial realignment. Reconferencing is going on. That's changed some things. We'll talk to the coaches. Does that be for the better for them or maybe not as much? So, it's that time, Dan.
Yeah, we always talk about storylines and how interesting things are, and maybe this will be our most interesting show since we've been doing it. But this year, I think we're really telling the truth, right? I mean, we have a lot of new coaches. You mentioned Tom Pallone now replacing Roy Hall. Benny Hoffer at York. We'll be talking with him momentarily. Lance Getzy now in his second year taking over for Greg Botta. So we have a number of new head coaches to talk about, or relatively new head coaches to talk with here tonight. You look back at last year, Jonathan, certainly a couple of big stories. One, you have to start with Penn Trafford, a historic year, winning a WPIL championship, a state championship, and the way that they did so with two close wins, one over Moon and one over Imhotep Charter, was really one of those years that you'll never forget if you're a Penn Trafford fan.
Oh, Penn Trafford fans have to be excited, because when you get the double-double in high school football here in Western Pennsylvania, winning the WPIL, then going against a talented Imhotep team who was explosive, and the game was back and forth. I remember watching some of that game. You had to feel good for the fans, but for the coaching staff with John Ruane. John's done some wonderful things up there. He's established them as a bona fide contender every year. And pretty soon, I may want to give him the moniker that I have rarely given, and that is his program becomes like the Oklahomas and Nebraskas used to be in the 70s. He never rebuilds. He just reloads. He'll reload this year. It'll be interesting, because one of the teams that he'll be competing against, one of our fellow Westmoreland County teams, Belle Vernon, coming off a great season last year. They've got one of the top highly ranked kids in Quinn Martin. The creme de la creme of Division I has been interested in that young man. They're going to be playing head-to-head. That'll be one of the great matchups that people will be able to watch and or listen on the Westmoreland Sports Network. So, yeah, we got a lot of good things to say.
Yeah, you mentioned reloading. Belle Vernon doing that again this year. They're also dropping in classification to 3A, but don't look at their schedule and think it's going to be easy. They play a lot of non-conference, really tough opponents this year, as does Penn Trafford. So those two teams are certainly locked and ready to go. You look at some other schools, Jonathan, we mentioned some new head coaches. Mike Arone, the new head coach at Derry, trying to bring some stability into the program. They have a lot of kids out this year. It'll be interesting to see how they perform this year and as they go forward. Another team that really I'm expecting a big year from is Greensburg Central Catholic. They have some real talent there. How will they develop up front, I think, is a big thing, but they do have some great skilled position players. I think they're primed for a big season. So we'll see how it all shakes out.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun, and it'll begin this coming Friday for some, and we'll have the games on, and then everybody gets into the party 2 weeks from now. So I'm looking forward to it.
Well, we have so much to get to. We are going to take our first time out and bring our first coach up here, Jason Fazekas of Mount Pleasant, and you're going to be hearing from so many coaches, but also so many staff members. Thank you so much to everybody for tuning in right now. Thank you so much to our wonderful staff. There's a bunch of them here. We're enjoying some Dom's Pizza. Shout out to Dom Pecora, head coach of East Allegheny, by the way, who has a pizza shop in Trafford, if you didn't know. So he's been a super supporter of our broadcast on the Westmoreland Sports Network. We want to just thank everybody for tuning in and hope you enjoy this broadcast. And also, our show is archived. So if you got to step away for a little while and you have to come back and maybe you missed something, the show will be available on demand later on, and we're also very excited to kick off the season on Friday night, as we will have high school football games for you, live video and live audio this week. This guy won't be in action. Franklin Regional will be in action the following week. Who's that far? Against Latrobe, right? That'll be a big one. Ron Prady, another new head coach we haven't talked about yet, but we'll talk with him. Hannah Mears, actually, we'll have a couple words with him later. So.
Yeah, that Latrobe game after last year, folks, if you didn't listen to that broadcast, one of the greatest comeback wins that Franklin Regional football has had, at least in my 11-year tenure, and opening up with them at home should be a great opening Friday in Murraysville for sure. One
of the other things we're real excited about for the second or third year, Sean Myers had a chance to go, along with myself, to all of the Westmoreland camps, talk with some players, and also have some footage for you. So before every coach gets up here, we'll have our camp previews as well. That's exciting. So coming up first, leading off, is Jason Fazekas of the Mount Pleasant Vikings. We'll talk with him next, right here on the Westmoreland County High School Football Kickoff Show on the Westmoreland Sports Network. We'll be back after this.
Your next golf adventure awaits at Manor Valley Golf Course in Export. Manor Valley offers 18 scenic holes over gentle sloping fairways and the purest putting surfaces around. Manor Valley Golf Course in Export is the perfect place to host your next golf outing, banquet party, or shower. Manor Valley also offers league play and great membership rates. Tee times available. Call 724-744-4242. Visit ManorValleyGC.com.
You're always on the winning team with Bowser Chevrolet of Monroeville and Bowser Chevrolet Chippewa. Visit BowserChevrolet.com 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and get the power of Bowser in your hands. With the new Chevy vehicles arriving weekly, Reserve yours now at Bowser Chevrolet. See the full lineup of Chevy cars, trucks, and SUVs at BowserChevrolet.com. Bowser Chevrolet, where the power of Bowser is yours.
Here at Mount Pleasant area, the Vikings took a big step forward in 2021, hosting and winning a first-round playoff game. However, their season came to an end with a lopsided loss to Avonworth. Now with a new quarterback, the Vikings will look to take another step as they head into 2022. The postseason win against Burrell was the first since 2014. The Vikings don't intend to rest on their laurels, though, as they've inserted sophomore Colt Chatfield at quarterback. Chatfield, who started in the playoff win, replaces Tyler Reese, who now shifts to receiver. The one constant is running back Robbie Labuda, who will be paramount in the wing T attack that's based on deception.
We're just so good at it. You have so many people that can take the ball, and if you got 3 guys that can run the ball, no team can really cover it.
3 veterans return on the O-line, with 3-year starter William Eicher leading the way. Although a bit smaller than previous lines, this group should be effective in a different way, Eicher says.
We're just faster, we're lower, we can hit harder, I think, than a lot of the bigger guys. Like you see bigger guys in the conference now, they're just slow and they don't really move very fast.
Head coach Jason Fazekas expects the linebackers, keyed by Jackson Hunter, to be a strong point of the defense, while Reese should excel at safety without any limitations that came with also playing quarterback. The additions of former 4A schools Belle Vernon Area and Greensburg-Salem and reigning conference champion Elizabeth Ford means the Vikings will be heavily challenged, but the lofty goals remain.
The team, it's always just go as far as you can, do better than the year before, and then just hopefully you can win the ring at the end of the season.
The Vikings will begin their season with a Week 0 matchup against Greensburg Central Catholic. They'll have the Yacht Cougars the following week. However, the season will conclude with their rivalry matchup against the Southmoreland Scotties. And welcome back to the 2022 installment of the Westmoreland Sports Network's High School Kickoff Show. Sean Myers joined by the 6th-year head coach of the Mount Pleasant area Vikings, Jason Fazekas. Jason, how was your weekend?
I thought it was pretty good. I had pretty good scrimmage with Indiana yesterday. Got a lot of good work, so overall not too bad.
So when you head into a scrimmage, what are things that you look for? Because obviously it's not anywhere close to a regular season game, but I'm sure you still want to see success on each and every play.
Yeah, well, I mean, certainly you do. I mean, number one thing you want to look at is you want to see who can play. You got to make sure you get enough kids, enough reps. And we always get quality work with that team. So, you know, that's a good takeaway from there. That's always our first goal.
So we mentioned you're heading into your 6th season guiding Mount Pleasant area. It seems like every season you've been heading in the right direction. Obviously last year was a big accomplishment. You not only got to host a playoff game, you won a playoff game defeating the Burrell Buccaneers 41-7. I know that you had been close to that before. You'd been to the playoffs to finally get that playoff win. What did that mean for you personally and for this program as a whole?
You know, anytime that you can make the playoffs, first of all, it's never easy. And to get that win, and we hadn't had one in a couple of years, probably 6 or 7 years. So that was real good for the program. And as a program, that's what we try to do. We always want to try to compete at that high level and be as competitive as we can. So I thought last year was pretty good, pretty good direction for the way that we want to head things.
And to get in that situation, to get to host a playoff game, to get a favorable seed, you have to take care of business during the regular season. And for the most part, you did that. You had a 4-2 record in the conference when you factor in the game against Brownsville, which I think was ultimately considered a forfeit in your favor. What did you see that allowed your team to have success in the regular season, particularly in the conference?
Well, I think, it goes back to the way the kids respond and how well they're able to accept coaching. And I felt like our kids last year, especially our seniors, gave us a lot of leadership. It meant a lot to them. So I think just the fact that they were willing to try to get better every week, I thought that was the key for the team last year.
You talk about the leadership. Every team every year is going to have to replace some contributors, and that certainly applies to your group. But you had a handful of players who have moved on. You think of names like Aaron Alexson, who is a really good multi-year starter, one of the top running backs. From that group that moved on, what are you going to miss most about them, and what voids did that create that you had to try to fill?
Well, I mean, number one, most important thing is you miss the relationships you build with the kids. I mean, that's really what it comes down to, and I think what a lot of most coaches enjoy the most. So you miss the relationship, the interaction with the kids, and then the second thing, like you said about Aaron and kids like that, you just got to try to fill in those gaps, of all the touchdowns and the yardage and who can block. So, they were a good group overall. We're going to really miss them.
So you have a player like Alexson move on, a terrific running back, but the benefit for you is you've got a great running back coming back in Robbie Labuda. He's been there. I know he flashed a little bit towards the end of his sophomore year. Obviously, he was terrific last year, going over 1,000 yards. What do you expect from him, and is it fair to say that he's going to have an even bigger role now as a senior?
Well, we expect a lot from him. Rod knows that. Rob's a great kid, does everything we ask of him. 100% unselfish, and being a 1,000-yard rusher and playing defense, we really expect big things from him. I think he's set to have a great senior year.
One thing that always stands out about Mount Pleasant football, and it was the case even before you were the head coach with Bo Ruffner, the wing T offense, and it's about multiple options in terms of who can carry the football. So Labuda obviously will be probably a featured guy, but you have a lot of other guys you want to get involved in well. Who are some of them, and what maybe stands out about what you've seen from those players?
Well, you're right, and like Robbie, obviously, his experience and everything is fantastic. But we got a couple kids that played a little bit last year that are going to get on the field more on both ways. So kids like Jackson Hutter, Dante Giulianardo, Lango Koski, those are the kids in the backfield. And then we were able to have Tyler Reese go out and play wide receiver, Lucas Nicotera. So, from that group of them, and some of their backups, we're going to really look to try to pull so that we can have that multiple threat.
Talking to Jason Fazekas, head coach of the Mount Pleasant Area Vikings. Well, you mentioned the name Reese. Most coaches love to have a returning quarterback in the fold. You had Reese start last year at quarterback, but you made the decision to move him to receiver because you have a guy, a sophomore in Cole Chatfield, who you think now is ready after sort of getting some experience as a freshman. So what do you expect from him, and what went into this decision ultimately?
Well, I mean, with a kid like Cole, we always knew Cole was going to be, be the quarterback someday. But, when you're a freshman, that's the problem being a freshman is, you're a freshman, young kid. So he just needed some time to get his feet under him. He was able to start. He actually started our playoff win, played a couple more games in the season, took a lot of reps at practice. And we just felt like, his development and everything, he was ready to take that role on, And then Tyler Reese, the kid's 100% unselfish, is, just thrilled about playing wide out again.
So for those guys to get their time and space, the group in front of them, the offensive line, has to do a good job. And when I think back to some of the best Mount Pleasant teams, it does seem like you've had a pretty good offensive line most of those years. Maybe not some massive bodies like years past, but you've got some really athletic guys and some experience as well. And I know Willie Eicher's a guy who's really going to be a leader for that group. What do you think stands out about the offensive line?
Well, like you said, I mean, it always starts up front. I mean, we got to be honest, that's really important for us. So you got a kid like Willie, 3-year starter, and then, we had 2 other kids back that were starters last year, Jake Proctor, Micah Rodman. We'll kind of build it around them, and then we got a couple other kids that played a little last year to fill in the other spots. So I think the key with them is, we got to tailor the offense and how we're calling it that best suits what those kids can do. And I think to do that with what our skill kids can do, I think that's going to be the key for us.
Defensively, I know you told me that you think the linebacking group might be your best strength on that side of the football. Who are some players that have really flashed in that regard, and what do you anticipate as a whole from that group?
Yeah, I do. I think the linebackers have the potential to be, pretty good for us. Dante Giulianardo, again, Jackson Hutter, Casey Schaefer was a starter last year, Ethan Eicher. So between all 4 of them, they played a lot of reps last season.
Every team needs to have some quality special teams. Often it's a forgotten about phase of the game, but ultimately, when you need to kick that field goal to win it or whatever, who are you going to be leaning upon for that?
Well, we're actually pretty fortunate there because, Robbie Labuda and another young kid, Jarrett Garn, they historically both have been soccer kids, and Robbie's, even plays cup throughout the year. So we're lucky to have 2 kids that can actually kick pretty well on a team. And it really makes things a lot easier, both from the planning and how you're going to call a game.
I know some football coaches have to recruit a soccer player just to come kick, but obviously with a guy like Labuda, he's out to play football, not just to come kick as a soccer player. So
yeah, Rob's going to do a little bit of everything for us, for sure. Yeah.
Let's talk about the outlook for this season, and first this conference, because quite frankly, I think it got a lot more challenging for you. The bottom 3 teams in the standings a year ago have left the conference. two teams come in that were both in 4A. They happen to be Greensburg-Salem and the runner-up in the 4A classification, Belle Vernon area. So how do you evaluate the conference? How much more difficult do you think it will be?
Well, I think from top to bottom it's going to be very competitive. It's going to be a challenge every week that we get into conference play. And as I said earlier, you always want to try to be playing those meaningful games at the end of the year and get in the playoffs, things like that. So every week that we line it up, man, we're going to have to be playing our best.
Do your players potentially look forward to a chance to go against a team like Belle Vernon area or Greensburg-Salem that relatively local? They're both Westmoreland County teams, and they've been larger schools previously, so I would think that it's obviously a competitive scenario.
Yeah, well, you know what? I think any time that you can make that local connection to games, I think it means a lot more for everybody involved. And as far as looking ahead, we'll get to those teams when we get to them. Right now, we're trying to focus on what we have next week. But I think the conference and the geography of it, I think, worked out pretty good for all the teams in there.
What are you looking for between now and your Week 0 game?
We want to be a better team than we were on Saturday. Honestly, that's what we want to do. We want to be better tomorrow, and then by the end of the week, we want to try to be a better team.
I know you've always said if we can get towards the end of the season playing competitive games, we'll be in a good spot. But ultimately, after winning that playoff game last year, what is a realistic goal for this year?
Well, that's the goal, is to play meaningful games at the end of the year, whether we can try to compete for the conference or compete for a playoff spot. So I think that if we can do that by the end of the year, we're putting ourselves in a pretty good position that we could potentially finish, on a pretty good strength.
Final question for you. I know every time we come out, there's so many players that we see on your team, probably a lot more than most other 3A schools. It seems like football is really important in Mount Pleasant. So what is it like coaching there? What is that like in terms of the community embracing football for the Vikings?
Well, I think number one, football's still important to Mount Pleasant as a community, and we see that. We see it like in our middle league or our middle school program. The youth league still has a bunch of kids out. The fact that myself and I got a couple other guys that are teachers in those buildings, I just think it still means a lot to the kids and their families there. And the fact that we can get to talk to the kids and kind of pull them into the program. So Mount Pleasant always been that football town, and I still think we're still headed that way, keeping that tradition.
And we got a few more seconds. Give a shout out to all your assistant coaches that maybe don't get the attention. I know you added a new one, and Keith Kalp you're excited about.
Yeah,
too.
You know what? You're right about that. Man, I'm fortunate to have good guys that coach with me. Some guys I've been with a long time, some guys that I coach with. And most recently we brought on Keith Kalp, young kid, played 5 seasons at St. Vincent College. So I'll tell you what, you're right. They don't get enough recognition. I'm blessed to have some good guys with me.
Well, Jason, you are always a good guy. Thanks for taking the time to do this, and good luck heading into the season.
Anytime. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Jason Fazekas, the head coach for the Mount Pleasant Area Vikings. We'll take a break, but when we come back, we will continue. We will have Hannah Mears talking to the head coach of the Belle Vernon Area Leopards, Matt Humbert, as we continue right here on the 2022 High School Kickoff Show on the Westmoreland Sports Network.
At D'Annunzio's, our menu is extensive with an abundance of selections. The next best thing to being at one of our 3 locations is having our frozen food and jarred sauce in your own home. For our frozen food selections, we have wedding soup, pasta vajol, lasagna, stuffed cheese rigatoni, ricotta cavatelli, and potato gnocchi. Our jarred sauces include the original, smooth, marinara, and tomato cream. These products can all be found at our restaurants or your local grocer.
Now is the time to get your best deal at Sendell Mitsubishi in Greensburg. Check out the all-new 2022 Mitsubishi Outlander, starting at $26,495. It delivers awesome styling, tons of tech, top safety features, and more. Looking to turn your current vehicle into cash? Give Sendell a holler. We pay top dollar. Your summer adventures start at Sendell Mitsubishi, Route 30 Greensburg. SendellMitsubishi.com. We would love to meet you.
It certainly looked like a championship caliber team here at Belle Vernon in 2021. However, the Leopards ultimately came up short of their goal. They lost to Aliquip in the championship after going undefeated in the regular season. Now in 2022, the Leopards have reloaded. They still have Quentin Martin, one of the best players in the entire country. And now playing in 3A, they look to get over the hump and win a championship in the WPIAL. While replacing electrifying QB Devin Whitlock will be impossible, the Leopards may have the next best thing in Martin, a 5-star prospect as a junior. After he battled through injuries last season, He could explode this year in a myriad of roles, and it's an opportunity he's excited for.
I embrace it a lot. Like I said, I will be playing all over. I play wide receiver, running back, corner, a little bit of safety, a little bit of linebacker. And I just playing my game, just playing the game I know how to play.
Jake Jedico returns at running back after filling in nicely during Martin's injury, while Monessen transfer Anthony Cruz could also see touches. Evan Polott and Chase Rakonen return as the top receivers, but who will be throwing to them remains undecided, as physically impressive Braden Locks and Tanner Stieber each have made their case, and both could see snaps throughout 2022. Regardless of the personnel, the players have adopted a mindset to make sure that title loss never happens again.
What we learned at Hinesfield, never take any team lightly. We came into that game thinking we were going to win. We had a great season, a good undefeated season, beat Thomas Jefferson twice, so I feel like we were a little bit cocky going in that game and, just expected to win, but it didn't happen like that. So I feel like what we learned from that game is, never take any team lightly.
Pretty much just finishing through the game, every play, and take nothing for granted.
Defensively, Martin will be the catalyst, while Polott, Locks, and linebacker Parker Joel are all poised for big seasons. Despite a reduced roster size, with Matt Humbert still guiding the program, the Leopards should battle with Elizabeth Ford for the top spot in the conference and possibly all of 3A.
I think it's motivated us as a team, especially the people that returned that played last year and the people that can step up and fill those positions that the seniors that left last year. Gives everybody a chance to try to come back and win it this year.
Before the Leopards begin their new conference schedule, they will have a very rigorous non-conference. They will not play week 0, instead opting for a scrimmage, but they'll open against Laurel Highlands, followed by McKeesport, Penn Trafford, and Thomas Jefferson.
Welcome back in to the Westmoreland County Football Coaches Show. I'm Hannah Mears alongside head coach of the Belle Vernon Leopards, Matt Humbert. Coach, a pretty successful season last year, to say the least, as all of your seasons have been. Every year you've been coaching, your team has made the playoffs. What do you think has been enabling so much success in this program under you and your staff?
Well, I think there's a lot of different factors that go into the success level. I think that really, I have a great group of football parents that, we're all kind of all hands on deck, and they put a lot into the community and a lot into the program. They let us coach our kids tough. I have a great football staff. I have 5 former head football coaches on my staff, and, they just embrace that all-in mentality. They do everything they can for the kids, and I just feel that there's a lot of different things that make up the success factor that we've had over the past 6-7 years at Belle Vernon. And obviously I got talented kids. I got tough kids. And, the key attribute that we always say of good football teams and good players is toughness. And that's one thing that I think my teams have always not lacked. So in a nutshell, great support structure with the parents, really good coaches, and just a group of kids that have the desire to be out there and be uncomfortable and have the passion to want to play and play hard.
And not that you ever want to look back too much at a season, because you have to move forward with the guys that you have, but you said toughness, and I saw some of those guys on the wrestling mat then come winter as well. Cole Waitman, Logan Hoffman. Those guys exuded toughness, 100%. And you're going to be losing such leadership as well with them, and losing, your star player in Devin Whitlock as well. So when you look back at that season, though, what did those players exemplify that these guys can now work on and build on moving forward to this season?
Well, and it's like a lot of the kids that graduate, they just exhibit the attributes of leadership, and really it's so hard to get 16 and 17-year-old kids to lead.
Mm-hmm.
They need leaders to lead them. And so whenever you get that kid that just has that different aura about him, that he can get kids to go places that they couldn't go without him, that's a special kid. So it's hard to really, like I said, expect 16 and 17-year-old kids to do that. So we just ask kids to model the right behavior. We're looking for modelers in the form of leadership. And those guys that you mentioned were all modelers. They showed the posterity and the underclassmen of how to do things the right way, how to practice, how to interact with teammates, how to interact with coaches, how to handle the locker room. Those are the key attributes that you hope those kids pick up and that you instill, because they're going to exhibit those qualities when they're seniors. And however those kids are treated when they're freshmen and sophomore, that's how they're going to be treated, or that's how they're going to treat kids when they're juniors and seniors. And I've been able to have fantastic senior classes to do things the right way, so that those kids then reciprocate that to the posterity when they come up through the program.
And the skeleton of the Leopards this year is pretty great in terms of experience, returning a lot of guys who have significant varsity reps. So explain to me how confident you are in terms of the experience level that your team's going to be able to exhibit on the field this year, despite some of the key losses that you had.
Yeah, and some of those kids you just can't replace. And it's not about replacing them. It's just about adapting and moving forward with the kids that you have and the skill sets that they have. But we're fortunate because we do return a nice nucleus of kids that have played in meaningful regular season games, meaningful playoff games, WPIAL championships as well. So, the nice thing about those kids returning is they're versatile, they're tough, they exhibit a lot of the attributes that we hold near and dear to the program. And they're just kids that, can be placed at different positions. We have a kid that will start inside linebacker for us that played 5 technique for almost every game last year. So I think the key thing about the kids returning is that versatility that they show, and I hopefully that will show week 1 through the postseason.
Now, you'll have a new quarterback this year for the Leopards, so tell me who your kind of quarterback battle is between, or will there be a sharing of snaps this year? Who's going to be that guy leading your offense?
Right now it's almost week by week. We have 2 kids that battle it out through the summer. They battled it out yesterday in a scrimmage. Both of them have great attributes about them from the quarterback position. Braden Locks, he has every measurable that you want out of a quarterback. Yesterday he proved that, he can stay resolute in that pocket and deliver the ball downfield. Did a great job. He's actually playing 5 technique for us on defense and had a really good scrimmage there as well. Tanner Sieber, he started every game as a sophomore at receiver. He has that real game experience on the offensive side of the ball. We're going to need them both, to be honest with you. And it's one of those things that, the scrimmage on Friday, that will determine, who gets that nod week 1 against LH. But whoever gets that nod, we're going to need them both. I mean, this is probably the smallest roster I've ever had coaching. We suited up about 41 kids yesterday, and we have about 47 on the team. It's nothing to hit the panic button about, because out of those 47, it's a quality 47. So we just need to, like every year, stay healthy. I mean, the negative is we limped into Hempfield on fumes last year, and, we had some kids injured, and that's just part of football. There's nothing you can really do as much as you try to get ahead of the 8 ball, and it's just football. So, our key this year is just staying healthy, and going out there and battling as hard as we possibly can with our 4 non-conference games right out the gate.
And defensively on that side of the ball, last year your defense in the regular season only gave up 87 points. Extremely impressive. You guys were so tough. So with so many of those guys returning this year in different defensive skill positions, what are your expectations for them based off of the success that they've had?
Just to carry the torch. I mean, that's really what we expect and want from all phases, is just to pick up where we left off, because last year was such a bittersweet year. That loss at Hines, I think, really kind of it crippled us, mentally, at least for myself and for my coaches. But, after that sting wore off, you look back maybe around March, April, and you kind of forget what a special year it was, the meaningful games we won. And I think you have to have a balance of letting those kids never forget that sting, that feeling, but then also, empowering them to be confident and understanding that they have a seat at the table, and that, this is a year that we have to finish, and the way you finish is by simply taking care of business day to day, week by week, and we're not putting the cart before the horse by any means, but we have to finish. And I think the one key attribute of our defense is they have that finish mentality. They have that laser focus mentality, that they're going to go out and do everything they can to shut out a team. And I think that's probably the best thing that I've seen this summer, is just that business-like, robotic style of operation that our kids have had this off season. And again, I think it's because these kids want to pick up where we left off, and they want to do everything they can to finally finish this season the right way.
taking care of business week to week for the
100%,
Belle Vernon Leopards. And you got a dose of that yesterday in a scrimmage against Gateway. So the best thing about scrimmages is they'll really expose your flaws early on as well. So where do you think the areas of improvement moving toward next week and then, your first game of the season really need to be to perfect what this team can bring?
A lot of good things yesterday. I think we proved that, secondary-wise, we have some talented kids from the linebacking core all the way to the safety in the corner position. The thing that we need to get better by, and it's something that it's huddle procedure-based football. It's taking care of the football like usual. It's bad snaps. It's offsides, things like that. That's really the focus right now. And we got to be able to prove that that we can be stout with an I two-back formation type of team. I mean, I thought our defense really did a phenomenal job yesterday with covering all of the weapons and the skill set that Gateway provides. I thought our offense did a good job with moving the ball through the air and on the ground. But there's always a ton of mistakes that need corrected. But the thing that I need out of these guys and they need out of themselves moving forward is to clean up those huddle procedure-based things of snap, cadence, offsides, stuff like that just really stymies a drive or puts your defense in a bind.
I know you said there's a bit of a sting from that Whitfield Finals game last year. So how would you describe the hunger that your team is approaching this season with, knowing exactly how that felt last year?
I think the hunger is exuberated in the focus. I think every coach in America is always preaching focus. It doesn't matter if it's Pop Warner football or if it's, high school swimming. Every athletic endeavor requires focus. I just think it's a little different this year because of that sting, because of the way that we went out and the way that we were able to cap the season off the right way. And so the way that I see it is through that laser focus that we've seen throughout the summer and throughout the first week of camp.
Well, it sounds like you guys have a promising future yet again, so always excited to look forward to what the Belle Vernon Leopards bring every season, Coach, and that's a testament to you, your staff, and the guys that you constantly bring through this program. I'm excited to see what you guys can do and the success you can have. So thank you for joining me yet again here.
Thank you.
I appreciate your time as always.
Always.
This is the Westmoreland County Coaches Football Show. We have kicking off here at Manor Valley Golf Course, and we have so much more coming for you. Stick with us.
Right now at Smale Kia, get 2.99% APR on the new 2023 Kia Sportage and Sportage Hybrid with Kia's 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. Join us in saluting Smale Kia's shining stars, supporting student athletes in our area.
Here at Cougar Mountain, there was not a lot to cheer for in 2021 as York won just one game on the schedule. However, there is reasons for optimism as the Cougars drop down from 3A to the 2A classification, and they bring in a new head coach, famous alum Benny Hoffer. With the Cougars now turning to a new quarterback, there's reason to believe that York can improve upon last year's record. Hoffer, who replaces Chris Chunko, was one of the top running backs in Cougars history. A little more than a decade removed from his playing days on Cougar Mountain, he should provide a boost to the program.
He brings a lot more creativity and just energy to the practices. He's a lot more exciting, and just knowing he's been here and had a lot of success makes me truly believe in the team.
Roebuck primarily played quarterback last season, but he'll transition to receiver, while sophomore Raiden Kuroda takes the reins behind center. J.J. Waller will be another pass catcher, and newcomer James Showman could also make an impact, while running back Ian Sarver has hopes for a much-improved offense.
Lots of first downs and touchdowns, and hopefully win games with the offense.
The defense must improve drastically, too, as York allowed 40 or more points in half of its games last season. The new conference includes defending WPIAL champion Sarah Catholic, as well as local teams Derry Area, Burrell, and Ligonier Valley. To reach loftier goals, York must adopt a better mindset.
We just got to be more into the into the team. I feel like some of the team wasn't dedicated last year. I also think we didn't watch enough film to truly understand what we were doing on Friday nights, and ultimately just have better practices to play better on Friday nights.
What are you most looking forward to in terms of the schedule this year?
Definitely some more winnable games. There's obviously some tough ones in there, Still Valley, Sarah Catholic, all them. But the first 4 games of our schedule, if we can go 3-1, they're all winnable games, but 3-1, I think it really puts us in a good spot to make playoffs.
The Yacht Cougars will look to get off to a good start in 2022 as they open in Week 0 against South Allegheny. They'll then follow up with the Westmoreland County rivalry matchup against Mount Pleasant in Week 1.
Good evening and welcome back as the 11th annual Westmoreland County High School Football Coaches Preview Show continues from Manor Valley Golf Course here in Murraysville on this Sunday. And up next, my opportunity for the first time to interview the new head coach of the Yacht Cougars, Ben Hoffer. Ben is in his first season. He's replacing Chris Chunko, who resigned after 2 seasons. Last season, the Cougars were 1-9 overall, 1-5, and in 6th in the Interstate Conference. Yacht has not made the playoffs since 2013. They dropped from Class 3A to Class 2A this year. Coach Hoffer is a graduate of Yacht High School, where he was the all-time leading rusher as a running back and is the second leading all-time rusher in school history. Played college football at Washington and Jefferson down there and spent the past 9 seasons as an assistant coach at East Allegheny. Coach Hoffer, welcome to our show.
Thanks for having me, guys. Appreciate it.
We're glad to have you here. The Cougars, by the way, opened their season on Friday up on Cougar Mountain, not Walton's Mountain for those old-time TV viewers, Cougar Mountain. They'll take on South Allegheny at 7 p.m. Coach, first I want to ask you, what attracted you to taking on the challenges of being the head football coach at your alma mater?
Whenever I was little, I always wanted to be a head coach. And once Yacht opened up, I thought, dream job, get to come back to my high school. With the recent struggles, I thought maybe I could help turn it around. I know how Yacht can win up on Cougar Mountain, and I think I'm the right guy to turn it around.
And that's a serious challenge up there. Now, the Cougars' recent football history has not been stellar, to be fair. What have you found to be some of the challenges that you are facing in turning around the program's fortunes?
The numbers have been pretty low lately, so I need the commitment from the kids, the buy-in from the kids, and with coaching baseball at the high school, I think I'm going to get some of the kids to play multiple sports. Some of the kids think they need to specialize in one sport, but as you know, you can learn different stuff from different sports. So I think that'll help me get with the Yacht program.
And you're right on that, because particularly at the smaller schools, if coaches aren't willing to share their athletes, then they're unclear on the concept.
Yeah, I'm trying to get the baseball guys to realize, hey, I'm fast, I'm speedy, I can do things here in football. And as the athletes come out and as we progress and as we have success above Cougar Mountain, I'm sure the numbers will turn around.
It isn't how well Coach uses that term, Cougar Mountain, because if you've never gone there before, Ken, I know you've been there, I've been there. The first time you go, it's not the easiest school to find, but like most schools in Western Pennsylvania, they want to have a successful football program.
Absolutely.
And I think, Ben, right now, with the state of the program at Yacht, they're not expecting you to come in and win a conference championship this year. I think some fans don't. They think you always want to win, and the only thing about it is winning a championship. I think your folks are going to be willing to see progress.
Yes.
And you progress in a lot of different ways as a football team. Am I right, Coach?
Yes, progress each week, be in the games in the fourth quarter, compete, find that little in-between. And like the coach says, we just have to be in the games, compete with them, and then success will come from that.
Now, your entire coaching staff is comprised of Yacht alumni. When I read about that, I said, I got to ask Ben when I talked to him about it. Did you intentionally set out to put an all-alumni staff together, or was it merely coincidence?
Yeah, I called my assistant head coach. He coached us actually in midget ball, and he's coached back in the 90s at Yacht. So as soon as he said the okay, I have his son on my staff who also played with me. And a lot of Yacht people that have Yacht pride. Jimmy Schaefer, Dan Palm, Brian Sutherland, they all have Yacht pride, and they all know what it's about. They know what the atmosphere is at Yacht. They know the people, the administration, and I think that just helps a lot to not have outsiders and to have a lot of people in-house that can help us succeed.
So there are a lot of worthwhile advantages for having a staff that's composed of people that know what the community is all about and what their expectations are.
Yes.
And then the fact that you coach within the school, and the fact that you're also talking about you're going to use that to get more interest and give you some numbers to compete.
Absolutely.
All that all comes together well in terms of building a solid foundation.
Yes, and like the coaches all know about York, and it's just been great. And with baseball, I can help get more numbers out for football, and I'm really, really looking forward to the challenge up there on Cougar Mountain.
Okay. How much different will the Cougars fans notice this season, scheme-wise, under your tutelage compared to the last couple of years under your predecessor's style?
It's going to be a little bit different. I think we need to get back to a little bit under center with the personnel that we have. I'll still manage my spread in that I learned from Don Picordier, so I'll still have that in there. But I think we need to get more under center with the personnel that we have and the speed that we have at Cougar Mountain.
Okay. For our viewers out there watching, I want to give you the opportunity, Coach, to talk about some of the players on this year's team that you're expecting to play key roles in this turnaround.
Okay, our sophomore quarterback is Raiden Kuroda. He actually started the one game they won last year, so he has some experience. He's been a sponge. He's been listening to everything I've been saying. He's very good in the weight room, very committed to the program. He's there every day. We got a running back that's coming back, Ian Sarver. He'll be a senior, runs very hard. He's also the outside linebacker. A couple receivers, Gavin Roebuck coming back from last year. J.J. Waller's going to be back. And I actually have a new kid that came on, two of them. Cole Keller and James Showman are going to give me some speed on the ends. Lineman, center will be Hunter Falliker. Got two sophomores on the right side. I got Colin Casper and Aiden Humenick. Very good kids. They come to everything, weightlifting, very good. Left side, I got Brett Sewer, and I got Colby Fender, who's done really, really good at the defensive side of the ball. Defense, we may have to hang our hat on a little bit this year. We got a good secondary. JJ's good in the secondary. Mikey Nogi, Cole Keller. We got Roebuck and Showman back there at safety. Linebacker's been really good. My buddy Joey Corporate does a great job with the linebacking core. Ian Sarver, Julian Valenti's actually a big name who's going to play a huge role this year for us. He's big in the middle. Ian Sarver on the end, and nose tackle. I got a kid that's about 340 pounds who's doing really good, stacking up the middle, taking on double teams. We'll leave hopefully the nose tackles open for Humenick and Casper and them guys, and a couple D ends will be Bo and Brett Sewer. So everything's coming along very well, and the kids are excited, and I'm excited.
Now, how did the first scrimmage go? Some of your thoughts. Who did you scrimmage, and how did you think your team performed?
We scrimmaged Burgettstown. It went pretty well. I mean, up and down. We didn't get the ball in the end zone that much, but we saw some good things. We got some good reps out of it. We won about 100 plays, so okay. I saw that they need a little bit more conditioning, so we have to work on that this week. But it was a good overall scrimmage. Everyone came out healthy. It was a success.
And that's also the key, coming out health-wise. Yes. You want to get some work in. You want to get some physical competition, but you don't want to lose anybody, particularly when your numbers aren't that large at this stage.
Correct. Any loss is detrimental to the team at this point, so we just need to get people in and out healthy, work on a little special teams and stuff this week, and see what we can give the Gladiators on Friday.
Now, the Cougars have dropped down this year, Ben, from Class AAA last season to Class 2A. I want to get your thoughts. Do you think this will help y'all compete better in that classification than it was in Class 3A?
I definitely think it'll help with the numbers to play down in 2A. And actually being with East Allegheny the last couple of years, I know some of the foes that we face in the conference, and I know how competitive and how good it's going to be with Steel Valley and Sarah obviously leading the way.
Yeah, and so, wow, speaking about that, you got a tough schedule.
Yeah.
Facing teams like Steel Valley, which is almost the consensus choice to be the team to win that classification.
Correct.
With what they have back. Amani Christian with Coach Leroy Johnson
does a good job. Yes.
Yeah, I know what he did at Stowe Rocks and how good they were.
Yes.
He goes to Amani, Open Verona, and Jose Regis at Sarah Catholic.
They just reload, man.
Right. They just won a title last year.
Yeah.
That's the kind of competition you're facing. So you're either going to get better or the guys are going to have to take some lumps, right?
That's it. Hey, you got to get better. You got to play what's in front of you. I'm excited for it. I mean, I know that them guys are good, but like I'm saying, go game by game, see how we compete, and let's be in games in the fourth quarter and see if we can get a bounce go our way against some teams and get a couple W's.
Friday night, this week, when you play your opening game against South Allegheny on Cougar Mountain, your first game is your alma mater's head coach. When you take the sideline and the officials are getting ready to start that football game, what kind of thoughts do you think you'll have in your mind when you say, I'm the head coach? This is a stadium that I was an outstanding performer on. This is the start of me turning York football program for the better.
I already got chills thinking about it. I'm excited. The kids are excited. They're asking me about film, asking me about essay. They're excited. I know it's not going to come overnight, which is a big thing. But as soon as I put that headset on, they flip the coin. I mean, it's going to be like I'm back on Cougar Mountain. I love it. The people love me. The administration loves me. York, everyone loves me. It's been great there so far.
What do you think will be the biggest adjustment? I mentioned earlier when I was introducing you, 9 years as assistant at East Allegheny. Now you go from whispering into the head coach's ear some thoughts to now the guy making a decision on those thoughts. Have you thought about that?
Game management's probably the biggest factor in that.
Yeah.
Biggest factor in that's with the timeouts, the time control, talking to the refs, you know what I mean, doing like stuff like that, getting the captains out there. A little bit of stuff that I was used to from playing and from coaching under Dom so close as an assistant.
Now, you got to talk about your assistant coach. I met him when you and I were talking back there. You said that he had coached you and all that. Talk a little bit about who he is and what he meant to you bringing him to the staff.
That's Joe Corper. He's 66-year-old. He was on Gary Dongelli's staff back in the 90s. He coached me and his son all the way up until high school. So he knows how we do everything, and he's just been so huge in making this whole process happen. He's kind of like a second father and a mentor to me behind the scenes. He's seen us win, so he knows we can win again, and he's excited to get going on Friday up there at Cougar Mountain.
Well, one thing we were talking about was he said, we're going to go under center some. You don't see that necessarily a lot in high school ball anymore. You see it a little bit, but he goes, we want to be balanced, and we want the team to have to defend when the quarterback is lining up under center. You're excited about incorporating his thoughts into your overall offense.
Yes, and I think it helps the defense has to game plan for more than one offense, so I think that takes more time in practice. He's more under the center. I'm more from EA. I like to wing it around a little bit, so we'll find a good in-between for us to work on.
Well, Coach, I'm looking forward to following how your team is going to go throughout the year. And as I was telling you guys earlier, in a program situation that you're taking at York, it's not about how many wins, folks. It's about progress, how they become a little bit better. You mentioned more competitive, play with more desire. More kids want to come out and play.
Yes.
And normally, if they see progress, then you're on your way. And I think you're going to be the one that gets York back. I mentioned 2013 the last time. I don't think it'll be that long before you get a team in the playoffs.
Let's hope not, or I won't be here doing this meeting again.
All right. Okay. That is head coach Ben Hoffer, first-year head coach of the York Cougars. I mentioned up on Cougar Mountain. They'll kick things off on Friday at home. And we wish them, as we wish all of our Cubs, the best of luck. We'll take a break. When we come back, there'll be more coaches coming up. You don't want to go anywhere. You are watching the 11th Annual Westmoreland County High School Football Coaches Preview Show from Manor Valley Golf Course in Export.
Collision Shop by Jason Mignon is your one-stop shop for all things auto body repair. Our experienced technicians and state-of-the-art facilities have you covered on both passenger and heavy-duty vehicle repairs, including scratches, scrapes, and dents, free estimates, body repairs, welding, refinishing, glass replacement, and more. Our all-new alignment and calibration shop has the tooling, equipment, and staffing to ensure top-quality alignment and calibration adjustments for your vehicle. Our friendly office staff is more than happy to assist you through every step of your vehicle's repair process. Visit the Collision Shop by Jason.com for our complete list of services.
We know speaking with your teen or your young adult about drugs and alcohol can be challenging, but is necessary. Remember to have a conversation, not a confrontation. Establish good communications, break through barriers, and be firm but loving. Here are some helpful tips. Choose a good place and time to chat. Talk with openness. Actively listen. Offer empathy and support. For more information, visit us online at wedacinc.org. Westmoreland Drug and Alcohol Commission. Prevention is key.
The Manor Valley Golf Course in Export is proud to announce the opening of their new banquet facility. It's perfect for sports banquets, Christmas parties, and weddings. This new facility can hold up to 180 people, so if you have an event coming up, Manor Valley Golf Course can host it. Golfers, they specialize in league play, fundraising outings, and have great membership rates. Give them a call at 724-744-4242 or online at manorvalleygc.com.
The Westmoreland Sports Network is available on social media. Follow us on Twitter and Instagram, and like our page on Facebook for the latest Westmoreland County sports news, WSN broadcast links, scores, game stories, videos, pictures, and much, much more. Also be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel for archived interviews and broadcast highlights. The Westmoreland Sports Network is available whenever and however you want it.
Okay, we are back and now getting ready to share some of his insight about his team's upcoming season and a little bit about his philosophy and what expectations are, is the head coach of the AK Valley Burrell Buccaneers Sean Liotta. Last year, the Bucks finished 3-8 overall and 3-3 in Class 3 Allegheny Conference. Interestingly enough, they had to win those 3 games. They were their last 3 games to make the playoffs, and this team came through. They did make the playoffs, lost in the first round at Jason Fazekas, who you just saw here kick off our show, at Mount Pleasant 41-7 on Friday, November 5th. Prior to last season, the Buccaneers had not qualified for the postseason since 2012. Sean is also an author of a book titled No Huddle, No Mercy, a guide to recognizing defensive alignments and fast-paced offense used by coaches everywhere. He has been a head coach for 12 seasons and been in coaching for 24 years. Coach Liotta, good to see you again in the program.
Jonathan, it's a pleasure. Pleasure to be here. Pleasure to be representing the AK Valley and the Burrell Bucks here today.
Coach, you open the season on Friday, making the trip back over this way against those Jeannette Jayhawks, whose new head coach is here on our list tonight. It's 7 p.m. Are the guys getting antsy about playing that first one?
Well, yeah. I mean, we got a lot of work to do though before then. You know, I mean, that's a tough task to start the season. You know, you're going on the road, playing the winningest program in Whitfield history.
Sure enough.
You know, they've got a new coach. You know, they've got some new players out for the team. You know, Jeannette is a much improved team, so that's going to be a very, very difficult football game for us, and certainly one we've been preparing for.
Coach, last season, Burrell ended their playoff drought. They had reached 9 years, a streak that began prior to your taking over the reins 4 years ago. You weren't there that whole time. By accomplishing that, what has it done for your program moving forward now into this coming season?
Well, I mean, we had some good positive momentum before that. You know, we had gone 6-4 and missed out on a tiebreaker with Mount Pleasant a few years before that, which we don't want to play Mount Pleasant anymore. I'm glad they're not on our schedule. They've been kind of a thorn in our side over the years.
Yes.
And then we had the COVID year where it kind of hurt us, where if they were taking 4 teams to the playoffs that year, we probably would have been a qualifier. You know, so we were talking about maybe putting a couple years in a row of a playoff streak together. So, I mean, we like where we're at. We're trying to continue to improve. We had a really young football team last year. You know, we had to replace a lot of starters. We had to replace a lot of production. And certainly we have to do the same thing again this year. We have to replace Caden DiCaprio at running back. That's a lot of yards. We have to replace a lot of our linemen, you know, and guys on defense as well. So there's always those challenges year in and year out, but we want to continue that positive momentum.
Speaking of that, you lead right. Speaking of Nostradamus, I may have to start calling Coach Nostradamus. He almost can predict things. Who are some of the key graduation losses? You mentioned DiCaprio and some others, but more importantly, who are some of the young men you are expecting to play key roles in the team's success this season?
Yeah, I mean, we have a great, I think, senior captain group that's going to be very strong for us. I mean, we have 2 linemen that are in that group that are seniors, Ian Quinn and Aaron Malee, who are both a 3-year starter and a 4-year starter. You know, both all-conference players coming back. So, you know, we're obviously excited about them up front. We have a quarterback linebacker, Chase Fenner, who returns as a starter on both sides of the football there. And then we have Antonio Cook, who was our defensive MVP last year, as a linebacker. He'll also play running back this year. And Niger Floyd, who's a defensive back, running back who started for us. So, you know, those are our senior captains, and we're going to be looking for them for a lot of leadership. But we've got some new faces out for the team that I think, you know, a couple seniors that, you know, their first time out in a number of years. And, you know, we have a kid named Reese Kennedy, who's a very good athlete. I think will do a lot of good things. He impressed me in the scrimmage. And our center, Cam Martin, was very impressive yesterday in the scrimmage. Very impressive. So we're looking forward to some of those new faces as well, kind of blending in to fill those roles.
Who did you scrimmage yesterday?
East Allegheny.
East Allegheny.
It's a good scrimmage, yeah, good hard-nosed scrimmage. We've played them every year I've been at Burrell, we've either scrimmaged or played them, so we have a good relationship with them. They have top-notch athletes. They get after it. So it's a great opportunity to see where we're at and get better.
When I first interviewed you for the first time on our preview show in 2020, I was impressed by your commitment to play to your team's strengths, unquote, rather than to a particular style. Some coaches say, this is my system, this is my formula, when the talent maybe is not fit to that, but it's like fitting the round peg in a square hole.
Sure.
And then when we first started the interview here today, you talked about what your team's going to be like this year. So talk a little bit about the fact you adjust to your personnel Even though you wrote that book that received so well.
My book sales have probably dropped off the last couple of years, but it's not about what I want to do or what I like to do. It's about what can your kids do well. And we have tough, hard-nosed kids that are smart and tenacious and work hard, and we kind of adapt what we do to fit those kids that we have. And if it comes, hey, maybe a year or two down the line, we have someone's more of a drop back quarterback and things like that, we'll adjust what we do to go ahead and fit the talents of those people. But here I think we're running this slot T offense, and it's been good for us the last couple of years, and certainly something that we've done a full 180. We always wanted to go fast and push the tempo and do those kind of things, and now we want that clock to tick down and tick down. And
you want to shorten the game.
Just like that clock in front of you right now. Yeah. We want that thing to just keep ticking and ticking and ticking.
All right, you sound like Bill Parcells with that last statement. You want to shorten the game.
We want to shorten the game.
All right, Coach. Now, preseason, how's it been going health-wise? You're in pretty good shape health-wise. Have there been any unexpected performances from a player or two that just kind of open your eyes during the preseason?
Well, I think like we talked about, some of those new seniors that are out. The center, Cam Martin, was very impressive to me yesterday. So he's a guy, obviously, that impressed me. Reese Kennedy, those kind of guys. And, we're healthy right now, knock on wood, I think, for the most part. I think so. Hopefully we're able to continue that.
Now, your senior, second-year quarterback, Chase Finner, you mentioned him a moment ago. Has he got a firm grasp on the quarterback position at this point?
Oh, he does. He knows. Our offense relies on a lot of fakes, a lot of technique by the quarterback in terms of ball control and things like that. And he does a really good job with that. He knows where to get the ball, understands our cadences. We have multiple cadences, how we do things. He does a really good job with it.
Okay. So he sounds like he's a mature.
Absolutely. He's a mature young man. He's a tough kid. That's probably his biggest attribute. He's an inside linebacker playing quarterback.
Right.
And our quarterback is really a running back playing quarterback more than a quarterback, so
not just a pure quarterback.
Not a pure quarterback in the sense of that. It's more of a ball carrier playing quarterback.
Now, you had a young team last season. In what ways do you think the experience that those players who played a lot when they were younger gained from last season will pay off for the Bucs this season?
Well, it'll definitely pay off. It's battle tested. So, every team goes through it. If you have groups of kids that are your starters for a while, you have to replace them with young guys eventually. Right. Or you replace them with older guys that don't have that experience, but it's the same thing. It's their first time out there, first time under those lights, first time with all the butterflies and the Friday night, so it's something that you can't really prepare for other than to get to do it, to get that experience. And we had a brutal schedule last year to start the season.
Yeah.
I mean, we started 0-6, but I promise you, if you came and watched us practice when we were 0-6, you would have never been able to tell our record.
Okay.
Because we practiced hard, we prepared like we were 6-0, because we believed when we got into those conference games against the teams that we felt that we matched up with, we would do a good job and be able to compete, and we did do that.
And so it kind of went the way you expected it would be. That tough opening part of the season, but the team, you never lost the team. The kids never lost the faith.
You don't. And I'll let everybody in on a little secret. I've been coaching high school football a long time. Most of the coaches will probably agree. As coaches, we all think like we get on the whiteboard and we draw up plays and we watch film and we do all these different things. I'm here to tell you, the team with the better players wins about 95% of the time on Friday night. I hate to break that to everybody out there, fans and stuff, but I hate to do that. There's things you do, preparation, all that, but guess what? The team with the better players most of the time is going to win. It's just a fact of high school football. It's the way it is. Now, can you still prepare your kids to go ahead and pull that upset? Sure, it happens. We've been there. We've done it. We understand what that's about. But, it's a process,
Yep. Coach, I want to ask you about the realignment for the next two seasons. What is your assessment of the Class 2A Allegheny 7 Conference? The Bucs dropped down from Class 3A to 2A this season with the biannual realignment. So what do you think about the conference this year?
Well, I think it's very difficult. I mean, week in and week out, it's going to be a dogfight. I mean, you look top to bottom. A lot of teams are, I think, on the upswing. You look at your Derrys; they've got 50-some kids out for the team. I'm hearing, you hear, Apollo Ridge is tough. They've beaten us the last 2 years. Ligonier Valley, I've got a lot of respect for their program, and now I haven't even touched on Sarah Catholic, Steel Valley. I'm not even there yet. Right. Those are your ranked teams.
Yes.
So do I think it's going to be a dogfight each and every week? York has a new coach. They're going to be on the up. So, like, it's every week is a battle. That's what we tell our kids. You have to be ready. Everyone has Burrell circled on their schedule as a potential win. Right. So we have to understand that going in. Right. We're not going in and no one's laying down, for Burrell. Right. Like, we're getting everybody's best effort, so we have to be prepared for that.
Well spoken. Speaking of that schedule, you forgot Almani Christian.
Well, yeah, we got, and who knows who they got? They went and recruited the whole city. Leroy Johnson's a friend of mine, but they went out and probably recruited half the city. They've got, all that. So, who knows who we gonna get from them? But they'll be good. I know they'll be good, but it probably just depends how recruiting went.
Last comment, Coach. You will host York. Coming up at Buccaneer Stadium on September 23rd at 7 p.m. You heard from Coach Hoffer in his first year. What are you expecting when you have to go against York up?
I got a lot of respect for Coach Hoffer. Obviously, he was a great player at York. He's got a lot of pride in his school. I think when you match those things together, good things happen. I think it's the same way with, Jeannette. You got Coach Pallone. He's got a lot of pride in his school. He wants them to be great. So we know when we're playing a team like that we are getting everything they got, because they're just so proud, to take their school and turn it back into a winner again. And, we've certainly got that challenge with York, and Friday night we will have that challenge with Jeannette.
Sounds like you, and I bet those young Buccaneers out there can't wait for that opening game.
Oh, the Bucs will be ready to go. We'll look forward to Friday night, taking the field. That's what you work all year for, so we'll look forward to seeing that thing kicked off.
Coach, thank you very much. That is Coach Sean Liotta of the Burrell Buccaneers, and we thank him for joining us here on the program. We'll take a break. We come back. The show continues. We're just rolling right along, getting that insight on high school football, and you are enjoying the 11th Annual Westmoreland County High School Football Coaches Preview Show from Manor Valley Golf Course in Murraysville.
And go Bucks.
Go Bucks. All right.
Relax. With us, you're in safe hands. This is Dr. Dean Huss at Huss Chiropractic in Loyalhanna. We've been helping the local community get rid of back pain, headaches, and sore joints for over 20 years. Huss Chiropractic also tackles sports-related injuries, offering alternatives to surgery that will get you back on the path to healing. To make an appointment with us, call 724-879-4385 or visit HussChiropractic.com. Go Trojans from Huss Chiropractic, Industrial Boulevard in Loyalhanna.
Hey, hun, now that you're 15, we really need to talk about checking.
Checking? Introducing the new AmeriServe Student Life Checking Account.
So you would have a free Visa check card and mobile and online banking. Oh, and there are low ATM fees.
Super cool. So can we sign me up,
How about now?
Get started with the Student Life Checking Account. It's the newest way that AmeriServe is banking for life. Message and data rates may apply. Check with your mobile carrier. Member FDIC.
Innate Fitness in Latrobe wants to help change your game. Innate uses a unique training experience utilizing professional creativity that will challenge each and every one of your fitness levels. Innate Fitness has several affordable programs to fit your budget. Join Innate today and take advantage of their strength, conditioning, weight loss, and flexibility programs. Let them put a plan together for you with a free evaluation. Also be sure to check out Innate's athletic training, baseball, and softball services. Online at InnateFitnessLatrobe.com or stop on in and see our beautiful facility located on Main Drive in Latrobe.
At Pit Stop Pizza in Sunoco, you play and we pay. That's right, over $10,000 a week paid out in the Pennsylvania Lottery. We also offer your favorite cold beer and hard ices featuring 5 flavors including blue raspberry, blackberry, and Long Island iced tea. Pit Stop also offers a full menu of delicious foods, from their legendary pizza to their mouth-watering jumbo wings, gourmet burgers, and chicken sandwiches made from scratch. Visit or order online at pitstoppizza.com or just stop in anytime. Located across from Derry High School on Route 982.
Last season was one to forget at Derry Area. The Trojans went winless and had one of the worst scoring margins in the entire WPIAL. There's some reason for hope heading into 2022, however. Mike Arone has been named the new head coach, and the Trojans also dropped down to the 2A classification. As a result, with Ahmad Ward leading the way, Derry Area thinks it could be much improved heading into a new year. A year ago, the Trojans had by far the worst defense in the entire WPIAL, surrendering more than 60 points 5 times. The team also was reduced to less than 20 healthy players by season's end. As a result, Coach Vince Skillings was dismissed during the season, and Ruane, who helped coach the final 2 games, took over full-time this offseason. The change in the program has been apparent, according to players.
Their help leading us into such a better team, formulating a better team, better coaching for all the different positions, more hard on us than previous years, which I love so much, and I respect it. But I really just think that with these new coaches moving on into the season, it's going to help, and it's just going to be overall just 10 times better than previous years. Our winning seasons that we had in the past, we were more of a team. We played together, we fought together, we did all that kind of stuff together. I had 1 year of it, and I experienced probably the best season I've ever experienced in high school ever. And with these new coaching staffs, with the way all of us are practicing together, talking together, even in the locker rooms, even outside of football in general, we're really forming a nice team bonding brotherhood.
Flack is one of several Trojans who return after not playing in 2021, as the roster size has swelled into the mid-40s. He, Blake Revore, and Mason Beeman are all contenders to play quarterback. The anchor on offense will be Ward, though, as Ruane intends to use his featured back as a workhorse. A junior, Ward has also developed off the field this year.
Coach tells me I'm a leader, and sometimes I don't believe it, but he just tells me to be more confident, and he knows my role on the team, and I need to be more of a leader than I was last year, and I think I will be.
While the offensive and defensive lines have the measurables, especially hulking Maddox Bush, they must play well to give Derry Area a chance to compete in a conference that includes Steel Valley and Sarah Catholic, as well as bordering Ligonier Valley. Ward knows that his team can build momentum long before they begin the conference schedule, though.
So I'm going to say the first game, we have to play our heart out the first game to really show the community who we are this year. And also, if we could just come out and get a win the first game, I think that will shock the whole community.
Before Derry Area begins its new 2A classification schedule, the Trojans will have an opportunity to make a statement as they open the season with a rivalry matchup against Greater Latrobe.
And we welcome you back to the Westmoreland Sports Network County Coaches Kickoff Show here from beautiful Manor Valley. And we're going to talk some Derry Area Trojan football now with the new head football coach at Derry and my boss, Mike Ruane, who is also serves as the assistant principal at the high school. Coach, first of all, when you walked in here, I hadn't seen you much this summer, and I look and I don't see any new gray hairs from the last time I saw you, so that's a good sign. First opportunity to be a head coach is always certainly a tough one, but I know you've been around the realm, longtime coach at Homer Center, and you know how to work with kids in both the education world and the sports world. How's it been going so far for you this summer leading up to camp?
Really good, Flick, and thanks for having us here. This is a great venue. This is a great event. I'm happy to be here. It's been good. Kids have been showing up. Kids have been putting in the work. They're buying into our system, which is always important. So we're excited to get started on Friday night.
Last year there was a lot of turmoil, obviously. We don't have to go back and revisit that, but you were a part at the end of the season to come in and kind of help the guys finish out the season. You along with our athletic director, Brett Miller, and you did that in the final couple of games. Did that kind of get you the itch, so to speak, to maybe take over the program, especially seeing all the kids in school as well?
Sure it did. I mean, we challenged the kids because there were some rumors going around that they were going to play one game and not play the last game. So we challenged them and said, hey, we'll step in. We'll make sure that this season finishes, but we need the commitment from you guys that you're going to finish it. And they did. I got to see the heart and the toughness of a lot of our Derry kids, and it absolutely sold me. So I was ready to go from that point.
One of the things you did right away is get to work, try to improve the numbers. Numbers were not very good last year. And, Derry had that 3 or 4 year span where they were really good and then, just struggled. Then COVID hit. And then this happened last year. And now you are trying to get those numbers back up. And it seems like they are probably not exactly where you want them to be, but they're up there pretty well.
Yeah, they are. We're pleased. Kids came out. They came out
throughout the summer, we had evening workouts. They were showing up. They were putting the work in. And even some kids who couldn't make some of those workouts did show up for HEDAC. And, we're sitting at about 45 kids. We're happy with that right now. I know there's still some athletes walking around in the school in the hallways that we'd like to have out, but we're real happy with who we have on our team right now. And, I think the kids are ready to go. The coaching staff's ready to go, and we just want to get it started.
And mid-40s for a 2A school now competing in football is certainly good enough, and depth is always an important part of, any football team. I don't care what classification you're in. Talk a little bit about your team. I know it's still a young team, but a team that brings back, quite a bit of experience from a year ago.
We are rather young, starting with some of our seniors. Our vocal leader, hands down, Dom Patrick. He's going to play inside linebacker and guard for us. Has just morphed into a great leader. The kids know he's the vocal leader. They listen when he speaks. So we're proud of him there. Jordan Flack joined the team again this year as a senior, did not play last year. Another one of those vocal leaders. He's really stepped up. Going to play both sides of the ball, our strong safety on defense. He'll see multiple positions on offense. Roman DeRazio, a great athlete. Is going to play on the outside, going to play corner. So we have some other seniors, Zach Stash, who's a big kid, playing again. I think it hasn't been a while since he's played. He's dealing with a minor injury, but we hope to get him back soon. Going down to our juniors, we're going to rely heavily on Ahmad Ward. Ahmad is going to be our horse in the backfield. But Jordan Flack will also take some load off of his shoulders. Damari Robinson on the outside, also hopefully to be a threat. Mason Beeman and Colin Bush have really stepped up as an H-back or even an X or Y receiver. So we do feel that we have some skill. And then up front, we're young on the offensive line. Colin Barkley is our center. He's only a sophomore, but he's a tough kid.
And he started there as a freshman a year ago, correct?
Correct. So he does have some experience, but he's still young. I mentioned Don Patrick as a guard. Jason King as our other guard. He's only a junior. Owen Monick as a tackle. He's only a sophomore. And Maddox Bush, who again is a big boy who's getting there. We're working with his feet, his quickness, things like that. Will be our other tackle, and he's only a junior. So we are somewhat inexperienced, and we are young, but that can be a good thing. As these kids learn and grow, they're just going to get better and better.
And, of course, you played the quarterback position. You were very good at it at Homer Center back in your day. And you look at the quarterback position at Derry. Last year you had Blake Revore as a freshman get most of the snaps. You're looking at the same situation this year?
Yeah, so we just kind of opened up a competition going into camp between Blake and Jordan, and we added Mason Beeman to that because he did get some quarterback reps last year. To be honest with you, we were back and forth. There were, should we do this, should we do that? It worked out that Blake has worked hard. Blake he understands the offense. He can run it. He knows what we want to do. He's proven that. He's earned that spot. And I think that even took some pressure off of Jordan. Jordan just wants to run the ball. Jordan wants to be physical, so he's okay with that. But Mason has shown us some things too that we could put a package together possibly for Mason as well. But Blake will get the majority of the snaps. He's earned it, and he's excited. He's ready to go.
And Mike, you mentioned this, but it all happens up front. It all starts up front. I mean, you can have all the skill in the world, but you need those guys up front. And albeit you're young and you lost a couple kids like Noah Simmerman and Braden Mickenack from that front line, you have a kid like Dom who's really stepped up for you, and some other guys. But they're big guys, And I know big doesn't always win every battle up there, but the effort that you and I have talked about that they have given you so far, you just probably just looking for them to improve as the year progresses, correct?
Absolutely, and we do have some size up front. But kids like I mentioned, Owen Monick, a sophomore, Jason King, a junior, they were there every day in the weight room. They showed up every day. They put in the work, and I think they're starting to see the results of that. They're in shape. They're not getting tired. They're stronger. So now it's a matter of the mental part of the game, of understanding the offense and knowing that what they need to do on every play and every concept. But they're getting there. And so it's been nice to see their progression and just to see, they're a tale of hard work does pay off because they busted their butts and it's paying off for them.
I know I work with you, so I know you're kind of a laid-back guy, but a very structured type of guy. One of the things you told our Board of Education when you took over the position was you were going to do your best to start the program back up to where it's going. Your expectations for this year, Coach, and what you want to accomplish as you start the season at week 0, which is going to be tough. You got 2 tough teams playing, up in class against Greater Latrobe, and then Greensburg-Salem, 2 very well-coached teams. What's your expectations going forward?
I've been saying this since I started, and we just want to be competitive. And we tell our kids in everything we do, even when in drills, even in sprints when we're conditioning, compete with one another. Just want to be competitive. Give yourself a chance. Give everything you have. Give yourself a chance at the end of the game, and you never know what's going to happen. So right now, that's been our message. Compete. Get out and be competitive. And I think they'll like the results. No matter what it is on the scoreboard, all we can ask is that they give us everything that they have. We'll give them everything that we have, and we'll be happy with the results.
And, of course, being a new head coach, that means you have to get good assistants. And I know it's not easy to find them all the time. You got yourself a pretty nice staff, don't you?
Yeah, man, I consider myself super fortunate. I mean, I don't know how I lucked into the staff that I have. But starting with Big Ox, Coach Joe Mylant, nice thing is that he's a phenomenal math teacher in our school, so he's there with the kids. The kids respect him. They know him. He's going to run our offense, be our offensive coordinator. He also handles our outside linebackers. Derek Molnar, who was able to come over from Latrobe, who's been at Derry before, he's going to run our defense. And also our offensive line. Man, he brings a lot of energy. Again, the kids really respond to him. I was telling you earlier, there's been a couple times, you get that Wednesday morning practice in camp, and the kids are, and he was giving a pregame speech to them at camp. So he's just brought a lot of energy and a lot of knowledge. And then a 32-year veteran of coaching, Paul Hissom. We couldn't be happier to have Paul. I mean, the knowledge he brings to the game. And again, he knows kids. He's old school, but he understands the new school kids too. So he's able to work with the kids, and they love him. They respect him. So us 4 have been going at it hard. And I also have a few young assistants, Stephen Nymick, who actually played quarterback for me at Homer Center. I had the privilege of coaching with his dad for many years. But Stephen played quarterback at Allegheny as well. He's come aboard. Levi Humberger, a Derry alum, young guy, is going to help us out with the line. He's on board. And Omar Ward, also a Derry alum, has signed up as a volunteer. And last but not least, we have a new principal at the high school, Miss Kara Gardner. Her husband Josh played tight end at Slippery Rock. Okay. He's a state police officer, so he kind of brings the discipline and attitude, and he's been coming around. The kids have responded to him as well. So I feel blessed to have these guys around, because everyone they do all the work. Like, we got to put up with the crap, but they do all the work. So all the accolades go to them for anything we do.
And that used to be you
on me.
At Homer Center, being a longtime coach. And your experience goes a long way too, Mike, because you were a coach on the team that played for a state championship against the Jeannette Jayhawks when Homer Center, I should say, and Jeannette played in that championship game. And then you have Joe Mylant, who has coached, here at Derry in some of those really good seasons they had with Tim Sweeney. So, collectively, you guys have a lot of experience. So it's going to be nice to watch you guys gel together. Real quick, because we got to get going. I just want to talk real quick about, first of all, when you played at Homer, you had rivals throughout your career, and Blairsville was probably one of your big rivalries. Greater Latrobe is one of Derry's rivalries. That's a week 0 game. How are you going to kind of approach that first one?
It's exciting. We know we have our hands full. They won the county 7-on-7. They're loaded with skill. We know it's not going to be easy, but we're going to do our best to prepare. We watched their scrimmage. I know they've watched ours. We're going to have our kids prepared to play. And we're going to play physical. We're going to play fast, and we're going to see where that takes us.
And finally, the conference changes a bit. I mean, you're not used to that as much because you're new to it, but you got Amani Christian in there, Ligonier Valley, a rival that you used to have at Homer Center, into the conference now. So, what does the conference look like? I'm sure you don't know a whole lot about it, but so far.
Yeah, it's somewhat new to me. I'm not familiar with the conference at all. Like Ligonier, somewhat, we've played them. But it's been a few years. Everyone else myself, and I think even my other coaches, because the conference has changed a little bit, we're not real sure. So everyone's new to us, but we'll prepare as coaches. We'll have our kids prepared to play, and we're going to put everything we have on the field on Friday nights. I tell the kids all the time, like, you get one a week, that's it. It's not like other sports. Like, you get one chance a week. That's your reward for the hard work you put in during the week and throughout the summer. So we'll be ready to play, and we just, we hope we make the community and our school district proud with our effort and where we're going.
Well, congratulations again on this position. I know you'll do great things, and I know when my brother Dan Flickinger and I did the State American Legion Baseball Championships a month ago in Homer City, all the guys were raving about you up there that know you. The one thing they said is, you can have him, but he's always going to be a Wildcat. So you might have to, kind of flip that hat off a little bit when you come down here, but yeah, that's where you grew up, right?
To all the Derry people out there, I got my Trojan Empire wristband on right here. So I was born and raised a Wildcat, but I'm now a Trojan, and that's not going to change.
Thanks, Mike. I appreciate it. Head coach Mike Arone of the Derry Area Trojans. We will have, once again, all 10 Derry Area high school games right here on the Westmoreland Sports Network, starting with the Mike Arone Show each and every week, about a half hour prior to game time. Coming up next, it is the Greater Latrobe Wildcats and their new head coach, Ron Boomer Prady. And believe me, I know this for a fact. He could play the game back in his day as well, and he could hit you pretty hard. But you'll hear from him and Hannah Mears coming up next here on the Westmoreland Sports Network as we continue from beautiful Manor Valley for the Westmoreland County Coaches Kickoff Show right here on WSN.
How do you define elite? At Elite Plumbing, Kitchens, and Baths in Latrobe, we define elite by offering the highest quality brands for kitchen and bathroom remodeling in Westmoreland County. Brands like Moen, Toto, and Cambria. Meet with one of our incredible designers who will help you choose a stunning cabinet design for your new kitchen or luxurious showers and bathtubs for your new bathroom. Call Elite Plumbing, Kitchens, and Baths for a free estimate at 724-205-6947 or visit our vast showroom in the Route 30 Plaza in Latrobe.
Score big with the Bowser family of dealerships featuring GMC, Buick, Cadillac, Subaru, Hyundai, and Nissan. Looking for a new car, truck, or SUV? Visit powerofbowser.com 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to find your perfect vehicle. Get the absolute best price and the best car buying experience anywhere. It's the power of the Bowser family of dealerships. Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Last season was one of frustration here at Greater Latrobe as the Wildcats went just 3-7, including 4 losses by 9 points or fewer. They have a new head coach in Ron Prady, however, who brings a championship pedigree by way of Penn Trafford. As a result, the Wildcats will look to turn those narrow losses into victories in 2022. Prady has already helped bring a championship to Latrobe as the Wildcats won the Westmoreland 7-on-7 tournament over the summer. That shows that the skill positions are not lacking, even with a sophomore QB. John Wetzel has looked advanced beyond his years, while Colin Stevens and Jayton Williams are among the talented pass catchers. Pittsburgh Central Catholic transfer Robert Fulton, a running back and linebacker, will also make an immediate impact. Still, the Wildcats realize they must find the recipe to finish games better in 2022.
I think that's still what we're trying to figure out, but I think being out here and finishing strong is the biggest part. So we come into practice, of course you're going to have energy at the beginning, but making sure the energy's still high at the end, I think that's what we're working on. And I think we've done a really good job this year so far doing that, closing out practice as strong as we start.
In the trenches, players like Wyatt Held and Dan Calabrese will need to fill some voids left by graduation, while Wetzel, Alex Tatch, Connor Lakin, and Borio will be vital in the Wildcats' new odd front defense. While Borio carries himself like a leader already, he expects to get plenty of help in that aspect.
I think everybody's going to lead this year. It's not going to be one person, multiple people. Everybody's going to have to step up and lead, and we might have captains or leaders, but everybody on that field is willing to step up when needed, for sure.
Dropping down to 4A, Greater Latrobe must contend with perennial powers Thomas Jefferson and McKeesport, while teams like Laurel Highlands, Ringgold, and Trinity are relative unknowns. Fortunately, there's nothing unknown between the players and Prady, who has been a teacher at the Greater Latrobe School District for years.
I knew him since middle school, so I was really close with him. His qualities, he's a great man. He's a great coach. I love him. I love all the coaches. I love everything about this team. It's great. I love it.
The Wildcats will begin their season with 3 non-conference matchups against Westmoreland County opponents, Derry Area, Franklin Regional, and Hempfield. They will then begin the conference with a tough matchup against Thomas Jefferson.
Welcome back into the Westmoreland County Football Coaches Show here at Manor Valley Golf Course. I'm Hannah Mears alongside Coach Brady, a new face of the Greater Latrobe Wildcats. My pride and joy alum. I'm an alumni of Greater Latrobe, so this is exciting being here and seeing you in the halls, but now on the sidelines for the Latrobe Wildcats. I'm going to ask you to talk about yourself first. I know you're not going to want to, but this is such a big jump for you in your career, and you were with the Penn Trafford Warriors and all their success under Coach Ruane. So tell me how cool of a moment it is to finally be a head coach at Greater Latrobe.
Well, it's exciting. Being a teacher there, knowing most of those kids, made it certainly easier, the transition a lot easier. As I've said numerous times, it was tough leaving Penn Trafford, though.
I bet. I mean, especially with everything last year, it seemed like you guys were a huge family, and the way you were talking even off camera beforehand, it had to be a little bittersweet at times, I'm sure.
It is. But we're excited for what lies ahead at Latrobe and ready to get started next Friday.
So you already had a chance, though, to get started, and something that was a relief to see for once in the summer, the 7-on-7 success. I know it's such a small part of a journey, but it is nice to know that Latrobe did have success there and showed that you have some promise with skill positions. So just getting that amount of success started, how cool was that to see, just a little bit of what you had this season?
I think it was great for our kids. They're, to have some success early in the summer, and if there was any belief or any doubt in what we were doing was the right thing, I think that erased it. And the kids were naturally excited. And to play Penn Trafford in the final, it's kind of bittersweet, as you said. So it was good. It was great for the morale of our kids, our confidence, to have some success at that, which it's been a while since Latrobe had even been in the finals. So we were excited about that.
It's been a while since the Wildcats have had a winning season, to say the least. I mean, this team, it seems like some years, even when they're close, they're hurt by the injury bug. The depth isn't always there. So coming in as the head coach, what were some of the immediate changes that you felt you wanted to implement into this program?
Well, I think the attitude of the kids is number one. There's a ton that goes into kids actually believing they can win and feeling like they can win. And there's no one tangible thing you can do, but I think we've done a good job so far of changing the attitude of our kids. That's number one. That's number one, for sure.
Yeah, and I think that's a big thing, too, when you've had seasons where you feel like you're coming up short all the time. You can go into the same one with the same attitude. So getting that confidence boost and the change in there, and maybe that comes from having some young leaders on the team, some fresh faces as well. I know you have a new quarterback this year in John Wetzel, a sophomore. So tell me a little bit about him, his efforts, and maybe the young guys that we're going to see make an impact early.
John is a natural leader. Kids gravitate towards him, which is perfect at the quarterback position. He's a really, really good athlete. It's evidenced on the basketball court. He plays point guard, played a lot as a freshman. We're looking forward to him running the ball as well as throwing the ball, and he's really good at free safety on defense too. So certainly a weapon on both sides of the ball for us.
Well, I know you had a scrimmage as well, so that definitely shows and exposes a lot of things that you want to see early, some things to hone in on the details before those points really matter. So what were you excited about as a head coach and implementing a new system and getting to kind of see it firsthand?
I was mostly excited for our energy on the field. I think our kids ran to the football defensively, which is something that we emphasize every day. We created a couple turnovers, which is also emphasized every day. I think, turnovers certainly lead to wins. So we were excited about those two things. And offensively, we took care of the ball. So that, those things go hand in hand. You got to take care of the ball. You got to create turnovers. We were able to do those things. And just the energy, as I said, the energy of our kids were flying to the ball. They were excited to be there. We were physical, I thought. So those things, we were happy to see those things.
Yeah, it seems like you have a big smile on your face when you're talking about things, seeing things that you're envisioning actually come out on the field. So I know defensively as well, there was a new system implemented this year, as I'm sure a lot of offensive scheme changes for you too. So what are some of the biggest things defensively that you felt this group can exhibit this year?
Well, we changed the defense. Latrobe's traditionally been a four-man front, an even front. We're an odd front. So the reads are different, the techniques are different, alignment's different, our coverages are different, everything's different. But we started implementing this back in March. Anytime we could get outside, we were doing it. And the kids have really embraced it. They're excited. They love running the ball. It's a simple defense that allows you to play fast, as long as you read your keys. So they've embraced that, and I think they love it, and they're excited about it.
Do you think there's going to be any early challenges with them having to learn new systems? I mean, I know I've played under 3 different head basketball coaches in my time at Latrobe, and every year was something a little bit different. But when it clicked, it clicked. So do you feel like that's what you're seeing instead?
We're looking for it to click.
All right.
That's the key. But no, I'm sure things get jumbled in their head, what they've done in the past as opposed to what we're doing now. So it just comes with reps. And we got to get tons and tons of reps. And I think the more reps we get throughout the year, we'll get better at it. We have a pretty good crew of linebackers that we're excited about, with Corey Borio and Robert Fulton and Alex Tash and Connor Lakin. John Wetzel's kind of a hybrid linebacker safety kind of kid. So we feel good about that crew.
Corey Borio, I got lots of experience with him last year, especially during wrestling season. I mean, the guy's top notch in his leadership abilities and his athleticism. And I saw his interview he did with Sean at practice. I mean, he's so well spoken. I'll take a little bit of credit for that. But got to pick on Corey a little bit. But to have leaders like that with a positive attitude every year, and I know I've seen him with the wrestling team and how he really made sure all the young guys felt welcome and stuff. So to have leaders like that with the new coaching staff, you have to rely on the team to buy in. So how has their impact helped the progress?
Corey's been huge in that area. As good a football player he is, as good a wrestler as he is, he's twice the person. Just a genuinely great kid that is, I say he's the heart and soul of our team. And a great leader for us. So we're thrilled to have Corey. Wish we had him for 3 years, but we'll take him for 1.
Yeah, definitely. Gotta have the whole Corey Borio experience.
No doubt.
But that's exciting for you guys. I know another guy I wanted to highlight was Danny Calabrese. I mean, a standout big guy, and something that I love to see coming to Latrobe is size. Mm-hmm. Size on the line is sometimes missing from year to year. And a guy like him with his impact and athleticism right out of the gate, I mean, how excited are you for him this season?
We're real excited. As big as he is, Danny runs really well too, and he moves well. We play him at guard, we play him at center. He'll be pulling for us, and we feel like he can be disruptive on defense too. But he's another kid that's a leader for us. The underclassmen, the younger kids really look up to him, more so because of his work ethic. Corey's such a personable kid. And the younger kids gravitate towards Corey. He treats them so well. Not that Danny doesn't, but Danny's a little more quiet and just a really, really hard worker for us.
What about a guy like big old Wyatt Held? Love that kid as well. He is so kind, but everyone talked about he can move mountains. The kid is strong, way stronger than he looks. So how do you think he's going to impact the line? I mean, I wouldn't want to line up across from him.
No, thankfully I don't have to either, but he is strong. He's certainly a kid in the middle of our defense, running an odd front. To have a nose like him, we're lucky. Again, a kid that we'll have for 1 year, but we look for big things from Wyatt. And last year he didn't play much offense at all. So, but this year we're going to rely on him offensively too, at the guard position.
So it seems like some of these big guys that you have, and a lot of the guys that we're mentioning are all a lot older. But tell me about the young talent that you have on your team that you're going to have a chance to really develop over the years.
Yeah, well, we talked about John Wetzel. Alex Tash is going to be another kid that plays both ways for us. He'll get a lot of carries. He'll play the outside linebacker position for us. Brady Prohovic will play a lot at corner and running back. He's a sophomore also. Ben Stratton is a junior that'll get reps on both sides of the ball too. Cody Crawl, another kid that plays offensive, defensive line. I know I'm missing some kids, but those are the main guys some young kids that we're going to have for at least 3 years that we're looking forward to.
And that's going to be key. I mean, it's always hard as your first year as a head coach, all of the new stuff being thrown at everybody, but it's the ones who are really going to develop. That's going to be fun to see for the Wildcats over the years. But in terms of the schedule being changed a little bit as well, it should be able to be really competitive. And there were so many games last year for the Wildcats where it was maybe a touchdown could have been the difference. So how are you attacking this new schedule, but also closing out those games on top this year?
Yeah, well, we're thinking, one game at a time for us. So we got Derry Friday, and they're certainly going to be excited to play. They also have a new coach, and Latrobe Derry, everybody knows, is a big rival. So no, for us, it's one day at a time, one game at a time. We'll see what happens. We'll show up Friday. We'll play hard, and we'll see what happens, and then we'll worry about the next opponent after that.
Well, you seem to have a great attitude going into the season. It's so great to see a smile on your face, and I'm really excited to see what the Wildcats can do. I know you guys also have some secret weapons on offense that we're going to keep under wraps here, but everyone's just going to have to show up and find out who those guys are for you, right?
That's right.
All right. Well, we're excited about that. Coach, any final thoughts that you want to give to the Latrobe fans or anyone in Westmoreland County tuning in about what you're trying to bring to this Latrobe Wildcat football team this year?
I just want to tell Latrobe fans to come out in their black and orange and support the Wildcats this year, starting this Friday night at Derry.
All right, I love to hear it, and we love that rivalry game right off the bat, guys, right across the road in Derry. So very excited for you, Coach. Congratulations on the new position. I had a blast covering you at Penn Trafford. I mean, that team was always top-notch to cover. The coaching staff was great, so I know that you're going to make an impact on this program.
See, John just walked in right there.
Oh, perfect timing, Coach Ruane making his entrance into the building.
There he is.
But no, seriously, thank you so much for being here, and it was a pleasure.
Thank you to Westmoreland Sports for all you guys do.
Absolutely.
They're the best.
All right, well, thank you so much again. We appreciate it. Good luck to you guys. I'll be tuning in to the Latrobe Wildcats this season, and we have so many more coaches to talk to here on the Westmoreland County Kickoff Show right when we come back.
D'Annunzio's Italian Restaurants is open 7 days a week at all 3 of our locations, Jeannette, Monroeville, and Latrobe. We invite you to join us for our specials. Monday, the special is spaghetti. Tuesday, it's raviolis. Wednesday, it's lasagna. And Thursday, it's chicken parmesan or chicken romano. Be sure to try our drink specials and our fabulous desserts. And remember, we also have takeout available at all 3 locations.
The John V. Graziano Funeral Home on North 2nd Street in Jeannette proudly serves families in the Jeannette community. The Graziano Funeral Home focuses on traditional and non-traditional services, including funerals, cremation, memorial services, military services, grief support, and pre-planning. Please call us at 724-523-5433. The John V. Graziano Funeral Home in Jeannette, creating a meaningful service to honor the life and memory of your loved one.
If you had to file an insurance claim, would your insurance coverage score a touchdown, or would you be sacked for a financial loss? At Stevenson Insurance Associates, you'll call the right play when it comes to your insurance coverage. Don't fumble the opportunity to score points with our customer service and superior low-cost policies. You need to make the right call to Stevenson Insurance Associates at 724-832-9889.
How do you define elite? At Elite Plumbing, Kitchens, and Baths in Latrobe, we define elite by offering the highest quality brands for kitchen and bathroom remodeling in Westmoreland County. Brands like Moen, Toto, and Cambria. Meet with one of our incredible designers who will help you choose a stunning cabinet design for your new kitchen or luxurious showers and bathtubs for your new bathroom. Call Elite Plumbing, Kitchens, and Baths for a free estimate at 724-205-6947 or visit our vast showroom in the Route 30 Plaza in Latrobe.
The Collision Shop by Jason Mignone is your one-stop shop for all things auto body repair. Our experienced technicians and state-of-the-art facilities have you covered on both passenger and heavy-duty vehicle repairs, including scratches, scrapes, and dents, free estimates, body repairs, welding, refinishing, glass replacement, and more. Our all-new alignment and calibration shop has the tooling, equipment, and staffing to ensure top-quality alignment and calibration adjustments for your vehicle. Our friendly office staff is more than happy to assist you through every step of your vehicle's repair process. Visit the Collision Shop by Jason.com for our complete list of services.
And we continue here on the Westmoreland Sports Network's Westmoreland County High School Kickoff Show. Sean Myers joined by the 19th year head coach of the Ligonier Valley Rams, Roger Beitel. Roger, always a pleasure. I'm sure you're excited for another season of high school sports. Before we get into that, how have you been?
I've been well, Sean. Thanks for having me, and thanks for giving me the opportunity to talk about Rams football. The camps get a little bit shorter as you get older. You don't seem to have enough time like you did whenever you're a younger coach.
19 years. Off the top of my head, Roy Hall's not around, Greg Botta's not around. I don't know that anyone's been around longer than you in Westmoreland County.
I was told that I'm now the longest tenured head coach in Westmoreland County, so that officially makes me old.
Before we talk about this year's team, you talk about your resume as a head coach, and you had a really special opportunity the last handful of years. You coached both of your sons, who are now both at Washington and Jefferson. So coaching your younger son last year and knowing that was going to be his final year and sending them both off to play at the next level, what was that like for you as a coach and as a father?
I mean, it was the greatest thing as both. I think that there's two titles that a man can have that are very special, and that's father and coach. And I got to be both to both of my sons. And it was 7 continuous years that there was a Beitel on the sideline in a uniform. But prior to that, I mean, I did it for 12 years before any of them were there. I think the biggest thing is just I miss whenever they were the little kids as water boys and T-boys and all those things. But, you know, I entrust them with a great head coach at W&J and Mike Sirianni. I know that he's going to take care of them, and I know that they're playing in a great program. And it's really nice on Saturdays to go and tailgate and watch games and be a fan for once.
I was going to say, hopefully you don't have any Saturday games that are going to take up your obligations.
Well, I have a great coaching staff. Most of them have been with me just as long as I've been here. And they got my back. You know, we play Saturday morning JV games, and they said, you know, you go watch your boys. We got this, coach. So I really appreciate them for that.
Well, Nick was a really key component last year and was a pretty darn good team. You get to 8-3 overall. Now, I know that you had 2 losses in the conference, and as a result, you had to really work to get that playoff spot. It came down to the wire for you, but you got in. You got a chance to taste the WPIAL playoffs for the first time since you've been back in the district. How did you evaluate 2021?
2021, I would evaluate it. I think that our coaching staff, especially the assistant coaches, did one of the best jobs ever. We did win 8 games, but we faced lots of adversity week in and week out. We started off really well, and we felt that we had a team that really could compete for a WPIAL 2A championship. With, you know, going to Indiana, they were a 4A playoff team. We go to there, we beat them. We then go to Elizabeth Forward, a 3A juggernaut, beat them at their place, put 27 points on them. They gave up around 50 all year long, and we were really rolling. And then week in and week out, every week, we were losing a 2-way starter to a season-ending injury, and that really became difficult, and ultimately in the end, you know, after the Steel Valley game, in which we lost 5 additional starters in that game, really put us at a low point where we had to forfeit the following week against Sarah Catholic. But ultimately in the end, we were in playoff mode from that point forward, knowing that we had to win out to get in. It was a goal of ours from the very beginning to get to the WPIAL playoffs, and you know, the kids were in playoff mode and they did a great job. And again, you know, they really understood what they had to do. They got it done, and then we got a taste of the playoffs. I'll tell you, I didn't really like the taste of traveling 2 hours and 20 minutes to nearly go to Ohio, but you know, we'll take it. And like we tell our kids all the time, everything's a learning opportunity, and we definitely learned by getting into the playoffs.
And that game was against Southside Beaver in the playoffs that you're referencing. So you said it was a learning opportunity. Where have you maybe seen growth, and what has been the focal points for how this team can improve heading into this year?
Well, first off, the growth takes place with myself and the coaching staff. Coming from District 6, you understand that from the very first week 0, you're building playoff points. You're building the opportunity to get yourself a playoff seeding based on winning, and you have to win every game, every week. And now we've learned that, you know, winning every game and every week wasn't the important thing. We got to keep our eyes on the prize, and that's, you know, making sure that we finish either top 4 or top 5 in our conference to qualify for the playoffs, because ultimately, goal 1 is to win your conference championship. Goal 2 is to get into the WPIL playoffs. So for me and for our staff, that's one of the things that we learned, because last year it was costly. We played very competitive teams early on in the season, lost some guys that would have definitely helped us in the playoffs. In terms of the players, I think our biggest adjustment is really just understanding who we are. The speed, I'll be honest, this is no slam on where we came from. We had the fastest kids on the field. And when we came to the WPIL, we didn't have that speed advantage at most every position now. And so now we've got to find a way to, sustain drives a little bit better. But the style of football is different. All the games that we had last year in which we were in tight games, we had kids that made splash plays. EF, all of our big splash plays that led to scores were all explosive plays over 45 yards. And previously, we were able to go on a sustained drive, and now we have to find ways to make those splash plays. So as a coaching staff and as a team, that's probably the biggest adjustment that we've made.
We talked about your son, but he was far from the only senior who obviously your team is going to miss. You had some really good guys. Jude Shavinsky was, I think, a 4-year starter and played nearly every game of his varsity career in his starting lineup. But you had a lot of other guys. Miles Higgins was one of them, Grant Dowden. Ryan Humbert, who I know is a late addition to your program and really made an impact. What are you going to miss most, both in terms of schematically and on a personal level, of the players who've moved on?
Well, personally, that's a graduating group that they were around, and I've been around, and they've been at my house, and I've coached them in Little League from the time they were 7 years old. And to know those kids and to have them at your house and buy pizza and really watch them grow from the time they were young men, actually little boys, into becoming men, that's the personal thing that I'll miss. But in terms of their performance, Jude Shavinsky was a special player. He's a kid, came in, started every game. I think he was at 47 consecutive games started. Would have been more had it not been for the COVID year when we only played 7 games. And keep in mind, Sean, he did that on lines filled with Division I offensive linemen. And for him to have that position and to be a stalwart there for 4 years is really incredible. And also, some of those kids that were the heart and soul, they brought a lot of energy. Caden Foss, Miles Higgins. I mean, those guys brought it every single day. And even when Miles had a season-ending injury, he came to practice every single day, as did Ryan Humbert. And that shows you what type of kids those are. And even through 6 weeks, Ryan Humbert was still top 10 in the state in tackles. And he missed 75% of the season. So, I mean, he was on his way to have a really, really special season. But Grant Dowden, another explosive player that he made big splash plays for us. Matthew Marinchak as well on the outside. Just a really good core of 12 seniors last year. But this year we got 13 seniors. And we expect the same thing out of those guys.
And we'll touch on some of them momentarily. Now, I know when I talked to you last year, you probably didn't have to worry about other Westmoreland County coaches hearing any of your secrets. I think Jeannette was the only Westmoreland team you played. That's not the case this year. At a quick glance, I'm seeing 5 Westmoreland County opponents, so that'll help travel. So I don't want you to tip your hand too much, but it seems like in terms of quarterback, Siraki was your guy last year till he got hurt. Broderick Schreier played well in his absence, and now you have a little bit of a decision to make.
I think the decision is going to be up to those two. I mean, whoever plays the best is going to be the person that's going to play on the field, or both. Hayden's an outstanding athlete. I mean, it's not going to be a secret for anyone to know that he's a kid that we have to get the ball in his hands and have him make plays for us. And Broderick threw for over 800 yards last year when he took over. So that's an admirable stat when you weren't the starter at the beginning of the season. But in touching on the Westmoreland County thing, that's one of the big draws we had when we came to the WPIL, was that opportunity to play local rivalries. We questioned 2 years, why were we playing a 3A EF team when there's a 3A school 8 miles away from us? And now, with York, Burrell, Derry all moving down, I think we have a really good conference in terms of rivalry and also, but more importantly, travel. And in the Allegheny Conference, several coaches put this in their preseason things. I don't think gets enough credit for just how good the conference is from top to bottom. Steel Valley was the conference champion.
Without an injury, they might have gone the whole way.
I believe so. Sarah Catholic goes to the state championship game and loses to the University of Southern Columbia. So, I say that because
Right.
we saw that machine ourselves. But I mean, top to bottom, just a great 2A conference, and now it's even better with the addition of schools that we're playing at the 3A level.
Final thing for you, because we're running low on time. If you can sort of encompass this year's team, what are going to be the biggest strengths, and what do you like most about it?
I think the biggest strength lies within our seniors, having 13 seniors, and also along our line. That's where the bulk of the team is located, and also where we have the majority of the players that are returning. Colin Smith, Ty Wilkins, Logan Mulhern, Mason Monkern, Billy Sugden, and the addition of James Pleskovich at the tight end position. It gives us some good size and some good physicality, and I think that's where they're going to be. And ultimately, they're a good group of kids who get along genuinely well. So, that leadership and that bonding and development of a team is what's going to be really important for us.
Roger, hope it's a great season as always, and pleasure to talk to you once again.
All right, thank you, Sean. Pleasure to be here.
Roger Beitel, the head coach of the Ligonier Valley Rams. Well, we'll go from the longest tenured coach in Westmoreland County to one of the new coaches, as Thomas Pallone of the Jeannette Jayhawks will be up next. He'll talk to our Brent Wiggum. That's as we continue right here at Manor Valley for the Westmoreland County High School Kickoff Show here on WSN.
Are you saving enough to maintain your current lifestyle throughout your retirement years? Is it time to increase your retirement plan contributions? Is your asset allocation consistent with your retirement planning goals? Will Hoffman at Hoffman Wealth Management can help you determine if it would be in your best interest to revisit your retirement planning goals. Call him today at 724-522-5411. Or simply stop by any local branch to arrange a free, no-obligation personal consultation. Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA, SIPC. Investment advice offered through Private Advisor Group, a registered investment advisor. Private Advisor Group and Hoffman Wealth Management are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Now is the time to save at Sendell Subaru in Greensburg. We've got inventory on the lot and more on the way. Forester, Outback, Ascent, Legacy, and more. Get a great deal on a new 2022 Subaru. Check out SendellSubaru.com today. Looking to turn your current vehicle into cash? Sendell pays top dollar. Get your best deal at Sendell Subaru, Route 30 Greensburg, SendellSubaru.com. We would love to meet you.
Last year was anything but a typical season here at Jeannette. After a mass exodus of players via transfer, the Jayhawks struggled, winning just one game in 2021. With new head coach Thomas Pallone replacing the legendary Roy Hall, who spent more than 40 years with the program, Jeannette has renewed hopes here in 2022 to get back to its winning tradition. Pallone, a 2010 Jeannette grad and former Jayhawks quarterback, knows all about the storied history. He's already helped grow the roster from a year ago, keyed by 14 freshmen, and his next focus is on instilling discipline in his players. For some of the returners like Michael Mason, last season's adversity also helped build character.
Every loss last year was just a learning experience. So this year, after everything we learned last year, we know what we have going forward, and we're just trying to win some games. I feel like we just have to work harder as a team. Last year we worked hard, but I didn't feel like we had enough discipline as players. So this year, we have a new coach, getting back to it, just got to work hard.
Mason figures to get snaps at running back and receiver, while Peyton Moulter appears to have the inside track at QB. Meanwhile, Noah Sanders returns after not playing last year, and he believes his presence as a rusher and receiver will help spark a turnaround.
I feel like this year is going to be way different from last year. I feel like I'm going to try and make a big impact as much as I can for us to win our games this year. So,
Jeannette will no longer have to contend with the reigning WPIAL champs Bishop Canavan, which left the conference, but the conference-winning Clairton Bears will be the team to beat. It's the nearest geographic opponent, however, that looms the largest.
The game I'm looking forward the most is definitely GCC. You know, we had a lot of kids transfer there, so I think it would be fun just to play against them. We all family, but at the end of the day, it's football. They transfer there, so we're going to have to go and play. It's definitely going to be a lot of talk. Going to be a lot of talk.
Jeannette's rivalry matchup against East Allegheny will no longer take place in Week 0. That will be a Week 1 matchup. Instead, the Jayhawks will open with the Burrell Buccaneers. The big game on the calendar, however, a showdown in conference play against Greensburg Central Catholic.
For the first time in the history of the Westmoreland Sports Network Coaches Show, the Jeannette Jayhawks will not be represented today by Roy Hall. After 13 seasons as the head man at Jeannette, Coach Hall retired in the offseason and was replaced by former Jayhawk quarterback Thomas Pallone, who is now the new head coach of the Jeannette Jayhawks and joins us now to talk a little bit about Jeannette football. Coach Pallone, thanks so much for being with us. Congratulations on the new spot. How excited are you to get this season started, your first as the head coach at Jeannette?
Very excited, very excited. We started the journey back in December, and it's finally here. We're ready to go.
So Jayhawk fans will obviously know you as a quarterback for the Jayhawks about a decade or so ago. You went on to play football at Waynesburg. Tell us a little bit about what you've been up to since then and why you wanted to come back to your alma mater.
Yeah, absolutely. Waynesburg was a special place for me, both with my education and my football background. You know, playing for Coach Rick Shepis down there really grew my knowledge and love for the game and playing in that program. And we were very successful down there, 10-1 seasons and nationally ranked every year. And I really enjoyed playing at Waynesburg. They kept me as a coach in the spring after I graduated. And, you know, after that, I went on to coach over at Chartiers Valley High School. We had 4 great seasons there as a quarterback coach and the pass game coordinator. And I felt like, you know, as I mentioned when I got the job, I felt a responsibility to come back home and coach in my hometown, especially after Coach Hall had stepped down and wanted to come home and revamp the tradition and get it going again.
I don't have to tell you this, but obviously last year, one of the toughest seasons in the history of Jeannette, just 1 win on the field, a host of transfers off of it. Why did you want to get involved in cleaning up this mess, and how long is it going to take to clean up the mess?
Yeah, sure. Just like I said, I felt responsible. I think, you know, we have true Jayhawks on our staff. You know, with Darius Brown, Shavonte Kraft, it's the same message with them. You know, this program means the world to us, and we want to make sure that we build it from where it is now and make sure that we get back to our traditional ways.
First coach since Joe Musey way back in 1968 to be hired at Jeannette outside of the program. But of course you're a Jayhawk guy at heart. So how much are things going to change now in the new Coach Pallone era at Jeannette?
Sure. I think, you know, the expectation remains the same, right? We're Jayhawks, and we know the expectations with the winning tradition there. And I think, you know, to answer your question, not much, right? We want to be hard-nosed, and we want to have a standard of football going into every season and every game. So we want to maintain that tradition.
Since you were hired a few months ago, have you had many conversations with Roy Hall or some of the other former Jayhawk coaches that are still around the program?
Yeah, absolutely. I talked to Coach Hall extensively, you know, when I was taking over with the transition, and I saw him this summer downtown. We spoke extensively, our private conversations, and recently going into camp, we spoke to him. And I saw Charlie Cook Saturday at our scrimmage and Coach Bob Murphy at the scrimmage as well. So it was great to see those 2 familiar faces.
Tell us a little bit about the staff you've assembled for this upcoming season.
Absolutely. Our associate head coach, Darius Brown, was so happy that he was going to be on and wanted to run our defense. He's done a phenomenal job installing our new defensive scheme. Shavonte Kraft, he's an alumni as well, a great player for us and a great wrestler at Jeannette and a great player at St. Vincent. He's going to do running backs, and he's kind of a defensive quality guy, helps Darius in the secondary. Jose Estevez. He was the O-line coach at St. Vincent. He was connected to me through a mutual coach that I coach with at CV, John Bainbridge, who is the O-line coach at St. Vincent currently. And he's also a guidance counselor at the high school, so he's also our academic advisor. We're great to have him up there. And we returned Brian DeFelice from the staff last year. He's the D-line coach, very passionate guy, has helped extensively in the weight room. He's been great in the community as well, with the kids and community involvement. We also are partners at Rustock Sports Performance. They've helped us with the strength and conditioning program. They've come on, they've stayed on throughout the season, so we make sure we monitor what we built this summer going forward with those guys. And we have one volunteer, Anthony Copus. He was at Penn Hills. He's more of a defensive quality guy, just kind of a part-time volunteer, just making sure that he challenges us as coaches and sees it from his lens as well.
Gotcha. What about on the field? Who are some players that you're going to be counting on this season for leadership and also to make plays for you on the field?
Sure. Our two captain, quarterback and inside linebacker, Peyton Moulter. He's been great with the new systems, both of them. I can't believe we worry about putting too much on his plate, but he's eating it up. I'm telling you, he's inside linebacker, makes all the calls for us, and our quarterback, Michael Mason. He's kind of a hybrid guy, linebacker, DB type on defense. Great leader for us. He's a hybrid on offense, runs the football, is a great receiver. Noah Sanders, he's a special type of athlete. He's back this year. He's been great. And we have 3 of the 5 returning starting linemen from last year who really mesh and are working hard. So I can't say enough about our guys, especially our incoming freshmen. Noah Sunder, Nick Mendoza, Kamani Brown, they all been great. Wyatt Schaefer, again, I can sit here and name a lot of guys putting in the effort because I'm so proud of them all. But I'm really excited for all the groups, but those guys in particular really have popped off the page.
Very nice. So you had a scrimmage with the Valley Vikings yesterday morning.
Sure.
How did that go? What do you think stood out to you, and what are some things that maybe you still have to work on this week?
Yeah, it went okay. I wasn't pleased offensively. As an offensive play caller, I was not pleased at all, in fact. But our defense was a bright spot. I felt like we put the defense in a lot of short field situations, and they rose above it. So it was great that they held the rope. We'll get back tomorrow in our meetings and in the practice film to get ready for Burrell.
You start, as you mentioned, with Burrell Friday night. Sean Liotta, the coach of the Bucks, was with us a little bit earlier. What do you know about the Bucks going into that game, and how exciting is it going to be for you to walk out of that locker room for the first time since you were a player as the head coach at Jeannette?
Sure. Burrell's a good football team. They played East Allegheny very tough in a scrimmage yesterday. They're very good at what they do. They're very efficient at what they do, and they do it fast, and they do it physical. So we need to have a great week of practice to compete with Burrell. They're going to be ready, and they're going to be good at what they do. And I haven't been to McKee Stadium in a while. I've been coaching over Chartreuse Valley and playing at Waynesburg. So I haven't been to McKee Stadium at a fall night at 7 o'clock. And, if you're in Jeannette at 7 o'clock on a Friday night and you're not in McKee Stadium, you're in the wrong place to be. So
Absolutely. What do you know about the teams in the Eastern Conference that you're going to have to play this year?
Sure. It's a tough conference from top to bottom. There's the traditional powerhouses like the Clarendon Bears, and Leechburg has a great player over there. Pitt Commit,
sure,
great system, great coach over there. He really has that going. And top to bottom, Riverview, I know their coach. He was in the quarterback room with me at Waynesburg, so I know him well. Frazier has a new staff this year, so really top to bottom, I just knew him from my off-season study, to answer your question, but it's going to be a tough conference.
So what can Jayhawk fans expect? I mean, what do you want the identity of a football team that you coach to be?
Sure. I mean, the greatest compliment you could ever get as a coach is your players play hard. Like, we want that relentless effort. It's part of our culture pyramid, relentless efforts in that pyramid. It's part of who we want to be. And really, that's the main focal point, is we want the effort to be there, and we want the guys to play like Jayhawks.
Lastly, Coach, I hate to do this to you in your rookie year, but the mayor of Jeannette made some headlines this week when he kind of out of nowhere proposed a merger with the Jeannette School District and the Hempfield School District. Any thoughts on that, or are you too busy coaching football worrying about Burrell?
Yeah, I'm on the Burrell.
Simple enough. Nice, easy question there. So certainly understand not wanting to get involved in that. You've got enough to do. Last question for you. Friday night, always a big night in Jeannette. Last year, took a little bit of a hit. What is your message to the fans to bring them back out and to kind of pump some excitement back into this program?
Sure. I think we have 33 guys ready to really do whatever we can to make sure that we have success this season. You know, our schedule is a very tough schedule, in my opinion. Our conference schedule, our non-conference opponents, we're going to take it 1 week at a time. And like I told the parents, we're going to game plan to win every football game. And whether we do or not, it's going to be up to the kids and the effort and the execution. But we're going to be practicing. We're going to be watching film. Like, every game's very important to us, and it starts Friday night against Burrell.
Well, that's Jeannette new head coach Thomas Pallone. Thomas, thank you very much for being with us today. We're looking forward to following you through this rebuild.
Thanks so much.
Thomas Pallone, the head coach of the Jeannette Jayhawks. We'll have Jeannette Burrell Friday night right here on the Westmoreland Sports Network. Kickoff starting at 7 p.m. The Westmoreland County Coaches Show rolls on with Penn Trafford head coach John Ruane up next right here on the Westmoreland Sports Network.
Every morning brings a new opportunity, a new chance to be great. But it's up to you to decide who you want to be. You can wake up and chase your dreams, or stay where you are and remain the same. The great ones keep pushing. The great ones do more. So, are you going to be great?
Give your taste buds a taste of Italy by biting into a slice of pizza at Dom's Pizzeria in Trafford. Voted by the readers of the Tribune Review as the best pizza in Trafford, Dom offers 17 unique toppings for you to choose from. Also try Dom's specialty pizzas, all made with 100% olive oil. Dom's Pizzeria also has wings, hoagies, calzones, wraps, and pasta, all at affordable prices. Eat in or take out, and we deliver. Call 412-372-DOMS, Cabot Avenue in Trafford, and a proud sponsor of tonight's Warrior Player of the Game.
Hi, I'm Dr. Michael Hansen.
And I'm Dr. Jeff Donatelli, and we're the dentists here at Aesthetic Family Dental at Manor, Harrison City Road.
Our belief in high-quality care can be seen through our modern technology and digital workflow. We use 3D x-rays for implant planning. We have an in-house lab where we custom design crowns utilizing high-strength porcelain.
At our office, we believe in preventative care. However, if we do have to do some type of intervention, I will perform the same type of dentistry that I do on my own family.
Last season was one for the record books at Penn Trafford as the Warriors claimed their first WPIAL and state football titles, winning their last 11 games of the season. However, they did graduate a lot. Cade Yacomelli has moved on to Wisconsin, and starting quarterback Carter Green is now playing lacrosse at Seton Hill. Despite that, the Warriors still have a loaded roster as they look to repeat in 2022. PT's title wins were both thrillers as they first edged Moon 24-21 on a missed field goal late by the Tigers, while the Warriors knocked off heavily favored Imhotep Charter 17-14 in overtime in the state final. But head coach John Ruane and the Warriors know that staying on top is even harder than getting there.
That happened last year. We're focused on this year and putting the work in this year. And it's even higher expectations this year. We are the work ethic's much higher this year. We're there's no hangover from last year. We're working.
The win against Imhotep featured a trick play to force overtime as tight end Conlon Green threw a jump pass touchdown. Now it's Green who will likely get first team snaps at QB. A defensive line commit at Temple. Green has unique size and skills for a quarterback.
I mean, the mental aspect is a big part of it. You know, I'm trying to learn everything, the offenses and even the defenses. Whenever you're playing quarterback, you got to know all those things. That's going to be a big thing this year is, you know, learning all these new defenses and, you know, which plays work against which defenses. That's going to be a big part of it. Probably going to run the ball a decent amount, probably inside zone with the quarterback. But, you know, Coach Ruane, he's a smart coach, and, you know, he's going to trick some of these teams with some different play calls, but it's going to be fun with the size because I'm not the normal size quarterback. It's going to be fun.
Tommy Kalkstein might also see time at QB, but he's a top receiver as well, along with Jake Otto and Daniel Tarabrella. Meanwhile, Ian DeMary is one of the backs who will try to fill the massive void left by Yacomelli. The biggest strength could be the offensive line, as players like Enoch and massive Zach Tomasevich return. The defense should be fierce once again as well, with Green, Tarabrella, and Kalkstein among the standouts at each level.
I see strengths all around. Our line, our linebackers, our secondary, we're working together. Each day we're getting better and better, and that's all I can ask for.
While conference rival Gateway will loom large again, the Warriors now know what it takes to hoist a title, and that experience will be crucial in their quest to repeat.
Definitely the family aspect of it, the leadership they had last year, almost made us feel like we were like brothers, like even off the field we were together, and that transitioned onto the field, and it was a big part of last season, and we're hoping to bring that at the beginning of the season this year.
With Norwin now on the conference schedule, Penn Trafford opens the season in Week 0 against Cannon McMillan. They will have a very rigorous non-conference schedule against McKeesport, Woodland Hills, Belle Vernon area, and North Allegheny.
And welcome back to another edition of the Westmoreland Sports Network's Westmoreland County High School Kickoff Show. I'm Sean Myers, now joined by the reigning championship coach of the 5A Penn Trafford Warriors, John Ruane. First off, let's talk a little bit about that. That has to still sound awfully sweet to you. First win in program history in the WPIAL, but you weren't done there. You went on and won a state title as well. When you think back to 2021, what's the first thing that comes to mind?
Just a great community experience for everybody involved. The school district has been, intact for 50 years, and then we had, Penn Joint and Trafford before that, and it's the first title of any kind in football. So, and the community came out in waves to support us. So it really just showed the true colors of everybody in this town. And the kids loved it. Obviously, the coaches loved it just as much, and it was just a once in a lifetime experience as far as being a high school athlete, and. It was great. I mean, it's a pinnacle of what you can do and what we set out to do, so we couldn't be happier with it.
I think the WPIAL title game against Moon, kind of fresh blood in there, and it was some excitement. There wasn't that team that's every single year playing for a title. That one kind of seemed like a little bit of a toss-up. I don't think many people thought the state game was a toss-up, though. You were clearly the underdog. Did that make that one even sweeter?
Yeah, I mean, we definitely were looked at as probably not going to have a chance, and after watching, we knew they were outstanding. They were physical, they were fast, they were everything they were cracked up to be in the game as well. But we felt as though if we could limit the big plays and make them go 80 yards, and if we could make some big plays on our own, we had a chance. And it was a really physical football game. It was one of the most physical games I've ever seen, and our kids persevered at the end. We had some good discipline on our side, and we pulled it out.
Too many kids to name in terms of the players who have moved on, who contributed. But the ones that come to mind, obviously, your quarterback, Carter Green, and he obviously was more than just a quarterback, terrific player defensively, special teams. And then Cade Iacomelli, who I would suggest solidified himself as one of the best in program history with the career that he had. Those two in particular, but the group as a whole. How much did that mean, and what are you going to miss most about that group?
Well, their leadership was by far the best part. They were all great football players on the field. They're great people in the school. They're great people in the locker room. And, they kind of made that team gel and bond. And that's what we hope that was learned from that crew by this year's crew, just how to make that, we come together and we play as a family there. So that crew, I can't say enough about their leadership. And the list goes on. And that's something we have to establish every year, but right off the bat this year in particular. So their impact was tremendous on the field, but off the field it was maybe even bigger.
You were so close a couple of times before to winning that title. It was elusive until last year, but they say it's actually harder to defend your title or to repeat than it is to win the first time. I'm guessing you're probably going to experience that over the next couple months, but do you think that is accurate, and if so, why is it even harder to stay on top once you get there?
I don't know yet. I know that our kids have been focused, and we are business as usual. We really haven't changed how we prepare what we do. I know our schedule is a nightmare as far as how many quality teams are on it, and our conference got tougher. And, we have a lot of work to do, and I hope we don't think that we're going to walk out there and people are going to lay down for us. I think it's going to be the opposite. People want to beat us, and but our kids have that mindset, and I'm happy with where we're at right now. But we're not changing who we are, what we do, and we're not even really considering last year. We've kind of moved on from that. We don't really talk about it much. I know newspapers like to talk about it, but outside of that, we kind of don't.
Talking to John Ruane, the championship-winning head coach of the Penn Trafford Warriors. So the most important question when we think about this year's team, everyone wants to know, did you influence the decision with Joe Enoch's mullet?
No, obviously not, or he wouldn't have one.
It does seem like it's kind of a group of characters and some fun guys, especially him. How important is that to have those players? Obviously a great player on the field, but you can't be all business all the time every single day.
No, it's great. We have, Joe's one of many personalities in that locker room, and there's dead serious guys, there's funny guys, there's semi-serious guys, and it's a great mix. And the jocularity that takes place between the kids and the coaches is, that's all part of it, and that's the most fun part of the program, and that's any football program, not just PT. But yeah, there's always a conversation piece, whether it's that or other things that go on, and to say it's monotonous or to say we have no monotony is probably accurate. There's a lot going on every day.
I know that everyone looks at the quarterback first and foremost when they wonder how good a team might be. And you had a little bit of a decision, and a guy like Conlon Green is not a typical high school quarterback. He is a defensive line commit. But I know that it's a position he's played. We saw him play it last year, and he threw maybe the most important completion of your entire season last year. So he's certainly in the mix, but I know that there's a few other candidates. So where do things stand at quarterback?
Well, Conlon's definitely in the mix and definitely going to play it, and Tommy Kalstein's definitely going to play it. We have a sophomore, Johnny Lover, who's looking very good, and we like him a lot. And it allows us, all three of those guys allow us to put, our best players on the field. Our MO has always been try to get the ball in our best players' hands, and we'll try to scheme that as much as we humanly can. But the fact that Conlon is playing D-line and Tommy is playing safety, and they both do special teams and everything they do, we're firm believers in your break probably comes on offense, not defense. So both of those guys can do everything we ask. They can drop back and throw. They can run. They're both intelligent. They know the offense. So you'll likely see both of them on the field in some way, shape, or form at the quarterback position.
And they can obviously play other positions as well. We saw that last year. So that's nice to have that flexibility. I think last year, maybe the biggest strength of your team was your offensive line. You had some big boys. You got some of them back this year. We talked about Enoch. Zach Tomasevich is a massive, massive body. So is that going to be as good of a group this year, and what do you like about it?
We hope so. I mean, they definitely need to take some time to gel. We're going to have a couple first-year starters on there, and with offensive line play, it's just you just got to keep repping, keep seeing what's coming at you, keep communicating. So that comes with time. Any kid that even played last year, it took them time to gel. And in fact, we made some shuffling on the line last year. A couple kids took a seat for a few games to kind of watch and learn and get caught back up. So we're happy with the guys we have. We think we can be good up front. We're certainly going to rely on people like Joe and Michael Patera and Zach Tomasevich who have been there and done it. But we think we have a good group, and we're excited about them. Vito Scarcelli, Riley McCaw, Matt Sarnowski, these are kids that are, in the mix, and they will be on the field on Fridays.
Let's talk about defense. I think the defense was obviously outstanding down the stretch. Big part of your turnaround. Turnaround, maybe not the right term, but you were a team that was 2-2, and the defense seemed to be really, really good from that point forward. What do you expect from that group this year, and what would be the strong points of that unit?
Well, we went into last year with our secondary being inexperienced. Now our secondary has experience. So, Jake Otto was a fantastic player for us last year at the corner. He's going to play a lot of strong safety for us this year in corner. Tommy Kalstein's going to play safety. JT Birdsong and Brendan Zierski and a junior named Carmen Metcalf have been really good cover guys, really good tacklers. So we're excited about them. Daniel Tarabrella, heart and soul of the defense. All-state player last year, had 120-some tackles last year, and he played his best in the biggest of games. The state title and the Whippeal title, this guy was all over the field making plays. So, we're certainly going to count on him. And then, we have two guys that are playing college football up front. So the strength of our defense always seems to be our front three. This year is no exception. So we definitely have some holes to fill, and some great football players have moved on, but it's time for some guys to step up and fill those voids.
The non-conference, I think you said, is the toughest you've ever had. You look at some of the opponents: McKeesport, Woodland Hills, Belle Vernon, North Allegheny. You open against Cannon Mac on the road in week 0. How's that going to make your team better?
Well, I mean, we'll be tested every single week, that's for sure. There will not be an off week. There will not be a down week. We'll be playing 4 quarters every Friday, probably. And, hopefully that pays dividends down the road. Hopefully we stay healthy. That was a big key to last year, was we stayed healthy. We were lucky with that. But, everyone always says cliches about playing against good teams makes you better, and that's no doubt. So we're going to see speed. We're going to see physicality every single week. And that's going to make us better, I hope. And, that's who you want to play, too. So we're excited about it.
And I think the conference geographically is really favorable as well. You keep Gateway and Franklin regional. Plum moves back up. Hempfield, Norwin drop down. Final thing for you. We talk about winning the championships last year. So this season will be a success if?
I mean, the goal every year for every team is to win the championship. So that's our goal. That's not going to change. That's the goal of every team that you're talking to here tonight and across the Whippeal. Honestly, we would feel we fell short if we didn't achieve that. Can we still have a successful season without doing it? Probably, but in our minds, that's what we're trying to do, is win a championship, and we're no different than any other team in that regard. 5A is absolutely loaded. There is a medley of teams who could win this title, and we say that every year. I think in the 6 years of 5A, 5 different teams have won the championship, and it's a revolving door. I mean, it's teams that can all play. They all have tough conference games, and then we all get to the playoffs, and it's a grind. So, like I said, there's no downtime, there's no off weeks. It's going to be a difficult year, but that's what we're here for.
John, thank you so much for doing this. Once again, congratulations on last year. Good luck heading into this season.
Thank you.
Before we take a break, I want to thank the great Ken Reby and Western PA Sports for providing today's photos. When we come back, we will hear from a new coach that dropped down to 5A. That's Mike Brown at Hempfield Area. He'll be talking to the incomparable Jonathan Whaley when we continue right here on the Westmoreland County High School Football Kickoff Show on the Westmoreland Sports Network.
We get it. High school is tough. Life is tough. There's so much pressure from teachers, parents, and your peers. There's so much emphasis on your future, what you're going to do with yourself.
Sometimes it's easier to give in and drink a little, smoke a little, or take a little, but this stuff truly does have consequences.
If you can't handle high school, how are you going to handle prison? How are you going to handle being homeless?
Or how are you going to handle living your last days in a hospital? So don't drink, smoke, or take drugs if you don't think you can handle the consequences or your family's disappointment.
Jamie P. DeAndreth Physical Therapy has been providing the Greensburg community with professional, personalized physical therapy since 2003. We specialize in sports medicine, orthopedics, and women's health. Our priority is always centered on caring for you. To make an appointment, call 724-830-8815 or visit DeAndrethPhysicalTherapy.com. Let us help you improve the quality of your life with Jamie P. DeAndreth Physical Therapy.
The Mike Brown era at Hempfield Area started on a high note last year. The Spartans won 2 of their first 3 games. However, they lost all 7 of their conference games in 2021. Now, with the vast majority of their skill players back and a drop down to the 5A classification, Hempfield Area should be much improved for the upcoming season. Quarterback Jake Phillips enters his second year starting, while Ian Tufts, Tyson Gregory, and Daniel Katonka are all back at receiver. Additionally, Gino Caesar and Eli Benakonski should get plenty of touches once again from the backfield. All of the returning experience in Brown's system for another year should yield vastly improved chemistry.
I mean, considering we got our coaches last year so late, we probably had 3 months total before the season. And a lot of the guys were either newer to football or hadn't gotten in the weight room a ton, myself included. As a program, we look completely differently. Our chemistry between me and the receivers, our linemen, everyone trusts each other. It's just been a huge turnaround for us.
The offensive line must improve while also replacing D1 talent Daniel Sirk, but Ian Shaw and Willie Nelson are among the top linemen in the fold. Perhaps most significantly, the defense must stiffen after permitting 45 or more points 5 times last year. The Spartans should be strong at linebacker, with Anthony Villano and Benakonski, who is in his second year with the team after starring on a title team at Jeannette in 2020.
It went well. It was an adjustment year, getting used to 6A is a lot different than 1A. The type of football is just different in general. But it was a learning experience for everyone involved, and it's prepared me for this year. I'm excited for this season. I think we can really surprise a lot of people and put some wins on the board all year long and make the playoffs is the goal.
Moving to 5A could also pay dividends, but the Spartans will battle with 5 other teams for only 2 guaranteed playoff spots. Still, Mike Brown wants to see his team make strides to play competitively against the best teams, while more local rivalries should only add to their intensity.
I don't see this season being too much easier than our past seasons, considering 5A's level of difficulty. But I feel that we're playing a lot more local teams, and we're going to be surrounded by kids we've known growing up between Norwin, Latrobe, Connellsville, all these teams that, like, I played basketball against my whole life, or lacrosse, or anything else. So I feel like there's even a greater sense of competition, just because it's better to beat a guy you've known your whole life than some random dude you've never met from Pittsburgh.
The Spartans will open 2022 with the Battle of Greensburg against Greensburg-Salem. They'll also have much less travel by playing in the 5A classification as opposed to a year ago in 6A.
All right, we are back continuing on with the preview of the 2022 high school football season here for Westmoreland County. And this next coach, before I introduce him to you, tell you a little bit about Coach Mike Brown. We're going to talk about it during the interview. He has a player coming back that last year against the Franklin Regional Panthers put on one of the tremendous rushing performances that I've called in a high school football game over my tenure here in Westmoreland County and Caesar. We'll talk about that. But now let's talk about the man that's in his second season as the head coach of the Hempfield Area Spartans, Mike Brown. Coach Brown, good to see you.
Thank you for having me, Vince. Thank you for having this, and thank you for all you do for Hempfield Athletics.
Okay, well, you're welcome. Last season, the Spartans went 2-8 overall and 0-7 in the Class 6A Quad County Conference. You did not qualify for the playoffs, and that's been a problem for a while, preceding you coming there, for sure. They have not qualified for the playoff once since 2017 and are looking for their first winning season since 2013. Coach Brown was an assistant before taking the Hempfield area post at Greensburg Central Catholic and was an assistant coach at Robert Morris University before that. He is a Penn Trafford High School graduate, and yes, he will be coaching against his alma mater this year in conference play. A great welcome to have Coach Brown with us. Coach, again, thank you very much for being part of the show.
Absolutely.
The Spartans will open their season this Friday against neighborhood rival Greensburg-Salem at, as Ken Reeby likes to say, historic Offense Field on Friday night at 7 p.m. Coach, the first thing I thought of when I was putting together my thoughts to interview you is that I want to welcome you to Class A and the Big East Conference.
I appreciate that. We're excited, to make the move. We told the kids, we're not going to look too much into it, but we're excited. We're excited to play local teams and have games that are meaningful. So I think in high school sports, having those big crowds, have that big experience, the kids deserve that.
And those things are followed. Boy, you're stealing some of my thunder, Coach. You must have been looking over my notes here. One thing it will do is shorten travel distances. That makes the ADs proud as far as the travel budget. And for a lot of intense games after participating in Class 6A for a number of years, these games are going to be intense. When you're playing Franklin Regional and teams like that, Norwin, Penn Trafford, there's a lot of intensity that you don't find going to Mount Lebanon or Cannonsburg.
Yeah, too, and I think the kids, it means a little bit more because they grew up playing those types of kids, whether it be baseball, basketball. I know some kids play on the same AAU teams. I think it means a little more when they're playing against their, childhood friends or, moving up through the ranks, whether it be middle school, youth, that they're actually playing those types of kids and getting that experience.
I really liked enjoying hearing you say the players, you addressed it with them. They're excited about these local rivalries and short travel distance. What about the Spartan faithful, the fans? Are they excited about this change in terms of who you're going to be playing against?
Yeah, I think they can, get to the games, especially the away games where, they're not coming out of work and trying to go to Mount Lebanon or Baldwin and hitting that traffic. They can, get off work, get something to eat, go, out to eat and get to those games. And hopefully, again, it's just not a one-sided game where you see the home stands filled and, on the side. But also, the band, the students that might drive or the parents that might not want to take their kid to Mount Lebanon or Baldwin, they'll take them to a Franklin or a Gateway, which is good.
Okay. Now, in terms of compete level, will it be more challenging or less challenging than what it was like for your squad last season playing in 6A, or will it just be different?
I mean, I think especially with the 5A and how the playoff circuit is now, every game's going to be meaningful, and every game, kind of like in college, if, you lose one or two, you're kind of out of that picture. So especially, moving down, everybody thinks that it's going to be an easier task, which, we don't really believe that. We really believe that it's going to be just as hard or even harder, moving down to 5A, which is one of the reasons why we really don't put too many thoughts into it, other than, the proximity and what we talked about earlier. So, we're going to focus on week 0, and we're just going to keep moving on.
Speaking of the preseason, Coach, how has the competition level been this preseason? Has anything or anybody stood out so far?
Yeah, I mean, with our numbers right now, it's nice that we're having competition at all levels and all positions, whether it be varsity or JV. Quarterback to punter, we're having competition at all positions, and I think a lot of the senior leaders, guys that have been publicized already, are stepping up into that leadership role. And I think we're going to have an exciting season with those senior leaders.
How excited must you be about senior running back, your terrific senior running back, Geno Caesar? How comforting is the idea knowing you've got him back for one more season to ravage opposing defenses?
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to have him for 3 more, 4 more, but no, we're excited with Geno. He does everything right. He's everything you want. In a senior leader and in a senior running back. He's going to play a little linebacker for us too, but he's everything that we want. We kind of call him our workhorse, where if his number's called, he's going to go 100%, and that's all we can ask for.
I think you showed some of the Paul Brown philosophy, the legendary coach of the Cleveland Browns, regarding Jimmy Brown. There's an old adage about that, and for our younger fans here, they may be hearing it for the first time. The coaches would definitely remember that. They asked Paul Brown one time, why do you give the ball to Jimmy Brown so many times? And Paul Brown, in his deadpan style, said, the ball's not heavy. I think
I'll use that one.
Feel free, Coach, feel free. But I think you do have a workhorse, and he put on a sensational performance that night. And that'll be a great matchup this season when you come to Franklin Regional. But you do have some other talented players coming back, and I want you to talk a little bit about some of those young men. Your senior quarterback, Jake Phillips, senior running back Eli Benakonski, and sophomore running back Ethan Zontek, among others. Maybe share a little bit about those young men.
Yeah, I mean, Jake, he's really coming into his own this camp. He has a huge arm, and he's finally been able to utilize that. He may not have the season he wanted last year. That's just because of his expectations. I really do think he's going to have a big year. Again, one of those guys that we labeled as one of those senior leaders, along with Eli. Eli, he actually wrestles for Coach Vince, and he's just a workhorse too, just like Geno. He's going to play linebacker for us. He's going to play running back. He's going to play tight end. He's going to be a guy that he'll play anywhere. He's just a great football player. And then Ethan, he's coming off of a knee injury, but you would never know it. He doesn't really talk too much. We try to get words out of him, but he's just kind of a silent killer. He, does his job, also playing linebacker for us too. But, the way you look at him, the way he carries himself as a junior, senior, where we actually surprise ourselves sometimes saying, he still is just a sophomore.
Well, I got to ask you this question. What's up with the sudden rise in the number of players out for the team this season? I've done some things with Hempfield Athletics, as you mentioned, outside of football over the years. And for it to be such a large school, there were not a lot of guys on that football team. I go to 5A schools and some other 6A schools I know of, they will have 70, 85, 90 kids on the squad. Right. Hempfield wasn't doing that. So I said, I got to ask Coach Brown today at the show, How have you gotten the numbers to rise so quickly? 87 Spartans came out.
Yeah, I mean, we got it to rise, but we eliminated our 9th grade team, so it kind of is misconstrued at that point. We'd love to have our 9th grade team still, but we just looked at it with the number of coaches, varsity coaches that we have. The kids can still get valuable reps up, on the JV team. But I honestly think once you become a winner and a winning tradition, that's where the kids are going to start coming that might be on the fence, and today's day and age, everybody wants to be a one-sport athlete. Everybody wants to play whatever sport all year round. And I think, especially at Hempfield, we do a great job of trying to get those multiple sport athletes. So, I think in anything, everybody wants to be a part of a winner. So we have to start, winning and make that a tradition to get those kids to come out.
Now, from the outside looking in, it appears to me, in some of the things that I've read in some of the print publications, some of your young men are talking about they already feel a culture change at Hempfield football. And we talked for the first time 1 year ago, well, really September 6th of last year for that first interview. One of the things we discussed was you knew you had the challenge of changing the culture. How good does that make you feel when some of these young men, after one season, are making statements like that about the culture?
Yeah, I mean, it's because, one, the kids are buying into it. The kids, they want the change. They want, again, what we talked about, to make a Hempfield area, a winner. And they're doing it. We always say we can get the horse to water, but we can't make it drink. So, I mean, they're doing everything possible and going above and beyond. So we couldn't be more excited to have those type of kids.
Next question for you, Coach. This year you seem to have more of a deeper team. Would you agree with that than what you had last year?
Yeah, absolutely.
How much will that be an advantage for you think, this season playing in this conference, Class 5A, against the caliber of competition you'll face?
Yeah, I mean, I think in any conference you're going to have depth. There's always going to be injuries. There's going to be guys that get spent. The days I think of having a kid play 137 plays, you just can't do it, especially early on, with the heat. And then in later, they're kind of worn down. They're still kids. So having that depth and not really having a drop-off is going to be huge for us.
Now you're going into year number 2. What's different having put one season in under your belt at Hempfield, going into season number 2? How do you feel? Is it you feel any differently in terms of your mindset, your preparation?
Yeah, I mean, it feels like year about 7, but no, we're excited. We're always going to be excited, and I think the biggest thing is because of the kids. The kids want to be better. They want to be coached. They want to be coached hard, and that's what makes it exciting to go every day.
Well, best of luck. I'll see you, I guess, September maybe. What's that song? See you in September?
I'll mark it down.
Mark it down. Coach, thanks for the
Thank
visit.
You.
And again, I'm looking forward to seeing more, becoming even more aware of Hempfield now as you're part of the same conference as Franklin Regional and along with Norwin and Penn Trafford.
Absolutely. I appreciate it. Thank you.
He is Mike Brown. Thank you, Coach, for joining us. We'll be back with more as the 11th annual Westmoreland County High School Football Coaches Preview Show from Manor Valley Golf Course continues on the Westmoreland Sports Network.
C. Harper gives you more.
That's right. C. Harper has a huge selection of new and used cars, trucks, and SUVs. At C. Harper, we offer quality service after the sale. And
let's give them more.
We will beat any competitor's deal, or we'll give you $1,000 cash.
It's just that easy.
Norwin Teachers Federal Credit Union provides full banking services to all Norwin School District employees, area businesses, Norwin students, and their families. There's a branch conveniently located inside the high school, so Norwin students can access many of these banking services. For more information, visit them online at norwinteachersfcu.org or download their mobile app. Norwin Teachers Federal Credit Union is federally insured by the National Credit Union Administration, equal housing lender.
The Norwin Knights finished the 2021 campaign on a high note, winning their final 2 games and winning 4 games overall in the campaign. However, due to tiebreaker points, they did miss out on the playoffs in 6A. Now dropping down to the 5A classification, and with a new-look offense, there's reason for hope here at Norwin. A deflating midseason loss to Baldwin last year sparked the turnaround, which saw the Knights defeat Cannon McMillan and Hempfield and go toe-to-toe against North Allegheny. Adopting that same mindset this year will be paramount, according to senior Anthony Petrullo.
We need to play as a we, not an I. We have too many I's in this group, and we need to just turn into a team. Like last year, I felt we really played as brothers. We were all good friends and stuff. We had team dinners. We went out. And I feel like if we can get that this year, we're going to have a great season.
Offensively, the Knights will feature a variety of looks, including a triple option and a spread. Top receiver Jackson Pons will likely get snaps at QB, and his communication with new offensive coordinator Rich Bowen will be vital to the new system.
I think it's a very good relationship. We're very open with each other. I mean, Coach Bowen's open with everyone on the team, so I think him being open with everyone lets everyone know what's going on and helps everyone get better.
While Lewis Bodeye, Noah Vogel, and Petrullo will be receiving options, Christian Beck and Kai Weems should have opportunities on the ground. The relatively unproven group of linemen opening the hole so far has impressed.
I like it. I think it's an upgrade from last year. Just more athletic linemen, just faster. They just like to hit.
Norwin should typically have a leg up on the competition in special teams, as Joey Castle is a nationally ranked punter, and he'll also handle field goal duties and kickoffs. Defensively, the group must more so resemble the unit that allowed just 14 points total in their final 2 games, with Vogel on the D-line and Pons at safety leading the way.
This group could be very dangerous on defense. I mean, we returned most of our players from last year, so I think we can fly around a little bit this year and make a very huge impact on defense. I think that will be our strong point this year.
With just 2 postseason berths guaranteed in the new conference, Norwin will have a tall task, but Coach Dave Brozeski and staff have their players motivated to achieve it.
Make the playoffs, That was, the thing from day one when we started in December. It's been on our minds the whole way through. We want to set up the younger guys, to be honest. We have some new coaches in that are going to get the younger guys more than us older guys will get, and that's exciting for them. So as seniors, as leaders, we're trying to get them all together. Like Coach Bro says, it's about us, what we do.
The Knights will open their 2022 season Week 0 against Upper St. Clair. They'll begin the new conference slate against the Plum Mustangs, and in Week 5 a showdown against the defending state champion Penn Trafford Warriors.
And we welcome you back inside the Westmoreland Sports Network, continuing on with the preseason coaches show. I'm Dave Franzak, joined by Norwin head coach Dave Brozeski for our first edition of the Dave and Dave show this year. It's something we do every Friday night between Dave and myself, going into pregame. And Coach, 9 years already for you. You're coming into your 9th season. How? Just talk me through that. I mean, that's got to be something different for you.
Yeah, it's definitely it's a privilege and an honor to be able to have the opportunity to be a head football coach in any school, specifically in a school that I teach in and I've taught in for 27 years and live in the district. And you say 9 years, you look back at it, and you're like, wow, that is something that you don't always think about. That goes pretty quick.
Yeah, I mean, I remember you first coming up and having a couple of nice playoff runs there at the beginning of your career. Things have slowed down, but I think that has a lot of attributes of being in 6A football, which leads us to our first point. You're coming back down a level this year, and you're going to see a lot of familiar foes in 5A, but leading off with Upper St. Clair, who you haven't seen. At least I haven't seen them in the 10 years with Norwin. Penn Hills, Fox Chapel, all new teams this year. When you go down the list from there, they're all teams you're used to seeing. So we'll just talk about some of those newer teams and facing like an Upper St. Clair that you start out with this week. Talk about just some of the new experiences with these newer teams.
Yeah, I mean, every season is obviously a new season, but when you're playing the same teams for several years, like playing North Allegheny, Seneca Valley, Central Catholic, Mount Lebanon, you kind of get used to what their coaching style and everything is. And this year we have, like you said, many teams that are new. St. Clair, we haven't played them at Norwin for many years. I can't remember. I was an assistant back, and I can't remember what year it was, but it's been a while. And then Penn Hills has been a while, and as long as I can remember, I don't ever remember playing against Fox Chapel. So it is definitely interesting seeing some new teams there. But as always, it's about what we can do and what we're focusing on.
Well, yesterday you guys had your scrimmage against Latrobe. How'd that go?
I mean, number one, came out healthy. That was a good thing. We had some bumps and bruises here and there and everything, but you get that in any full contact sport. But saw some good things, many things we got to work on. But some things you want to see, getting that opportunity to get, even though it wasn't Friday Night Lights, but getting some live action against another team is very important, and you're able to see which guys were able to respond and which guys didn't do as well as you'd like.
We talk about a new season. We talk about coming down. Talk about the scrimmage and things to work on. And I got to ask a question. I don't know if you're comfortable talking about it, but a little bird tells me there's a couple new wrinkles this year in the offense. Is that something you're comfortable talking about at this point? Or?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's, Rich Bowen is my offensive coordinator, and we talk as not just with Rich and I, but with staff, offense, defense, our whole entire staff. As in high school football, you have the it's not like college where you have the opportunity to recruit people for your system. You got to find a way to make sure you're able to get the ball to your playmakers, and we're looking at ways to try to get our ball trying to get the ball into people's hands in multiple ways that can help us be successful. And I'm excited to see how what the future has in store for us.
Talk about some of those returning guys. You have 19 seniors this year. A couple of the key guys though. You're looking at juniors, and especially Jackson Pons leading the way in the receiving core. A couple other guys, though. Anthony Perillo caught a couple nice catches last year, a couple really big catches in late moments of the game last year. You look at Nick Urey coming in at a quarterback, and you were saying it might be a little bit of a rotation this year. Is that something? I remember we saw that a few years ago where it was a kind of a platoon situation. I think that was when Sean Bone was around.
Yeah, that was going back now, and Sean and Nick were through there, and Brock Dieter and Jack Salopek. I mean, you're always looking for competition and seeing what you have up there. And like you said, Nick Urey and Tristan Tavares, Jackson Pons, those are three guys that are getting a lot of reps at the quarterback position. Jackson's a great athlete, one of our best weapons on the team, and getting him in the opportunity to see some quarterback as well as some receiver, just trying to get the ball in his hand, as well as, like you said, Anthony Perillo, Liam O'Brien, Trey Huha are some guys that are, those receiver positions, Xander Smith in those receiver positions. And then in our running back position, we have Christian Beck and Kai Weems. Christian has a little more of a game experience, being behind, the backup last year behind Dom. But Kai did some nice things in the scrimmage yesterday, and curious to see, what the future has in store for those guys.
One position I've always liked for you guys has been a tight end position. You guys have, since I've been calling Norwin games, have historically had some very good tight ends. And you guys got another one coming back this year, Noah Vogel. And just talk about Noah and his impact. The seam pass is one of my favorite plays you guys have always run offensively. Yeah. And Noah's a perfect guy to execute that. Just talk about Noah a little bit.
Yeah, so our tight end position is actually one of our deeper positions this year with Noah, Anthony Petrullo, Ryan Frankovic, another senior. Those three guys are seniors. And then freshman Jake Knight and junior Jake Page. Those are some five guys that we feel pretty confident with, and we're seeing how they develop and everything. But with Noah being the guy that has the most experience back with that, looking forward, he's one of our leaders. He's one of our captains, as voted on by our team last week, and just does a tremendous job of leading by example. Anthony Petrillo plays some tight end as well, a little more on the defensive side than offense, but is able to, in some of our 12 personnel sets, get out there, as well as Ryan Frankovic and Jake Knight was in there. But excited to see what those guys have. They bring it in practice, and those are guys that that we need to be our leaders to have success this year.
You talk about Anthony Petrollo, and if you ask me, in one of my opinion, was one of the most underrated guys on the defensive line last year. Always seemed to spark in big moments, and he's going to be a key on your defensive line again this year, which was a pretty decent front last year. And talk about the defense a little bit and how Anthony's going to contribute there, coming off his DN position.
Yeah, Anthony, like I said, he's definitely one of the guys that we're looking at being one of our leaders on the team, and then also leaders of defense. And he's playing some defensive end. We're also looking at him playing some linebacker position this year. And he's a guy who's got a great motor. He's able to get to the ball and really has got a lot stronger, bigger, faster, and stronger in the off season. And excited to see what this season has in store for him. Definitely one of our vocal leaders, and one of the guys that on defense you're looking at going to get the ball, and he's one of the guys that's able to go get the ball.
You talk about special weapons, and you don't always necessarily think about kickers in high school football, but I think this is now, the third year we've been talking about Joey being a very key part in your team, but Joey Castle is one of the best kickers I think they're even talking about around the country in high school football. But just talk about what that means to have a kid coming back. You never hear 4-year starter at kicker when you think high school football. You think the best senior soccer player every year, but you've had Joey now for 4 years. That's unheard of.
It's crazy. He's long in the tooth, I guess you could say, on a team and everything. But we're fortunate to have him, and I'm really excited to see not just how he does on the field and everything. I'm confident he's going to do well there, but how he takes that leadership role. We have a freshman, Evan Pfeiffer, who's another kid that he's got a very good, promising future, and it's nice to see him practice Joe, not just be by himself, have another person in there, and seeing him how he can mentor. But Joey's got a great future ahead of him, and looking forward to see what he can do this year, not just in kicking, but man, when he punts the ball, it's one of those things. Whenever you're sitting there, if you're watching, and the punt is going over your shoulder, and you hear that thump. You got some thump back there, and it's exciting to see what's going to go on.
He had a couple of really big coffin quarter punts last year. I can remember one against Baldwin, putting him on the 1 yard line. I think that turned into a safety, or it was turned into points either way.
Yeah, turnover.
I remember him putting the defense or the offense in some tough spots.
Yeah, and it helps out whenever you have the connection of with Xander Smith as a long snapper for 3 of those years with Joey, and those guys have a real good chemistry. And I like Xander has that ability. He plays receiver for us, plays some D-back, but also being able to get down and cover the punts is important as well.
Last year, I know a couple games didn't go the way you might have wanted them. Specifically thinking Baldwin, as we're just talking Baldwin. The first little bit of the second half always seemed to be a little bit of a rough spot last year for you guys. Have you guys done anything in camp this year to, hey, let's get out and start firing right away as soon as that ball kicks off the second half?
Well, we've done some different things in camp overall, just trying to get a little more physicality in our team as a whole, and in terms of the games and how we respond, and first half, second half stuff we'll find out this Friday against St. Clair. But my mantra has been as head coach, we got to focus on who we are, and we have to make sure that we play one team. And like you said, that Baldwin game, we were not able to get out of our own way, and it ended up coming back and hurting us at the end. But I tell you, I was so proud of how the guys finished the season last year with. We lost to NA after the Baldwin game and lost to Lebo, but they were really battling and then beating Canamac and Hempfield, and what we thought putting us in a position to possibly be in those playoffs, but it wasn't meant to be. And a lot of those guys that were in quality minutes there are on the team this year and are hungry to get back into the playoffs this year.
Yeah, that North Allegheny game was one for the books, if
you
will, last year. I know you and I have our own viewpoints on that and the way how that went down, but you're talking about camp a little bit. Are there any other guys that have kind of popped off the page for you guys through camp this season?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things, AJ Clemens is one of our captains and one of our leaders, and he's really the only guy that has any varsity experience on the line, and so he's got a different role, kind of being a mentor with those. But other guys in the O-line area and D-line, Colin Bruno's a sophomore, looking at center. I thought he did a decent job for taking that next step as a sophomore. You've got Matt Tennant, we have Aiden Pham, we have Josiah Pastores, Harrison Jordan. These are some guys that are battling on the offensive line area as well as some defensive line. And I think them being able to take that next step, and they got a kind of game under their belt, if you will, looking now to see how they take that next step. And that's the biggest thing going from that first scrimmage into the first game, in my opinion.
Well, you guys have used Upper St. Clair this week at home at the Knights Castle. That will be a 7 o'clock kickoff. It'll be live right here on the Westmoreland Sports Network. Tim McCabe and myself will be in call for that. Coach, we'll wrap things up this way as we do every week on the Dave and Dave Show. A little bit different this time because you'll get to announce your your captains, if you will. You guys have your 3 solid captains that one voted on. We'll start off. Who are the 3 solid captains every year this year?
Yeah, so we did our vote at the end of camp last week, and our 3 permanent game captains are Noah Vogel, Anthony Petrullo, and A.J. Clemens. And our first game captain is Christian Beck.
Very, very good. We look forward to seeing you guys this year, especially moving down to 5A. Going to be a little bit closer. Not so far no more going to Seneca Valley and way up north in the North Hills. But Coach, we're really looking forward to this year, and I'm looking forward to another year of Dave and Dave shows, and we wish you nothing but the best.
Looking forward to it, bud. Yeah.
Good luck this year. And when we come back, Jack Rittenauer will sit down with Kiski Area's Aaron Albert here on the Westmoreland Sports Network.
Your next golf adventure awaits at Manor Valley Golf Course in Export. Manor Valley offers 18 scenic holes over gentle sloping fairways and the purest putting surfaces around. Manor Valley Golf Course in Export is the perfect place to host your next golf outing, banquet party, or shower. Manor Valley also offers league play and great membership rates. Tee times available. Call 724-744-4242. Visit ManorValleyGC.com.
Right now at Smale Kia, get 2.99% APR on the new 2023 Kia Sportage and Sportage Hybrid with Kia's 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. Join us in saluting Smale Kia's shining stars, supporting student athletes in our area.
The Westmoreland Sports Network is available on social media. Follow us on Twitter and Instagram, and like our page on Facebook for the latest Westmoreland County sports news, WSN broadcast links, scores, game stories, videos, pictures, and much, much more. Also be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel for archived interviews and broadcast highlights. The Westmoreland Sports Network is available whenever and however you want it.
Seton Hill University is more than academics. It's an experience. It's student clubs, camaraderie, leadership opportunities, individualized guidance from faculty, and much more. Here, you'll join a community dedicated to transforming the world. With an above-average career placement rate and career services for life, Seton Hill University will support you far beyond graduation day. Start your Seton Hill experience by scheduling a campus visit at setonhill.edu/visit.
And we roll on forward here on the Westmoreland Sports Network during our Westmoreland County High School Football Kickoff Show here from Manor Valley Golf Course. Jack Ridenauer joined by assistant football coach for the Getzy Area Cavaliers, Coach Aaron Albert. Coach, great to get you today. And also, glad that you could join us for another year. I know you're filling in for your dad, Sam. Is it time to get this steak dinner on him since he's making you do this?
Trying to get a better stipend to be the social media director and everything, but no, happy to be here. You guys always do a great job. You've taken care of our baseball teams and football teams in the past, so always have time for you guys. Always happy to be here.
Absolutely. Well, we appreciate it, and we will get in a little bit of baseball in a little bit, but I want to get into, obviously, the here and now. Coming off a scrimmage yesterday against Connellsville, how did that go? What were some of the takeaways and the biggest kind of things that you saw from your team?
It went pretty well. I mean, getting in game action after camp and everything is always good. We have a bunch of young guys, a lot of holes to fill, so got to see a lot from those young guys. We still have 3 more weeks in non-conference, so get some more games to see that. But, we were pretty happy with the effort and everything overall.
Yeah, I know that you mentioned the losses that you've had both sides of the ball. Obviously, some positions more than others, especially the quarterback position. Logan Johnson going on, graduating. Early on, how has that been kind of just weathering that change and being able to adapt to that new type of team?
Yeah, I mean, so the nice thing is LeBron Smith has been a quarterback for 4 years. Obviously was athletic enough to help us at receiver and running back a little bit too. But, you go back to his freshman year, he went in the 2-minute drill against Penn Hills at the end of the game, looked great. So in a way, we've been waiting for this, for 3 years to have him take center stage. He's a guy that doesn't shy away from the moment. Baseball this year, we played Franklin Regional down 3 runs, bottom of the 7th. Him and Caden were the whole time kind of jawing at each other, going back and forth. LeBron steps up, hits a 3-run homer to tie the game. So he's a guy we're confident in. He's a guy who's been in those situations before. So really looking forward to seeing what he can do. And it's, finally his time to shine this year.
Well, it's nice that you have somebody that's going to be able to kind of step in, take over the reins, and there's not going to be a large learning curve. How has he been early on and just kind of taking on this new responsibility and stepping into a bigger role?
Yeah, I mean, he's been great. And he's a kid that, you got kids that have jitters, he is, as calm, cool, and collected as he could possibly be. Every day is the same for him, so it's good to have him be even keel, because with these young guys and a young line that, may make mistakes, it's nice to have a guy back there that – you lose 5 yards. It's it's not going to be a big deal for him. He can shrug it off and move on. But definitely expecting big things from him and expecting him to be the leader of the offense.
Well, I'm glad you also bring up the aspect of the line, because a big part of the line is not going to be there this year. And Brandon Lawhorn Moore, better known as Beef. I did know that he's got a cool nickname. I wish I had a nickname like that. Don't have a nickname like that. But how has the line kind of responded to that challenge now, and how have they been able to kind of come together as a collective unit and know that, hey, we've got somebody behind us like LeBron Smith that's experienced, a little bit of a veteran? Does that give them a little bit more of a reassurance?
Yeah, for sure. And I'll say our 2 returning all-conference guys, Jack Kreider and Braden Micah, have been fantastic since November, December in the weight room, getting the young guys in there. Cam Murphy will be our center, is a guy who did see some time last year as well. So those guys have done a great job with the line, and our line coaches, Jordan Thompson, Roger Kreider, Cam Micah, really have them ready. We're confident up front, so expecting big things out of those guys.
Well, I want to get into the beginning of last season because it was a historic start for your group last season. Started the year 5-0, had one of the top offenses and defenses as well. Ultimately, season does not turn out the way that you all probably would have liked, obviously, but what are some of the things that you're looking to have your team take away from that really strong start at the beginning of last year and apply to the early start this season?
Yeah, I think, my dad's been doing this for 34, 35 years as a head coach, so I'm not sure he learns anything new, but I think you get reminded that as important as it is to have a great start, and 5-0 was great, and we hadn't done it in 30 years, and all that's exciting, it doesn't get you in the playoffs. So I think, we end up at North Hills in the first conference game, and that's when the injuries started to pile up for us. So I think you kind of take a step back this year, and we have a tough non-conference schedule, Pine Richland, Laurel Highlands. I think you'll see more young guys in there this year. Not to say we're going to sit guys, but kind of still use these 3 games coming up as a tune-up to get into conference play and kind of realize that, yes, these are important, but the conference games are what matters into getting in the playoffs. So I'd love to be 3-0 going into conference play, but if we're 2-1, 1-2, as long as we've learned, got guys experience, stayed healthy, I think that's really what we're trying to do.
And again, it goes to that old saying, it's not how you start, it's how you finish.
Yep.
And I think that's something that a lot of teams, players, coaches alike all kind of forget as the season goes on. But I'm glad you bring up your dad because it's probably a very unique dynamic, obviously outside of having to fill in for him when you have to do this stuff.
Right.
But being father-son, dynamic duo on the coaching staff, what's that like for you? And just what does that mean for both you and him being able to do that as father and son?
Yeah, I mean, it's great. And, I came on as the baseball coach 4 years ago at Kiski, so for the last 4 years, we've shared an office, which we fight over who gets to sit in the nice chair. I usually get it in the spring for about 2 months, and then the other 10 months is pretty much him. But then last year, we actually added my brother Aiden onto the staff as well. So there's 3 of us now. So it's interesting. And, I'm always the guy. I think there's pictures floating on social media. Anytime someone needs yelled at, it's always me. So we get a little heated during the games. But, no, it's a great experience. And, my stepmom and my wife are at the games, and it's it's a great experience that we'll share memories with forever. So.
Oh, absolutely. I'm sure many, many memories. Now, something that I've always been fascinated with whenever it's, maybe a father or a mother that coaches a daughter or son, whatever it might be, how they are able to kind of draw that line in the sand and say, okay, when we go home, we're not bringing whatever happened on the field or on the court with us at home. How do you and your family do that? Or is it kind of challenging at times?
Yeah, normally we fight at practice. I think most of the assistants look at me as the guy because a lot of them have played for my dad. Other guys obviously, have that respect for him. So usually when something needs brought up or said, I'm the guy that has to bring it up or say it. And then there might be no talking. And then about, I live in Pittsburgh, so I have a 55-minute drive. About 20, 25 minutes into the drive, he'll call me and we'll hash it out and figure it out. But no, it's great. And, I have fun. Every day going to Kiski is fun for me because of that.
Well, I think it's great because you also have that easy line of communication, right? And I think that probably goes right into coaching. How easy does it allow you to, if you have something that you want to bring up, maybe something that you want to change or a wrinkle you want to throw into something, how easy is it now to kind of bring that up to your dad and say, hey, I've got this idea. What if, you should maybe listen to it?
Yeah, it's always easy to bring it up. Now, if he actually takes a suggestion, it is a whole other thing. But no, it's good. Now, like I said, I think I'm that line from the other assistants to him where it helps in the exchange of ideas and, getting to where we need to get to in the end.
And another thing that I know is going to be a new thing for you guys this year is the new classification. You guys going from 5A to 4A, if I'm not mistaken. What is something that you guys or what have you guys been doing to prepare for that? And how have you already started to kind of game prep and game plan for the new schedule ahead?
Yeah, so we've done a ton of scouting, upped our huddle package so that we could get, even more stuff with all these because they'll all be new teams to us. That said, my dad was at Highlands for 15 years. That's where I started to coach as well. So it's a return to the Greater Allegheny Conference for us, and especially getting Highlands on the schedule. And Highlands at Kiski is probably something that both schools have, marked down on the calendar to get to. But, yeah, it'll be fun. And there's a lot more local matchups for us. We get to play Armstrong again, which I think, although Franklin and other teams are our rivals, I think Armstrong's really our geographical rivals. So to add them senior night, end of the year, which hopefully, be for a playoff spot or a conference title, I think is very cool and very cool for both schools as well.
Well, I know you have a big rivalry matchup coming up this Friday against Plum. Want to hear from you, just kind of taking away what's been going on the last few weeks in camp from the scrimmage and everything else, what is going to be key? What's going to be important for you guys to carry over from all these last few weeks and into that first game?
Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing. Try to keep the momentum. Try to, realize what we learned from this scrimmage. Watch that film tomorrow, kind of beat that into their heads, and then get ready for Plum. Great team. Matt's done a great job there for, a lot of years. We played them all the time, and then the last 2 years we haven't. So good to renew that rivalry. Another close one where the student sections are already going at it on Instagram. So, much like our games with Franklin, it's nice to have them on the schedule and get that rivalry stuff too.
Isn't it nice when the student section gets a little involved?
Oh, listen,
a little chirping on Twitter.
Last year against Franklin was intense, man, and we were lucky to pull it out in the end. But and that's the other thing about last year. We were 5-0, but we didn't play cupcakes to get to 5-0. Franklin, Latrobe, those were hard games against good coach teams. So we got our lumps to get to 5-0. So we expect the same going into Plum this week.
Well, definitely very excited for this upcoming season of Kiski area football. Before I let you go, one last question. What are you most excited for coming into this season?
Just to see these guys get together and some of these guys to finally get their chance. I got a young group of running backs, also a senior running back in Connor Flem that's been injured for the last 3 years. Finally get his turn and see what these guys can do.
Awesome. Well, Coach, really appreciate your time. Thanks so much for joining us today. And again, big thanks to your dad for letting you come down and do this again.
I'm sure I'll be here next year. So.
Absolutely. And the year after that, the year after that.
Right.
Well, that's Coach Aaron Albert from Kiski area. But we will be back here on the Westmoreland Sports Network, folks. Don't go anywhere. We've got Coach Dave Kiefer coming up from Greensburg-Salem. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back here on the Westmoreland Sports Network.
Now is the time to get your best deal at Sendell Mitsubishi in Greensburg. Check out the all-new 2022 Mitsubishi Outlander, starting at $26,495. It delivers awesome styling, tons of tech, top safety features, and more. Looking to turn your current vehicle into cash? Give Sendell a holler. We pay top dollar. Your summer adventures start at Sendell Mitsubishi, Route 30 Greensburg. SendellMitsubishi.com. We would love to meet you.
To express our sincere thanks to all of our loyal customers for their continued support dating back to our beginning in 1977. Since then, we've grown from our original location in Jeannette. We then added Monroeville in 1997 and expanded even further as we moved into the Arnold Palmer Regional Airport in Latrobe in 2004. It is our pleasure to provide our customers with the very best experience. We look forward to seeing you soon.
The Greensburg-Salem Golden Lions finished at 500 a year ago with a 5-5 mark, but they lost their last 2 regular season games, including a heartbreaker at Plum in the regular season finale. As a result, the Golden Lions just missed the playoffs, the second consecutive year that they were out of the postseason. They've graduated one of the top passers in the entire district in Hayden Teska, now at Seton Hill, and his topper target, Cody Rubrick, now shifts to the quarterback position. With a new alignment on offense, Greensburg-Salem is looking to get back to its winning ways in 2022. Although Rubrick put up prolific receiving numbers, he came up through the ranks playing QB, so a return to the position should come naturally. Having every snap start with the ball in his hands could make the offense more dynamic as well. Rubrick believes everyone accepting their roles will be crucial to team success.
If we all work together and we all appreciate the parts we play and we're not selfish.
Some of the top targets will include Jerome Wallish, Marquise Walker, and Christian Hostetler. Meanwhile, Christian McChesney returns at center and will replace older brother Billy as the leader of the Lions.
I have to fill big shoes, even though it's very hard to. He was a good leader, but I think I'm doing a pretty good job with our guys.
Dropping down to 3A should also be a boon for the Golden Lions. But 4A finalist Belle Vernon Area and Elizabeth Forward will be stiff challenges for Dave Kiefer's group. Like most years at Greensburg-Salem, the opener against Hempfield Area will be highly anticipated.
We're all excited. That's the game we talk about all year. Last year really hurt, so close, but I think this year we have a really good chance also, and I'm really excited to get out there and play them.
There will be plenty of Westmoreland County flavor on the slate this season for Greensburg-Salem. The Golden Lions will have non-conference matchups against Derry Area and Ligonier. They will have conference tilts against Mount Pleasant Area, Southmoreland, and Belle Vernon. And they will open the season, of course, with a rivalry showdown against Hempfield Area.
All right, we are back here on the 11th annual Westmoreland County High School Football Coaches Preview Show from Manor Valley Golf Course in Murraysville on this Sunday. Thank you very much. If you've been with us all evening long, you've got a lot of insight that you didn't have prior to that. And if you're just joining us recently, the show continues on. And our next coach that I have the opportunity to interview, and this is becoming part of our routine here at Westmoreland Sports, that I get a chance to talk with the head coach of the Greensburg-Salem Golden Lions in his 10th season, and that is Coach Dave Kiefer. Coach Kiefer, always fun to have a chance to talk with you.
Thanks, Jonathan. I'm happy to still be part of the B team. You know, Flick takes the A team and passes the B team on to you. So, you know, we're grateful for you guys doing this every year. But, yeah, I think we've done this for every year
yes,
that we've had it. You and I seem to end up getting paired up here. Flick must not want to get that close to me.
Well, speaking of that, changing gears, that last year the Golden Lions finished with an overall record of 5-5. They were 3-4 in the Class 4A Greater Allegheny Conference and just missed qualifying for the playoffs in their last regular season game when they bowed on the road to the Plum Mustangs 30-27. And, of course, Plum is now part of this new configuration in the Big East Conference. And he has been coaching high school football for 24 seasons. And the Golden Lions, well, they're opening their 2022 season this Friday at historic Offutt Field, hosting their neighboring rival, the Hempfield Area Spartans, at 7 p.m. Coach, it's back for another season. It's kind of like, this show is kind of like a Broadway opening, right? You know what follows.
Yeah, it almost sounded like you were reading an obit there for a little while. You know, 24 years doing it. You know, I mean, I've been very fortunate to be around a lot of great guys, and I think that's one of the things, not just players but coaches. And, you know, just being able to come to this and see different guys. You know, Dave Brozeski was up here a little while ago. Dave and I have known each other for probably 20-some years and have gotten to be very good friends. And, you know, a lot of guys you get a chance to see on an annual basis. That's one of the reasons why you do it. A big reason. Obviously, the kids keep bringing you back. The thrill and the ability to be able to continue to compete is probably, you know, one of the big factors that you want to continue to do it each year. But I think the relationships you build with the young men and being able to see them grow up and we're fortunate. We have a number of guys coming back and coaching with us, and you know, even at the Westmoreland County 7-on-7, I think we had 9 or 10 guys come back and just be a part of coming and watching our football team at the passing scrimmage. That's why you do it. You know, being able to see guys grow up like young men and know you have a piece of that is really probably the most rewarding piece of coaching.
And you'd probably like to be with them all the way through graduation if you can, right?
Yeah, I mean, you know, when you do it 25 years, and a lot of these guys that are sitting in front of the camera today, they've been doing it for a while. So, you know, we have a lot of guys that are now having children. And when I'm having guys come through our program, that I'm having their children start to come through the program. So, you know, like you've been around it and you've been doing it a long time, and it feels like it happens so fast. But I can remember hearing a lot of old elder statesmen, you know, that were in this same situation, talking about, you know, different groups of kids coming through and thinking back to that. So, yeah, 25 years, 10 years as a head coach here now at Greensburg-Salem. We very much enjoyed it, and I'm very fortunate. Like I said, the district continues to give us the opportunity to try to prove, you know, how good a job we can do for them.
Coach, last year you had the benefit the past 2 seasons of having a prolific quarterback in graduate Hayden Teska. This season you turned to senior Cody Rubrecht, who last season was among the best players in the WPIL at the wide receiver position. Can you share with some of our viewers what played into your decision to make this track?
Well, I'll be honest with you, it really wasn't a switch. I mean, Cody's been a quarterback since he's a kid, you know, so he's not unfamiliar with the position. But when you have 2 players, you know, Hayden was a phenomenal player, and you know, talking to Coach Day a little while, he really feels Hayden's he had a great summer, and from what I understand, he's having a great camp. So Hayden's going to end up being a college football player in some way, shape, or form, and you know, he was good, and we saw Hayden was going to be a good football player, going to be very accurate, a little different than Cody, but we knew he was going to be very accurate. He had a great strong arm, and kind of lost a little bit. You know, his sophomore year got dinged up, and then, you know, then we had COVID, so we had some different variables he had to overcome. But we knew he was looking at a really good senior year, and we saw Cody being a great athlete, and we knew if we moved him to another position, we still have the ability to put him at quarterback, which we dabbled with a little bit last year. But yeah, it's not something that's unfamiliar. Cody's a spectacular athlete. You know, I made a statement earlier. You know, he's probably the best overall athlete since I've been to Greensburg. And we've had some very good players, and Jake Hoyle and different players like that have come through our program the last 10 years that I've been the head coach and 17 years since I've been there. But I really genuinely believe Cody might be the most athletic kid. And I mean, obviously that's an opinionated statement,
Sure.
but he's very talented and he's a great kid. And the best part about Cody is I think sometimes he doesn't even realize how good he is. He just is. He's a real genuine young man and likes to play the game.
Coach, you alluded to this earlier with your answer, but I want to ask you this. How much different will your Golden Line offense look with Cody at the controls rather than Hayden? Were you chinking around with that a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Hayden, Hayden's your traditional pocket guy, talking to Coach Day, that's what they liked about him. He's the pocket guy that's 6'3" and 200 pounds and stands tall in the pocket and does a great job of being able to get the ball out of his hand quick. Cody, obviously, his athletic ability is, you look at how offenses are even steered in the NFL, you have traditional pocket guys and then you have like a Lamar Jackson type of quarterback that does a lot of zone read and different things like that and want to be able to use his athleticism. So, we're not going to totally, change what we do. We're going to stay with what we're doing, but we're going to make some adjustments to how we're doing it, and how we want to distribute the ball and how we want him to be able to have the ball in his hands. But being able to catch it every time the ball snapped is something we wanted that athlete to be able to do. And we feel there's going to be some growing pains. We know that. And Cody's a tremendous competitor, and being a great athlete, things usually come very quickly to those guys. So, the quarterback position, it takes time. So there's going to be some frustration on his end, but we know he's a competitor and he's going to fight through that.
Besides your quarterback, Coach, who are some of the other players that you and the staff are counting on to have good seasons for you?
I think it starts up front. Christian McChesney's a young man that's is a 3-year starter. We all know his brother Billy, and I think it's unfortunate for Christian he has to follow Billy because Christian kind of, makes his own path a little bit. Different person, but still a real good football player. He's our center, two-way starter on the offensive line. A young man named Kai Brunos came to the forefront last year as our running back. I think Kai had a really good summer, and I think he's going to have a nice year for us. But you go back up front, you have guys like Aiden Thompson, who's a 2-year starter, did a nice job, is only a junior, and then Caleb Riggs is another tackle that does a nice job for us, who's going to be a 3-year starter, 2-year starter on both sides of the ball. So it starts up front with those guys, and then have different guys at the skill position. I talk a lot about Jerome Walsh, not the biggest guy, but a guy that does a good job, has good ball skills on the outside, and to kind of move him into the slot and do some different things. So Christian Hostetler's another gentleman that played a lot at wide receiver for us. So we do have some experience coming back. A guy that we started getting into the lineup last year was Julian Stevens. His brother Jaden played for us, and we think Jules can have a good year. He had a good off season and worked very hard. So to name everybody specifically, it's tough. We've had a lot of guys throughout the course of the year that have done a nice job. Some guys, we wanted a little bit more work ethic out of there, but how they move forward and what they do within the season is going to be in their control.
Now, due to the biannual PIAA realignment, which happened this year, the Golden Lions dropped from Class 4A to Class 3A. What are your thoughts about that, good, bad, or indifferent?
Yeah, kind of indifferent. Whoever's on the schedule is who you got to play. And, I think it does help us a little bit, only because if you look at our conference, they are some more traditional rivalries. You see Mount Pleasant's on there, Southmoreland's on there, Belle Vernon, Elizabeth Forward. Those are more traditional rivalries for us. I think it's good for the kids. Excuse me, most of our teams play in the WADA middle school league, so they get a chance to develop that competitiveness with those other teams. So many of them they are familiar with. So I do think that helps. And then you still have your crossover games, and a lot of those, the WPIO, I think, has done a nice job keeping them local with, like we were going to be matched up with Derry and Ligonier.
I do think, give the WPIO some credit, recognizing the more they can put these local games together, maybe it takes a little extra time to program the computer, but it does create more interest and people get more excited when like you said, some coaches say, we played against some of these schools before in middle school and stuff like that.
Yeah, and I think they did a good job with that. They listened to what people were talking about. They listened to the coaches on that, so I do, tip my hat to them. And I'll be honest with you, I don't think it's entered into the computer. I think somebody's got to sit down and they actually have to enter that manually, and have to look at it and say, who's open this week and how does that match up. So I can only imagine the amount of time time that takes. So whoever has that job, I hope they don't have too much going on some weekends. They better be single or their wife's going to be on them. So whoever that is, thank you for doing it. But I will say that I'm sure it takes a ton of time.
Yeah, but the results are being
It
well
is. It's
received.
great. It's great. And I celebrate that for those guys doing that.
Last season on this show, I suggested that your team should earn some frequent bus miles for the distances you would be traveling. This year, Greensburg Salem will play 6 home games, 4 on the road. Can you share some thoughts on your schedule this season?
Yeah, I think we only have one game that's a 45-minute bus ride. I think that's Deer Lakes. But when we talk about the other teams on our schedule, I think it's in 3A, in my opinion, it's probably the best conference. You need to look at Belle Vernon. They're a perennial power in 4A that we battle with on a regular basis when we were in their conference. They have a fantastic player in Quentin Martin coming back. I think Elizabeth Ford has a great group coming back. They have some really talented football players, and Mike has done a nice job at Elizabeth Ford getting that back on track. And I could talk about each of the teams, but I think it's going to be a very competitive conference. I know Mount Pleasant brings a lot of guys back. Southmoreland brings a lot of guys back. And I know South Allegheny has some really good football players and a guy that's committed to Youngstown State. So it's going to be a challenge for us, but, I think it is good. Just for the proximity piece to it, I think is very good. But I think, we got a nice group of kids. We're going to be able to compete with it. A lot of it's going to be starting on Friday night and how we build our team. And I think, you make a lot of the rivalry and we want to go out and compete, but I think a lot of it's got to be about defining your team and figuring out what direction you need to go for the next 10 weeks after that week 0 game.
Yep. Now, speaking of your schedule, you start the season playing 4 of your first 5 games and 5 of your first 7 at home. How important is that, taking advantage of that schedule, to your team getting to where it wants to go this season?
Well, I think it's important. You want to get off to a good start. We did that last year. We started out 4-1, and then we kind of took one a chin a little bit with Hampton, and it kind of got away from us a little bit. And I think there were 3 games we had opportunities to win. We let slip away. We let the Hempfield game slip away. They found a way to come back and take control of that game and win it. But we had an opportunity to win it. And I think the Highlands game was another game we had an opportunity to win, and Plum had another one. So, we could be sitting here talking about an 8-2 record, and we just we didn't manage the football, well enough in 2 of those games particularly, and then we just didn't find a way to take the lead in Highlands. So, I think this year's staring at the same thing. I think we have a very competitive roster. I think we have a very competitive schedule. So, a lot of those games I think are going to be, 7-point games. I'm just hoping we're on the top side of the 7 points numerous times.
Coach, I want to ask you, after all these years in coaching, we mentioned 24 seasons, a lot of that as a head coach, what do you still get most excited about when the new season's about to begin?
I think it's the fresh start. I'm not going to lie. Last year was tough. After the Plum game, it really was. That one was tough. It took some time to get past.
I can only imagine when I saw that.
It took some time to get past that one. There was a lot of silent nights in my home, sitting in the basement and kind of getting my head back on it. And I think just the renewed start. Just the excitement of football season. A lot of these guys can say the same thing. It's 25 years coaching, and then I played for 25 or 20 years. So you've been doing it 40 years of your life. So it's like waking up on Christmas morning. Even though you're older, you still wake up on Christmas morning, and there's that feeling for it. And I think that's how football season is. As it's instilled in us and who we are as people. And when you show up for that first day of camp, whether it's heat acclimation or whether it's real camp, you get those butterflies. And I think the day those start to go away is the time to start stepping away. And and there's a lot of guys that I know Greg Bottle well. I guarantee you he still gets shakes in the fall. And he's 102 years old. So if he gets fired up, that's how it's just something in your blood.
Right. Well, Coach, I know that your team will be ready for your home opener. Should be a thrill. We'll have it on the Westmoreland Sports Network. Again, always a pleasure, and good luck to the Golden Lions.
Thank you, Jonathan. I appreciate it.
That is head coach Dave Kiefer, and we'll be back as our show continues, the 11th annual Westmoreland County High School Football Coaches Preview Show from Murraysville, Manor Valley Golf Course. You're watching it live on the Westmoreland Sports Network.
At World Class Transmission Service, we're committed to providing excellence in customer service, the highest quality work, and the most cost-effective solutions for you. We'll have you back on the road fast and with the least effect on your wallet. Don't let our low prices fool you. The quality of our work is of the highest standard. Our qualified, professional, and experienced team uses the most advanced, modern equipment to diagnose, repair, and service your vehicle. To learn more, call or stop in today.
It's not just a home or a car. It's the 6 months you saved for your Ultra HD flat screen, just in time for football season. And the overtime you worked for that third car, so your team can drive himself to practice. While other insurance companies just see them as a bundle or combo, State Farm agent Alex Hetrick sees your home and car as things you work really hard for. Alex understands what your things really mean to you. Talk to State Farm agent Alex Hetrick in Murraysville for your home and auto insurance today.
Replacing the legendary head coach Greg Bottup, Lance Getzy did guide the Franklin Regional Panthers to the playoffs in his first year guiding the program last season. However, the Panthers lost their final 3 games, all in lopsided fashion. In 2022, the Panthers have a lot of key returners back, especially at the skill positions offensively, and they think they can be much more dangerous on offense. One of the biggest areas of improvement could come at quarterback, as Roman Sarnik has made big strides after splitting time last year. He'll share the backfield with fellow senior Zach Bazuska, who flashed plenty of potential as a runner in 2021. That duo expects big things this year.
I think this year will be very powerful as an offense with a very experienced line and our very good wide receiver Aiden Hudock and our power back Zach Bazuska. And I think me passing and running, I can make it work very well. And I think we'll be very good this year in the offense.
I believe we're going to be a good offense. We're going to score a lot more than last year because, like last year was a new playbook. We're learning more, and now we're more experienced. We have more seniors coming back, and I just think it's going to be better overall.
Another game breaker is the junior receiver Hudock, who could emerge as one of the most electrifying players in the conference. Getzy knows that his team must improve in the trenches, though, and Big Max Levin has to be at the forefront of that resurgence.
And Coach Getzy has definitely preached a lot that up front we need to be strong. We kind of need to be the rock of this team, really just take leadership in everything we do and kind of just move forward as a unit. And he really likes to say that we're not just an individual, we're a whole unit down there on the line, and that's what we're trying to buy into this year.
Defensively, linebacker Owen Sinclair is poised for a big season, but he and his teammates will need to be at their best to compete with the likes of defending state champs Penn Trafford as well as Gateway. After finishing 4th in Getzy's debut season, the Panthers seek a better showing in a remade conference that now includes Hempfield Area, Norwin, and Plum, something that Bazuska thinks is realistic.
Yeah, definitely, because now we know what we're going against, and since we're more experienced now, I think we have a better mindset coming into it, because since we faced all those big dogs, how they call it, we're good now.
Franklin Regional will be one of the few teams in the WPIAL that will not play a Week 0 game. However, they'll open the season against a familiar opponent, Greater Latrobe, who they had an epic comeback against last year.
All right, we are back as we continue on, and I have the opportunity next to talk to a coach that I get to see on a very regular basis during the season. In fact, every Friday night during that time. That is none other than Coach Lance Getzy. Coach, good to have you with us again.
Always great to be here.
Coach Getzy's in his second season as the head coach at Franklin Regional High School. 4th season as the head coach. The first 2 years he was a head coach was down in the land of the Charleroi Cougars. He has 22 years coaching on the varsity level. Boy, you talk about Coach Kiefer, 24, and as Coach pointed out to me during that break, I stepped away for 2 years, Jonathan. He'd have 24 years in as well. You talk about loving the sport and working with these young men. Last season, the Panthers went 3-8 overall and 2-3 and finished in 4th place in the Big East Conference. They did make the playoffs. However, they fell at Penn Hills in the first round, 38-6 on Friday, November 5th. The Panthers will open their season not this Friday. As Coach Bottup, Coach Getzy, they prefer to get a scrimmage in rather than playing a Week 0 game And by the way, their scrimmage will be against Quinn Martin and the Belle Vernon Leopards. So in truth, that's like playing against a great team, and you're doing it in a controlled environment, and that's Belle Vernon. However, the Panthers will open their season at Panther Stadium in Murraysville, Friday, September 2nd. The team, and if you remember last year's broadcast, folks out there, at Greater Latrobe, greatest comeback that I've seen in Panther football. Panthers trailed Greater Latrobe by 20 points at the half. It looked like Greater Latrobe was going to carry the day. But to the Panthers' credit, they battled. The defense had to put up a shutout. They did so. The offense had to pick up their weight. They did so. And the Panthers scored the winning touchdown with 1 minute and 13 seconds to go when senior Connor Donnelly threw the ball down the sideline to Mr. Smith, goes to Washington, a.k.a. Caden Smith, now a walk-on at the University of Pittsburgh, makes the catch and run. And then the topping, or the cherry on top of the ice cream, freshman kicker Joseph Bain, just a few games into his varsity career, calmly comes in, hits the extra point, and the Panthers had snatched victory from the jaws of defeat. Coach, your reaction to that game? I know it's bringing back some wonderful memories.
Oh, it was a great game. It was a great confidence booster for our players. And, you know, Friday nights are special enough, but when you have a comeback like that, it makes it even more special.
Sure does. Last season, Coach, was your first season as the head mentor of the Panthers. You succeeded the all-time winningest coach at Franklin Regional High School football, Greg Bottom. My question to you is this. How have things been going for you in your year two compared to your first year at the helm? How do you feel differently, or what is different?
I think the kids just understand a little bit better what we expect of them as coaches, and what we feel it takes to win at this level. A 5A conference, and our conference is so tough. It takes hard work all year round. So we really hit that weight room. We hit it this year. We started a little bit earlier before Christmas break to get prepared for this season, and we really went all but 1 week this whole year. I think graduation and finals week we gave them off. But the kids have been buying into that and really showing up and putting the work in.
And to start with the Latrobe, what an opener. You know, after last year, they've got a number of players back. I think they got some confidence. I read where they had won for the first time the 7-on-7 since they were competing in it this year. And you know they'll have a chance to think about that game too. Your players are going to be also excited about that. That should be a great environment at Panther Stadium, I would think, for the opener.
Yeah, as long as I've coached at Franklin Regional as an assistant or as a head coach, every time Franklin Regional plays Latrobe, it's a good game. No matter what the records are, you can throw those out of the book, but it's always a tough game. So, yeah, our kids are going to always be excited to play on a Friday night. You only get 9. You only promise 9 of them, but I know that will be a special one for them.
Now, Coach, will the Panther fans notice anything different scheme-wise this year in your second year? I know familiarity with what you like to do is a little bit more advanced now, but will they see anything noticeably different when they watch the Panthers play?
We added some formations and different packages. I think, but like last year, I think week to week we did whatever it took, and we threw different packages last year as well. I mean, you could look at the Woodland Hills game. We started off with 6 linemen on the field and unbalanced sets, and so you're going to see a lot of those same things. But we're just going to do whatever, whoever's healthy, whoever we get out there and put them in the best position possible week to week.
Now, I think you'll remember this line because I asked you about it as we were winding down the season. Have you already placed your order with Tinkerbell for some pixie dust to sprinkle over your players before the season starts to help maybe reduce the number of key injuries? Now, there's injuries and key injuries that you had to deal with in your first year.
Well, I know I prayed a lot, so hopefully that works. Okay. But yeah, losing two big-time starters last year. I mean, I don't think people realize last year with those 2 out all season, we only had 3 other guys that had Friday night experience. And I think it's important at the 5A level to have Friday night experience. So we played a lot of young guys. We have a lot of young guys playing again this year, but some of those guys were freshmen last year, so they have a little bit of experience. So we're just trying to gain experience with as many kids as possible so that it's not new every single year.
Right. Now, there are several talented players returning this season. I'm going to name a few of them, and you can maybe give a brief comment about some of them. Junior wide receiver, defensive back, kick returner, Aiden Uda. He's just such an exciting player to watch, particularly when he's turning kicks and punts, because I can remember times last year when he broke through that wave. People weren't catching him from behind, and he looked like he was going to have a sensational year, but injuries put a crimp in that.
Yeah, he was dealing with a lot of injuries last year, and we really worked hard in the weight room and with physical therapy this year to try to keep him healthy as long as possible. And we have things that we're doing with him throughout the season this year. But yeah, he's an electrifying player. He's a hard worker. He's in that weight room all the time. He's one of our strongest kids on the team as a wide receiver and DB. So definitely the fastest kid on our team as well. But he's definitely exciting, and I can't wait to see what he does this year. Roman
Sarnick, quarterback, linebacker.
Oh, well, Roman, I think, is one of the toughest kids I've ever coached. He just he has taken upon himself to educate himself on the football end of it. He's always watching film. If I don't upload a practice, I'm getting a text message, "Hey, Coach, did you film this practice?" Yeah, I didn't get to put it on yet.
That's dedication.
But he's very dedicated. He's a leader. He's teaching the younger quarterbacks whenever on a scout team and he's out, he's pulling them aside. So he's taking on that responsibility. He's just very receptive to the coaching now and really trying to learn what we're trying to accomplish offensively. And I really like what he's doing right now.
Running back, defensive back, and you really, when we talked a few Sundays ago about the upcoming season, his brother was a starter last year, is Zach Buska. You're expecting him to make a world of a difference.
Yeah, I think Zach has one of the greatest work ethics. The way he didn't miss lifts. He's not the biggest kid in stature, but he's very strong. He's deceptively fast. People just, I know his name's not out there for offense, but he played defense for us all year last year. When he got his touches on offense, he made big plays. And I probably didn't give him the ball enough last year, but our second touchdown against Latrobe, he took an ISO on the second drive to the house. So he's a kid that definitely can get the job done, and I think he could be one of the top running backs in our conference.
Center, linebacker, and boy, I think of him, in my mind, is his linebacking play last year, Owen Sinclair.
Yeah, Owen is a special player and only a junior, and the size that he put on in this offseason and his strength in the weight room and his mentality, it's the mentality that we've been asking for from all the kids, but he just wants to get the job done. He's very passionate about it. He's just a leader, and all the kids look up to him as a junior, as one of the top guys. He was voted as a captain, as one of our 4 captains, so I can't wait to see what that kid does. He's a great kid in the classroom. He's a great kid in the locker room when he talks to other adults, but and when he gets on that field, he knows how to flip that switch.
And one more, senior guard Nick Petrucci.
Yeah, Nick Petrucci is, he probably worked the hardest in the weight room in the offseason. He got very strong. He's bought into the program. We've held him out the last couple of weeks. He just tweaked the knee, but he's going to be fine. Everything came back. All the MRI is fine, so he's going to be back for the first game, we hope. And I just can't wait to see him out on the field because of the strength and the size that he put on and his just mentality and work ethic as well. He's really bought in, and I think that's what the great thing. We have a lot of kids that bought into that mentality, and it's just not one. I could say that about every single kid you ask me about.
Mm-hmm. Have there been any changes on your coaching staff since last season?
Yeah, we have a couple guys that had to leave because of their jobs and everything, and we got a couple more guys that joined, and like a Robert Joyce, he came down from Erie. He reached out to me, and he's turned out to be an exceptional coach. So I think the coaching staff is looking a lot better than last year, but like with COVID and some people's jobs took them different places, they just couldn't dedicate the time that they wanted to.
Okay. Well, what do you think of the new teams that were added to the Big East Conference this year? Hempfield Area, local rival, Norwin, local rival, Burrell, always been a rival, whether in the conference or not. Oh, let's not forget that the defending WPIL Class 5A champion and state 5A champion Penn Trafford are still members of this conference. It certainly should be good for the travel, and I think it's going to produce even more intense games on Friday night when these teams are playing against each other. What do you think?
Well, that's what you want. You want those rivalries, and I think that we're going to have them. on a weekly basis, and it's not going to be a far travel. I think the stands is going to be packed. It's going to be exciting atmosphere, and that's what the kids enjoy. I mean, this is high school sports, and we're here to help those kids with their experiences in life, and it's going to be nothing better than this year because of all the local teams in the same conference, and it's going to be a tough conference, so every week it's going to be a tough game. I don't think we have an easy week this year.
No, a loss early could be curtains.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, but it also, with how close the competition is, teams could beat each other. Yeah. So, if you have an early loss, you don't give up because you never know what's going to happen in those other games.
You got to keep battling.
Oh, yeah.
And remember last year, that game against Latrobe on October 15th was the game. The winner of that game made the playoffs. The Panthers won that, made the playoffs. So, yep. Well, I want to ask you this last question because I asked Coach Kiefer about it. What do you enjoy 22 years in? Should be 24, but you did take the 2-year break. What do you still enjoy the most going into a new high school football season?
The growth in the boys. And we had, on Friday at the end of camp, we had a parent picnic and meet the players, and I got to talk to them, and all the kids came up and said their name and what position they played, and you see the seniors looking at all the parents in their eyes and looking up and talking more confident, and you see the freshmen looking down at the ground a little bit, and just seeing that growth of these young men, or these boys becoming young men. I think that's my favorite part, and it gives me chills to even think about because you build such a bond. Like I spend almost more time with them than my own family, and so I feel like they are mine in some way, and I care about each and every one of them. So that growth is my absolute favorite part, and I'm just excited to see the growth from now to the end of the season with these boys.
Coach, looking forward to another year spending with Franklin Regional High School football this fall, and I'm sure we're going to have a lot of exciting things to talk about this year.
Yeah, I can't wait to talk to you every Friday night before the games and one Saturday afternoon.
Oh, we won't get into that. That story will be left off the discussion. Coach, thanks for coming and visiting.
All right, thank you, Jonathan.
That is head coach Lance Getzy of the Franklin Regional Panthers, and we'll be back. The show is continuing on from Manor Valley Golf Course here in Murraysville. You are watching Westmoreland County's network's performance of high school football.
The Manor Valley Golf Course in Export is proud to announce the opening of their new banquet facility. It's perfect for sports banquets, Christmas parties, and weddings. This new facility can hold up to 180 people, so if you have an event coming up, Manor Valley Golf Course can host it. Golfers, they specialize in league play, fundraising outings, and have great membership rates. Give them a call at 724-744-4242 or online at manorvalleygc.com.
We know speaking with your teen or your young adult about drugs and alcohol can be challenging, but is necessary. Remember to have a conversation, not a confrontation. Establish good communications, break through barriers, and be firm but loving. Here are some helpful tips. Choose a good place and time to chat. Talk with openness. Actively listen. Offer empathy and support. For more information, visit us online at wedacinc.org. Westmoreland Drug and Alcohol Commission. Prevention is key.
It was a heartbreaking offseason at Southmoreland. After Dave Kiefer had stepped down as the head coach, Ron Frederick was slated to become the next coach, but died unexpectedly. As a result, Tim Bukowski now takes over the program, and on the field, there is a lot going right for the Scotties. They return to the playoffs in 2021 and will look to build upon that this year. Despite earning the first home playoff game in team history, Southmoreland fell to East Allegheny 36-11, finishing at 7-4. At the time, Bukowski was an assistant to Kiefer, and now their roles will be reversed. Bukowski is offensive-minded, and he'll be tasked with replacing nearly every key skill player from last year. Regardless of the personnel, though, a winning culture has been firmly established in recent years.
It's tremendous. I mean, even when I was in middle school, I was here helping, being a water boy for the high school team and everything. And once we got Kiefer in there, and now, of course, Tim's in head coach, it's just been completely different. Energy is out of this world. It's insane.
I feel like there's a lot more discipline in the coaching, and there's a lot more. I think the kids are into it a lot more. We got a lot of the soccer kids that are coming actually to play football. I feel like the years before, all the soccer people went and played soccer,
But now more of the athletes are coming to play football, and Southmoreland's football thing is going to be better.
Caden Kiefer takes over at quarterback, while Orvitz, Wyatt Richter, and newcomer Ty Keffer will be receiving options. Keffer in particular has opened eyes during camp. While the Scotties may lack the speed of last year's team, they should be strong up front with Corvin and Caleb Tax among the top linemen. That unit will also look to honor Frederick, who was their position coach.
It was tough, really tough on all of us, especially the line, but this year we're just doing it for him.
Defensively, the Scotties will need to be stout, especially with the addition of Belle Vernon area to the conference that already included Elizabeth Forward. Another storyline will be the play of Lily Wassman, who became the first girl to score a touchdown in WPIAL history. She will have a chance to repeat that feat this year and may also add extra points to her plate. The Scotties begin their season week 0 against McGuffey. They'll have a couple of Westmoreland County matchups in non-conference, including Ligonier Valley and Derry Area. They'll wrap up the season with a conference showdown against nearby Mount Pleasant. There he is, Jack Ridenauer waving to everybody at home as we continue here on the Westmoreland Sports Network's high school football kickoff show. I'm Sean Myers, joined by another first-year head coach in Westmoreland County, Tim Bukowski, the new head man at Southmoreland, 5th year overall with the program, offensive coordinator previously. Now you become the head coach, and I know the circumstances around it, very unfortunate. We'll talk about that a little bit momentarily, but how excited are you heading into your first season at the helm of a high school football program?
Hey, first, thanks for having me, Sean. I appreciate it. Appreciate the coverage from Westmoreland Sports Network for our team, and we're real excited. I was able to keep the staff together. These are guys that I'm real comfortable with, that have been with the program, and we've made strides over the last 4 years. So we're excited to keep that going, and keep the word playoff in our locker room, something that we're hoping to keep accustomed to.
I don't think bittersweet even does justice to you becoming the head coach, because it came shortly after unfortunate passing of Ron Frederick, who was slated to become the next coach. Ultimately, he died tragically, very young. I know that hit everyone really hard in that program. So kind of take me through what that was like, not just for you, but for everyone there during that really trying time.
Yeah, sure. Well, Ron is the reason I ended up at Southmoreland. We coached together at Ringgold for a couple of years, and he had asked me to come over when Dave got the job to help out as the OC. And, Ron and I were best of friends, text buddies, talked several times a day, and he has a great family. So, when he was getting the job, the whole program, everybody was excited. We knew that was a dream of his, to be the head coach at his alma mater. And I was going to be there to support him as the offensive coordinator. And then, obviously, what happened, has been tragic for, the staff, his family, who are still a big part of the program. His dad comes down to practice once in a while. His wife, Liz, was just at the field house for the first time since it happened. And we kind of took her on a little tour of, where he used to spend a good bit of his time. And, his children are involved with the midgets. So they're a big part of it. We want to keep them a part of it. And, the kids are resilient. They have to bounce and move forward. But there's a lot of things going on with, the helmets will have stickers, and we have some linemen that made flags that will have his name on it when we run out. So obviously he'll never be forgotten. And there was a plaque recently put up in the locker room, with kind of our favorite picture of Ron as well. So, we won't be able to get him back, but we will play forward, and, we'll never forget Ron and what he's meant to me as a friend and to our program.
And unfortunately, Greensburg Central Catholic went through something similar last year, 2 assistant coaches dying right before a playoff game. I know it kind of puts everything in perspective for everyone involved. Definitely. But on a more positive note, you do keep around the guy who sort of set the standard at Southmoreland, Dave Kiefer. What he did during his time, getting this team to the playoffs twice, ending that long drought, was so important for that community. I'm sure it's a great benefit for you and for everyone to keep him on staff. What's his role going to be, and how much does that help continuing the continuity?
Sure. Yeah. Well, Dave did a great job. He brought a lot of enthusiasm, when he took over, the numbers were around 17 kids, and now we're at 40. So, Dave's a great guy. He was a good leader. He let his coaches coach, and making the playoffs 2 out of 4 years is something that they typically weren't accustomed to. So, I show up at our quarterback Anthony Govern's graduation party, and I had no idea that Dave still had some interest, and he came right up to me and said, "Hey, Tim, I want to volunteer and be a part of the staff." And his brother Mark, who we call Uncle Mark, who's a phenomenal defensive line coach, said, he wanted to help out as well. So it's been great for us. They've shown up. They're volunteers, but they're there a lot of the time. I'd say 80% of the time. And Dave's going to help out the linebackers and special teams. And he's helpful to me if I have a question. It's nice to have a former head coach right there in the locker room. I don't have to go far for advice. So they're positive guys, great coaches, and we're fortunate to have them.
Well, let's talk a little about you and your background and your strengths. So, former player at Monessen. I think probably the highlight of your resume as a coach was your time with the Clareton Bears, and
Sure.
You mentioned coaching Tyler Boyd, having all that success, a long winning streak. What do you do well as a coach, and what do you envision this offense looking like with you calling the shots entirely?
Sure. Well, the system's not going to change since I've been there. We've been more of a spread, air raid type of offense, and we're going in with a new quarterback now, Caden Kiefer, it's his junior season, and he's been in the system for 2 years, so he has a good grasp of what we're doing. And I could tell at practice and in the scrimmage that he's moving people in the right positions. So he's got it mentally, and we're going to see how he handles the game Friday. But our schemes, everybody kind of is on the same page. We lost a little bit of speed at the receiver positions. We had 3 guys that were 100-meter sprinters, and this year we have 3 or 4 juniors that are vying for those positions, and they're all basketball kids. They're athletes. They might be a step slower, but they're athletic enough to make plays when we can get them the ball.
And one of the guys that I mentioned in the video package we put together after coming to your camp was Ty Keffer. And you said that this is a guy that he might not be a natural football player, but he looks like one pretty quickly. Huh? His athleticism jumps out. How has that transition gone, and what do you anticipate from him?
Well, we talked to Ty for a couple of years to try to get him to come out for the team, and he's real serious about basketball. And he's a phenomenal athlete. He kind of dominated 7-on-7s, and we head to the first scrimmage, and the question is, does Ty like contact? He hasn't played since midget league, and he proved us that he could play both ways. He's a hitter. He's a tough kid, and those one-on-one situations, being 6'3" and a basketball guy. He scored a couple touchdowns in the scrimmage already, so we're really excited about his potential. I'm glad that he's a junior and that we'll have him for a couple of years because, I think the sky's the limit. I think his aspirations are to play a college sport, and he's getting some attention from Division II for basketball. But I told him to hang on because I think he's going to get some good looks for football as well.
Yeah, I think a guy named Rodney Gallagher was kind of in the same boat. You saw him firsthand last year at Laurel Highlands.
Sure.
When you think about Southmoreland, we think about the intensity and the great success in recent years. What does Southmoreland football look like to you? What is the ideal way that you build this program for years to come?
Well, the best thing about it is, the numbers are solid all the way through. The senior through freshman class, we have great numbers. And our younger teams have won throughout their careers, midgets, middle school. So we're starting to get kids that are used to winning. And I think making the playoffs obviously has helped us with that. But from the program perspective, we can go all the way down to 5th grade, and we know we have some players coming. So, the future's bright. Our freshman class is probably our deepest and strongest class. There are some freshmen that are actually going to probably start this year. Which is typically not what you like, but they're so good that you can't keep them off the field.
I know that you said the numbers are up, so maybe it's not as important maybe as some past years, but you have a nice little co-op with Geibel Catholic, and I know you got a couple of kids that you think could see some meaningful snaps for you from there.
Sure, yeah, it's a nice co-op. We work well with their AD. Dawn Porter has been great communicating with myself. Last year, Josh Bass had a real nice season for us as a receiver and a defensive back. And this year we have Jeffrey Johnson. He'll be one of our running backs. He'll be a senior. And then Caden Grady's a 6'6" defensive end. We're hoping to use a little at receiver as well. And they're good kids. They show up. And, we'd like to, get a few more Geibel kids. We have a freshman who looks like he's going to join the team as well. So we'll have 3 in total, but hopefully, we can get 5 or 6 every year to help with our program.
You take over, and all of a sudden the conference becomes a lot more difficult. The 3 bottom teams drop out of the conference, and in their place, you get a couple of former 4A schools, Greensburg, Salem, and then Belle Vernon. And everyone knows the Leopards are one of the favorites in the entire 3A classification. What's the outlook look like in this conference for you?
Well, it's definitely gotten a lot tougher. There's not going to be an easy game for us throughout the schedule. Obviously, Belle Vernon coming down. I live in Belle Vernon. My son played for Matt at Belle Vernon. He does a great job, and they're loaded and they're all juniors. So we got 2 years of dealing with that. But our kids are going to show up and they're going to play hard. We expect them to play hard, regardless of who we're playing. And we're excited for those challenges. And we know that if we come out of our conference and make the playoffs, that we're going to be prepared for whoever we might see down that road.
Well, Tim, thanks so much for doing this. And you have to start a streak now at the playoffs. You got there in 2019. Team got back there in 2021. You have to string them together, get 2 in a row. Hopefully that'll come to fruition this year.
I appreciate it, Sean. Thanks for having me.
Tim Bukowski, first-year head coach of the Southmoreland Scotties. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll shift our focus to collegiate football. Aaron Smitanka, the head man at St. Vincent College, will talk with Jack Ridenhour as we continue right here on the Westmoreland Sports Network's Westmoreland County High School Kickoff Show, right here on WSN.
The Collision Shop by Jason Mignone is your one-stop shop for all things auto body repair. Our experienced technicians and state-of-the-art facilities have you covered on both passenger and heavy-duty vehicle repairs, including scratches, scrapes, and dents, free estimates, body repairs, welding, refinishing, glass replacement, and more. Our all-new alignment and calibration shop has the tooling, equipment, and staffing to ensure top-quality alignment and calibration adjustments for your vehicle. Our friendly office staff is more than happy to assist you through every step of your vehicle's repair process. Visit the Collision Shop by Jason for our complete list of services.
You're always on the winning team with Bowser Chevrolet of Monroeville and Bowser Chevrolet Chippewa. Visit BowserChevrolet.com 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and get the power of Bowser in your hands. With the new Chevy vehicles arriving weekly, reserve yours now at Bowser Chevrolet. See the full lineup of Chevy cars, trucks, and SUVs at BowserChevrolet.com. Bowser Chevrolet, where the power of Bowser is yours.
The Westmoreland Sports Network is available on social media. Follow us on Twitter and Instagram, and like our page on Facebook for the latest Westmoreland County sports news, WSN broadcast links, scores, game stories, videos, pictures, and much, much more. Also be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel for archived interviews and broadcast highlights. The Westmoreland Sports Network is available whenever and however you want it.
The Manor Valley Golf Course in Export is proud to announce the opening of their new banquet facility. It's perfect for sports banquets, Christmas parties, and weddings. This new facility can hold up to 180 people, so if you have an event coming up, Manor Valley Golf Course can host it. Golfers, they specialize in league play, fundraising outings, and have great membership rates. Give them a call at 724-744-4242 or online at manorvalleygc.com.
And we roll on forward here on the Westmoreland Sports Network for our Westmoreland County High School Football Kickoff Show, but we're actually segueing over into the collegiate football world. Jack Ridenhour joined by head coach of the St. Vincent Bearcats collegiate football team, Coach Aaron Smitanka. Coach,
thanks,
great
Jack.
to get you on the show. How you doing today?
No, I'm doing great, Jack. Thanks for having me on today.
Absolutely. Well, I want to dive into just kind of the here and now. I know that it's been training camp, summer stuff's been going on last few weeks. What's it been like? How's the team performing, kind of starting to come together during training camp?
Yes, definitely a good busy time of the year. Starting last Friday, we moved our guys on campus and straight into training camp practice since that time. Been working hard. The guys have been really coming together here these last few days. You can see it now with the young guys starting to mesh well, starting to mesh better by getting the reps getting the time off the field though together too with the upperclassmen, and I think now it's starting to really show as the practices are going on in camp.
How kind of reassuring and just kind of rewarding, if you will, is that feeling for you as a coach when you see the older guys taking on that leadership role, reaching down to the younger guys and trying to get them to shorten that learning curve?
Yeah, it makes a big difference because you're seeing guys that are staying later at meetings, and after we finish them, the coaches start stepping away. And it's like, hey, I'm gonna take the room. Is that okay? Yeah, go ahead. So you see them meeting with them extra time with the freshmen. Some of the juniors and seniors are going over and doing chalk talks with them, or going over film with them. Not even just us. That's when you know got something special when you have it's a player-led team though on that end. Those guys do a really good job, and it's really been showing here since we started coming back into camp. But as the days went on, the guys, they want to get as much time as they can, though, understanding what they're learning when they're getting in, and it's showing when we're in practice now, too.
Well, I think that player-led programs, I mean, you can go back and see so many different instances and so many different examples of player-led programs that have been able to have so much success. And I know last year you guys had a lot of success, had a very strong start to the season, and you guys offensively were tremendous, putting up just about 30 points a game on average. What was it about last year's team and just your overall offensive game plan that you feel really worked and kind of was the main reason why you guys had so much success on that side of the ball?
I think the experience from previous years now, last year was technically the third year, but really the second season together. I think they understood the playbook. They did a really good job as far as making checks. And Brady Walker did a big job on that as far as making sure we're getting the right play call, whether it be run game or pass game. And it really showed. I mean, we talked about before statistically what he was able to do on the field. It showed in points per game then overall as that unit. And we're really excited about now taking strides going forward, even building off of last year's success now.
Yeah, you and I were chatting a little bit about Brady Walker's accomplishments from last year, and one of them, actually two of them, were breaking some of your own records from St. Vincent. I want to hear what that was like for not only him, but for you, being on the field, being a part of that very special day for him, and something that I'm sure gave you a lot of very good memories from your playing days.
Yes, it's always great to see one, guys, especially when you have that opportunity to coach a player that is that successful on the field and is able to come and build the guys and build them around him, and then it showcases that his skill set on the field. And it was great to see, congratulating him whenever he was able to break those single season and career records that he did last year.
Was there any part of you that said, he probably learned that from me?
Nah, I always say at the end of the day, I'm glad to see those guys when they build, when they're putting the hard work and they're putting the time in. It showcases from what they did in the off season, now the time they're putting in the weight room during that time, but also what they're doing now, showcasing from the meetings. And I always really appreciate what he has done so far on and off the field, and I'm glad to see all the success that he has had done with our program so far.
Yeah, he's had a lot of individual success that's ultimately led to a lot of team success, but you also have had a lot of success, not only as a coach, but as a player at St. Vincent. What's it been like, and how much has it meant to you to be still around the program, still be a part of your alma mater, and especially since you were a player and now being the head coach?
There's nothing I don't like. I mean, I love the school. Let's say it's a Bearcat football family, not just for the time you're there, it's for life. I saw that firsthand from coming in there and transferring in and being there for 2 years playing, and seeing that firsthand with the guys. Now that we're in my wedding parties, I was in their wedding parties, being with my roommates and being around those guys and sharing that special bond in his life going forward. But now with the players now, seeing the same thing, and having them come back around, coming to games, doing different alumni events with them too. And now we're seeing it with their current players, and being successful on the field and off the field is the ultimate goal, and making sure they're built for a career and a life going forward. Or else being a better man, husband, and father for their future then.
I think that those points that you bring up are very key in any successful program, and not only just having a successful team on the field or on the court, but just again, sending off those individuals into the world, being successful in whatever that they choose to do. But getting into again your playing career, what from your playing career have you tried to implement into your coaching career now? And I mean, have you taken anything from when you played from your playbook back then and applied to now?
Some of the things I've done from some of the playing days, one of the previous coaches I know was up here earlier was my head coach when I played arena football, was Coach Liotta. It's at Burrell right now. And there were a lot of things that I learned from him as a coach that I've used and implemented with our program here, actually. Whenever I was at GCC here in Westmoreland County and being at St. Vincent now, I took a lot of things from how he just held himself, the regard, but then some of the plays that he was able to implement that showcased and it helped out during the playing days. But then now it's seen whenever I've been on the coaching end, and our players have been successful with too.
So when you go from that playing to coaching world, what's that transition like? Do you ever find yourself when it's practice or a game and you kind of say to yourself, I wish I could go out and suit up with them?
Oh, I wish I had just even a quarter. I would give anything to get back on the field, honestly. I loved the time that I did have being at St. Vincent. I loved the time that I was able to be there with the players just to practice, just loving and enjoying the process from being out there with them in the weight room, being in there in the meetings, going through the day in and day out grind from practice to practice, and really enjoying that then once it all came together on games. And now I'm seeing with the guys that we have right now, and the guys have really been building together and growing together. Now we're just excited to start this 2022 year, and the plan is to stay on that same track as we're going forward then.
Well, 2022 season's right around the corner. I know you've got a big scrimmage coming up this week, and then you open up with Stevenson at home on September 3rd. What's going to be important for you guys heading into this scrimmage, and what are you looking to see from your team going to this week's scrimmage?
Honestly, the biggest thing I'm looking forward to is seeing a lot of our young players. Some of the freshmen that we brought in this class, we're seeing some of the things that they can showcase now talent-wise on the field these last few days in practice. Now it's going to be, how do you showcase that now versus an opponent that's not just us going forward? Are you able to do that now when there's big spotlights on you? And we'll find out very quickly this week. Can they handle that pressure now? And then from our other guys that coming in, hey, are you guys able to keep growing from the previous year? Are we taking those strides and continuously going forward on the field? And we'll find out very quickly, too, in our upcoming scrimmages this week.
I know another exciting thing for you guys this season is that you're going to have an awful lot of home games. And I'm sure that's probably something that you guys have really, highlighted for getting ready for this season. How important and impactful is that, being able to look at that on your schedule and say, okay, we're going to be at home. We won't have to go through all the traveling measures and all that other stuff. I mean, how reassuring and just kind of comforting is that to show players and also for you coaches to game prep for?
Now, we're looking forward to, 6 of our 10 games this year are home. Our very first 3 are all home games, including the third one being our homecoming game. So I know our players are excited to get back on the field, but be able to take the field the first game at home, having that crowd around, having our student section, having their family and their relatives and everybody come to the games, and really build off of that. And build off of, I think, from what they did last year. I know they're itching to get back out there because we felt like we didn't finish the way we wanted. And now this first game is going to show, what do we have now for this 2022 season? How have we been able to take the next step, and are we continuously growing now on the field?
Well, I know that you mentioned that really strong start you guys had last year. What from that strong start are you hoping your team can try and reapply into this upcoming season and for the next couple of weeks for your early part of the season?
Yeah, our biggest thing from last year is we did start strong. We started 3-1 off the bat, and had a really big winner for our homecoming game last year versus Case Western. Now we got to make sure we start out the same way. We're able to grow from that. The guys are able to implement what they did last year. And continue to keep doing those same things on their end. But also, day in, day out, we got to make sure we're pushing each other in practice, we're competing in practice, and we're doing those little things that are going to help us at the end of the day.
Well, Coach, I know that it's going to be a very exciting season ahead of you for sure. And good luck, and nothing but good luck to you and the Bearcats. Before I let you go, final thoughts, what are you most excited for heading into this season?
I'm really looking forward, honestly, is getting our guys back in that same mindset we were last year before we went in that bowl game. And it only happened 3 times in this program history before. And we want our guys to have that same feeling of getting back to playing postseason ball again. That's all we want to do right now is focus on taking it 1 week at a time, but our ultimate goal then is getting back into playing postseason ball.
Well, Coach, I know that you and everybody else, including myself, are very excited for some football and very excited for the season ahead. So good luck to you and to the Bearcats. And again, thank you for joining us today. Really appreciate it.
No, thanks very much. I really appreciate your time.
Absolutely. And there he goes, head coach of the St. Vincent football team, Coach Aaron Smitanka. But folks, you think that this is it? It's not. We've got another interview coming up with the man of the hour, Mr. Dan Day, head coach of the Seton Hill Griffins, as he'll be joined by the mastermind behind today's productions, Mr. Dan Flickinger. So don't go anywhere, anyone, because we'll be right back here on the Westmoreland Sports Network.
When I first our facilities, how the fields have grown up in that whole complex down the hill, our weight room now, I mean, how that has been remodeled and changed and overhauled.
Our baseball field is, in my opinion, one of the best in the nation, Division II wise.
and just having Sullivan Gym open for us all the time with the nets in there whenever we wanted to get work in, which is possibly why I got to where I am, because all the extra work that I did put in.
I think our facilities are one of the best across the P-Stacks, and that's definitely a huge recruiting tool as we are able to draw the athletes for the academics in addition to the great things they can get on the athletic side of it.
I don't think I would be able to thrive in a big school. I think I like that the professors know my name. I like that when I'm walking down the hall, I can say hi to someone and I actually know them.
It's not just a home or a car. It's the 6 months you save for your Ultra HD flat screen, just in time for football season, and the overtime you worked for that third car, so your teen can drive himself to practice. While other insurance companies just see them as a bundle or combo, State Farm agent Alex Hetrick sees your home and car as things you work really hard for. Alex understands what your things really mean to you. Talk to State Farm agent Alex Hetrick in Murraysville for your home and auto insurance today.
Seton Hill University is more than academics. It's an experience. It's student clubs, camaraderie, leadership opportunities, individualized guidance from faculty, and much more. Here, you'll join a community dedicated to transforming the world. With an above-average career placement rate and career services for life, Seton Hill University will support you far beyond graduation day. Start your Seton Hill experience by scheduling a campus visit at setonhill.edu/visit.
At D'Annunzio's, our menu is extensive with an abundance of selections. The next best thing to being at one of our 3 locations is having our frozen food and jarred sauce in your own home. For our frozen food selections, we have wedding soup, pasta vajol, lasagna, stuffed cheese rigatoni, ricotta cavatelli, and potato gnocchi. Our jarred sauces include the original, smooth, marinara, and tomato cream. These products can all be found at our restaurants or your local grocer.
You're always on the winning team with Bowser Chevrolet of Monroeville and Bowser Chevrolet Chippewa. Visit BowserChevrolet.com 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and get the power of Bowser in your hands. With the new Chevy vehicles arriving weekly, reserve yours now at Bowser Chevrolet. See the full lineup of Chevy cars, trucks, and SUVs at BowserChevrolet.com. Bowser Chevrolet, where the power of Bowser is yours.
Our final interview of the night. Welcome back to the Westmoreland County High School football and college football kickoff show here on the Westmoreland Sports Network. I'm Dan Flickinger. We heard from Coach Aaron Smitanka from the St. Vincent Bearcats, and now we talk to the other Dan Day of the Seton Hill Griffins. We'll be having plenty of our Dan and Dan shows this season. And Coach, first of all, I know that you're really excited to get this season going, but certainly excited to break camp and be off to Wheeling very soon, huh?
Yeah, no question. And being able to come home, coach my alma mater, lead, my football team back out on the field is unbelievable. Highlight of being the head coach at Seton Hill University, spending 20 minutes with this guy every week. I mean, there's no doubt about it. So happy to be back, man. Happy football season's ready to roll, and can't wait to get back at it and look forward to talking with you all season.
It's like the same thing every week. We sit down and tape our pregame interview, and usually I'm all flustered and upset about something, being negative, and here comes Mr. Positivity coming in and said, Dan, what's the matter with you? Like, cheer up, man. You're taking breaths right now. We're living, we're playing, we're talking football. Like, let's go. So, speaking of talking football, Seton Hill finished the year 5-6 last year, just missed that winning season. Second best record in program history. Coach Day getting set to enter his, I guess, fourth year, third season. Right. It's a little confusing, how that works with the COVID year, losing that year. But coaches, we kind of reflect back on last year. Again, you guys were so close, one win away from getting that winning season. I know you're eyeing that this year, but just kind of your overall thoughts on how last year transpired.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, for where I thought our program would be, I think we were right in that range. I mean, from what I thought our team would be, from the growth of our culture, the maturation of our guys physically, learning the system, all aspects of that, for us, for where our program was, as you've seen our roster and have watched the way that we built it, there's not a lot of transfers, so we knew it would take a little bit of time as we got those guys in the right place, continue to develop, learn. And we had a lot of opportunities of, getting over that hump, right? And to be at 5-6, we had so many opportunities that we're under 10 points away from an 8-win football team, right? But you flip that script the other way, we're only about 10 points away from maybe being a 2-win football team, So we started to learn really how to we learned year one how to compete. Year two was, we've learned how to win, and that was an important step of our program. But I shared, with our players too, my thought and where we were overall. Learning how to win and being a winner is a way of life. That's a completely different thing. You figure out how to win a couple football games, but now it's about being winners and how we approach practice, how we approach classroom, how we approach every aspect of our daily lives will start to paint that picture of what we're going to be. So I truthfully, I feel like our program last year was where I thought it would be in year 3, 2, however you look at the years we've taken over. So I was really pleasantly surprised with our defensive, the football we played on the defensive side overall. Offensively, we're kind of, with where our roster is, I think we were about a year behind. Essentially, the defense was mostly juniors and we were still, kind of sophomores. So excited about those things catching up, but our defense played some lights out football, and we've got to make sure we're stepping up in certain positions ready to go this year to change that script.
Well, and you mentioned the building blocks. It's not all about coming in. This, Coach Smitanka knows this. You guys have done a great job of getting your programs going in the right direction. And, you want to come in and win right away, but you have to take step 1, 2, and 3 first, right?
Yeah, no question about it. And I think it really depends on where you're at, what institution you are, what program you take over, and what your philosophy is. I think you can go different places and win right away if you want to just, bring in transfer talent. Yeah, I want to build a culture. I want to be able to help impact lives. I want to be able to build young men, not just win football games. So that takes a little bit more time, to do it that way, and a little bit more patience to believe in the young guys. And you were there. I mean, you saw year one starting 7 true freshmen. Well, those guys are juniors now. Right. That's what this had been built for. And when you do it that way, I also feel like the pride that the players take in the program is so much deeper, because they've been through the mud, right, to now be able to go swimming. And I'm excited about that opportunity of where we are, with this group. And I do want to credit, shout out to Aaron, Coach Smitanka. He does the same thing. I mean, in terms of culture and being able to be around a program that does it, the right way. It's pretty cool to have a neighbor that we're so similar, and being able to watch the maturation of St. Vincent has been really cool too.
Well, we're literally neighbors now.
Yeah,
we're like 2 houses down or up, I guess, from Aaron. So
yep.
You have him as a neighbor at Seton Hill. I have him as a neighbor at home. So, Coach, talk about, there were some big-time performances last year individually. Logan Weiland leads the entire PSAC in rushing. DeMonte Pratt leads the PSAC, I think it was 7 interceptions last year. Of course, Jalen McDuffie was an all-conference performer, and a number of other guys, those guys I just mentioned too, were all-conference performers. So I know you're talking about the team as a whole, but talk about those performances, because those guys had really good years.
Yeah, and obviously Logan, I mean, the way he runs just absolutely would wear you down, throughout the course of a game, right? But obviously you look at number 1 rusher in the league, that doesn't happen without an offensive line. And an unsung hero up front in our run game is our tight end, Daniel Cashmere, who absolutely opens up outside lanes for what Logan was able to produce. And again, that offensive line, Ryan Thomas, a local tight end that did a great job opening up the run game as well. So Logan was a special player, no doubt about it. But in those other 2 you mentioned, coming back on the defensive side of the ball, and Jalen McDuffie, who is, one of the best Division II football players I've ever been around. He's a really talented person, but just his instincts, football instincts. And I say what really has made him, as good of a football player as he is, you challenge your guys at practice. Come out and make sure you have the mentality to get better, and I think even some of our guys might get tired of me talking about Jalen's mentality, but part of what has made him so special is he's physically talented, but every single day in practice, I mean, he wants to embarrass the guy across from him, even in practice. I mean, that is his mentality. That's how he works. That's how he operates and everything he does. He's a super high, GPA person too, so it's not like it's just how he approaches football. He wants to win. in everything that he does, and that has really helped him become, a standout player. And DeMonte Pratt in the secondary, a guy that, really absolutely exploded on the scene. You mentioned number one in the PSAC in terms of interceptions. He's number 2 in the nation in interceptions. And I can't sit here and pretend like we actually knew that. I mean, we play almost 75-80% man coverage. That's not, a super high percentage in terms of expecting interceptions, but he just feels it. He's in great positions. You'll see him, even in he played almost exclusively boundary corner for us last year. He'll do a little bit different in terms of the defensive structure this year. So excited about those two guys coming back on defense.
Well, let's talk about this year's team and talk about that defense. It's funny when I talk with you about like how scrimmages go, or we had the Crimson and Gold game as well, and you if the defense does well, you'd be like, yeah, they kicked our butts today. Is what you say, because you're more on the offensive on the offensive side of the ball. It's just kind of funny hearing that. But the Crimson and Gold game went pretty well. I mean, the offense certainly moved the ball a little bit, but let's talk about that defense, because you have so many starters, 8 or 9 starters coming back on defense, however you want to kind of look at it, and then the defense was also pretty darn good last year. So they come back. They've been in your system. You've had the same defensive coordinator, same coaching staff since you've been here for the most part. So now they can go out, run around, and make plays without thinking about it, right?
Yeah, and to be able to be as veteran as they are, we've been able to install insanely fast and be able to coach not just what you're doing now, but those little intricate details and what, we want to be. But, truthfully, Dan, part of why I always talk about the defense is although I'm an offensive coach and have always been offensive minded, I mean, defense wins championships. I've always, since I was a little kid, believed in that, truthfully, that's the side of the ball that you've got to have some guys out there that can just flat out play. I mean, just absolute ball players. And that's been part of our, focus, is finding guys that really fit our system. What Coach May does is really, really unique. And it's become, I hate playing against it. I'm glad we're out of camp. I'm glad we're breaking today, so I don't have to see this stuff anymore on that side. But he's our guys call him the evil genius in what he does. I mean, the way our defense is set up and schematically they fit in, the pieces, the way it's built. And we've got so many guys coming back that are, you talk, again, Jalen, DeMonte,
let's get some other guys out there, because those two I know lead the way.
No
but,
question.
Nario
Walks,
all kind of guys, yeah.
I mean, him coming back for his senior year, that has been, I mean, the growth. He's one I'm most excited about. See the growth from sophomore to junior and what he's done now. I think he's going to explode on the scene. Jaden Mack, another tremendous leader, defensive up front. I mean, entirely. Back Justice Griffin, Nelson Gideon, Josh Cohen. You'll see a lot more Jaheim Thomas at defensive end. Nose guards. We've got 3 that I think would start at almost every team in this league that we can rotate now. Kay Van Bowen, being an older player up front that just does his job to a high level every play he's in there. Dio DeSua, another one that comes out and is absolutely disruptive, and Josh Arizme. So 3 noses, I think, could play a lot of football for us. The guy in the middle, Jaden Emberton Gaines, that we did graduate, was a phenomenal player, unbelievable leader, had the opportunity to wear number 1 last year for us. And we've got a great battle at Mike going on right now between Musa Tama and Hayden Gears, both guys that, Hayden saw some time last year, special teams as well, but he's stepping up, ready for that role.
Now, you mentioned number 1 there real quick. Can you kind of tell everybody about what that means and kind of the origin of
absolutely
the Seton Hill player wearing number 1?
One thing coming back to Seton Hill, being there from the beginning, being a young program, we didn't have a lot of, traditions that have been in place for 40, 50, 60 years, right? So one thing we had worked on, coming in is what are some of these traditions we're going to carry over, from when I was here before, things that have already been in place in the program. But a very, very special opportunity for us is no player in our program can choose the number 1. It's given out every single year. And that's something we spend a lot of time, as coaches talking about what are the, kind of criteria for that. And it's something that we look at. There's got to be a really good football player, no question about it, but somebody that also leads your program to a really, really high level, leads off the field, and somebody that, when you wear that number 1, you're looked at, you're kind of in the spotlight, no question. But it's also something where we challenge that guy that every decision you make off the field, let that number 1 be a reminder to you that Seton Hill football should be the number 1 thing, right, that you are representing every chance you have. So Jaden Emerton Gaines, received that last year. Tonight is the night that we, give that out every single year.
So we have to wait till kickoff against Wheeling to see who it is?
We don't.
That's up to you. You
are
are the head coach.
Yeah, number one this year went to Jalen McDuffie.
Oh, very cool.
So really excited to see his leadership and growth and maturation in the entire defense through Jaden.
And we will have a little preview up of Seton Hill on our YouTube channel. I talked with Jaden a little bit, and he said how excited he was for all of the guys. I said, what key guys are there on defense? Said all of us. So that was pretty cool. You see that,
awesome.
leadership, and he said, it's the toughest thing about playing against our defense is the scheme, and you just talked a little bit about that. So that's pretty cool. I had a chance to watch him as a freshman, and you could just tell that he had a chance to be this good.
Yeah.
He just needed to put it together a little bit, and I think now his redshirt senior year he has. So definitely want to congratulate him. Coach, if we go on the offensive side of the ball, I know for you it all starts up front. But for everybody watching, it all starts at quarterback, of course, right? We got to talk about Eddie Scott coming back this year. He played a few snaps last year, got injured, unfortunately. I know you were counting on him last year to at least play some, and then he comes back this year and has been looking pretty darn good. Sure. Tell us a little bit about Eddie and what you expect from him this year.
And last year, coming in, new system, that's always challenging. No matter what, but came in, and I will say, even before talking about Eddie, I mean, the maturation of Jake McCormick now. I mean, he's a guy that's come out in camp and is really, really battling right now. Started 6 games for us, won 4 at Seton Hill for us. That's been awesome for him to be able to take those reins. So I don't want to, dismiss Jake McCormick and the work that he's been putting in to make this and continue this to be a little bit of a battle moving into week 1. He's got an electric arm, and the guys really can rally around Jake in terms of, you've seen it. He's fiery. He's a competitor. He'll put his shoulder down and run through you, and guys respond to that. So I don't want to dismiss, the work that he's put in all summer long, as well. And Eddie Scott's came out in this fall camp and has really, really, risen to that challenge as well, to figure out who that guy is going to be leading us in week 1. And there are different skill sets, but also similar mindsets, honestly, and how they're competitors in everything they do and in every way. And I think Eddie's come in and also has been a great leader for our program on and off the field. So seeing him be able to come in and with the unfortunate injury last year, we didn't really have him, but seeing him settle into the system, you saw him in the spring game, really produce well, and we're excited to see, what he can, again, kind of between him and Jake, but seeing what he can turn into.
Now, in terms of the backfield, when you lose a guy that not only was as hard of a runner and dependable as Logan Weiland, but again, injury-free for the most part.
Yeah.
I mean, you knew what you could get out of him. Again, led the PSAC in rushing last year. You have another one like Jaquan McGriff that has all the potential in the world,
no question,
to also be a great running back for you. But it takes more than just one. So what do you expect from Jai this year, and then the guys behind him to fill that gap?
Yeah, I think Jai's running style, as much as Logan was a bruiser, and that's what everybody gives him credit for, Jai's got, his in-out, in terms of his cut ability is crazy. But I'll give him credit, man. He's been, he'll put his shoulders down and run through you now too. And that's something that, for us to see him finally becoming that every down back. Protection is something he's done insanely well throughout this camp. And that was one of our challenges to him, is make sure that you're an every down back. And he's really absolutely embraced that and doesn't want to just be, a big play guy. Doesn't want. He wants to give me the rock. Let me put the team on my back, just like you let Logan. And he's going to embrace that challenge. We've got some guys there that are battling as well. Christian Clutter. Haven't really had an opportunity to see him a ton yet. Was injured in the spring game as well. So want to see what he can do with some live football. Bryce
he's
Dare,
a whippeal guy, by the way.
Yep.
From McGuffey.
Bryce Dare is another guy that's done a great job filling in that role in the backfield. And then we did bring in, I know we're not we talk about this a lot, not a ton of transfers, but we brought in a local guy in Kyron Craigette that
Connellsville.
Very excited to see what he can become.
Not many guys have rushed as much as he did on Penn Trafford a few years ago.
Yeah.
The one game that Connellsville played them, he put on a little bit of a show. So hopefully he can be a real big back for you.
Yeah. He's done an amazing job throughout camp already to be a guy that we can trust, mentally. And then another actual freshman. And a thing about our freshman class this year, there aren't many. Some guys that really, really stand out, but you won't be calling a lot of their names. For me as a head coach, that's very exciting to finally be at a point where it's not going to be a bunch of freshmen. I mean, there aren't many that are going to really crack that rotation, but one is a guy out of Florida, Taz Morris, who had an unbelievable camp. He's fast as lightning, and again, but the credit I'll give him, he runs his butt off. And
if you have a nickname, Taz.
You
got
better
be like
fast,
the
right?
Tasmanian Devil, right?
Yep. and so he's another guy we're excited to see, in that backfield.
Well, let's talk about those big guys up front. And obviously, I'm joking around a little bit before talking about you want to talk about quarterback first, this guy, but up front, you guys have some experience
Very
up there,
veteran.
and that's something that's very important that, quite frankly, in the past, Seton Hill didn't have. It was like a revolving door, the guys up front, but you guys know, Coach Smitanka still here, how important it is to have that consistency and experience up there.
And those guys got pushed around for year one, 2019, right? And had an ability. I think if there's any position on our team that in an odd way almost benefited from not playing a year, it was our offensive line that just got a whole year in the weight room. And they helped pave the way, for the first time in school history for us. Having a PSAC leading rusher is really exciting, but we've got those guys there's 4 of them that played as true freshmen now that are, in the rotation, and guys that Daniel Morales, Ashawn Berry, started as a freshman. Kai Marshall's a guy that's really, leaped onto the scene as an offensive lineman that we're excited about. He's been one of the most consistent and hasn't really had an opportunity to play a ton yet. Trevor Mitchell, Paul Newell from Hempfield has, come out and really has kind of solidified one of those starting spots with his physicality and his nastiness. Mason Hoyt, a guy that's continuing to battle. Can't, have to mention Trevor Mitchell. He's another one that has a lot of game experience for us, up front. So that's a group that's very, very veteran. And I think the biggest difference, you started to see it last year, but they're physical. I mean, this is the first time I would say throughout all of fall camp, the defensive scheme is a nightmare, but they can absolutely hold their own in terms of strength and movement and understanding scheme more than ever. And that unit is definitely one I'm incredibly excited about.
Yeah, definitely so important. And just wrapping things up on the offensive side with the receivers. The one kid that really stood out in the spring game was Ethan Fame. Wow, did he make some big catches in that game. But who were you excited about at the wide receiver spot?
Ethan Fame?
No, there you go.
Yeah, for sure.
Wait, who? No.
He's had an amazing camp. I mean, it's come out. I call him Big Play Day Ethan. I mean, there isn't a day I don't think that's gone by in camp that he hasn't made a tremendous play.
It's like the George Pickens of the Steelers right now, I think, huh? He's splashed onto the scene, too.
I don't watch football now, Dan.
Oh, that's true.
I haven't even had time to get a haircut.
Just focused on Seton Hill.
No question.
You don't have that much hair left to cut.
That's
There's
enough
a little
now.
bit there.
There's
more
focused,
down
please.
here.
Ethan is a big one. We're excited about. Mark Bales, another one. You saw him a little bit last year, but he's really coming into his element, a lot as a receiver. Todd Phillips is a guy that a big part for us. We want to see him catching a little bit more through contact. Super crisp route runner, but he's doing a great job of catching through contact. Tyon Battle is a guy you're going to see a ton. Has been kind of emerging as a leader in that room, which is awesome. But he's a guy that just will do anything you ask him to do as hard as he can. And then I would say one of the other big ones that's going to, really jump on the scene here is Hezekiah Hawkins. Another guy, has absolutely been devoted all summer long and will be a big-time playmaker for us, on the offense side of the ball coming out of the receiver room.
Well, we kind of move on and finish up talking about the PSAC. Every year we say the same old thing, but it's true, man. It's a meat grinder, especially in the West.
Strap it up.
I shouldn't say especially in the West, but I mean, you're looking at Slippery Rock, how IUP, we know all the opponents that you guys have, and not only those three. I mean, those might be the ones you got to beat every year, but obviously Gannon's always a great game. Mercyhurst,
no
Clarion,
question.
it does not matter.
No question.
Who you're playing. So how do you kind of see it stacking up this year. I mean, do you get a chance to really observe it and say, like, you know, teams are a little more veteran this year, maybe they're not, or do you just kind of go into each game individually?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's definitely an individual game approach. I think especially that much more now, post-COVID, because it's so much harder to even evaluate who's back, you know, based on a roster. I mean, everybody kind of had that extra year, so it's almost impossible, I think, to see it. And truthfully, you know, we're talking PSAC, you got to absolutely strap up and play every single week. We know that. I mean, that's the conference that is arguably, I mean, I don't in terms of especially Region 1, but around the country, arguably one of the most competitive conferences in all of America. But truthfully, as we look at those teams, or don't look at those teams, you know, what our mentality has to be as a program to be what we want to be. I know coach talk, right, and can be boring. Dan, it's about going 1-0 right now. Yeah. It absolutely has. So in terms of looking at who's back there, no, it's not. It is. We've got to come out and put our absolute best foot forward and be 1-0 tomorrow in class. We've got to be 1-0 Tuesday at practice to set us up for that opportunity. So I've been
if I can add something real quick, Coach, because we know looking at this roster that you guys have a potential to be good, to have a good season. But how do you balance that and let the guys know, like, we're not going to be good unless we put the work in, which I think was your message when I was at camp the other day.
Yeah, my mother does watch a lot of these, and I get yelled at for my 4-letter words sometimes. So I can't say what potential equals.
Okay.
You know, but what I tell our guys, because potential is – you can look at that in anybody. I mean, every human being born has incredible potential to reach something great, but not many can really lock in and be disciplined and daily devoted to making that potential become a reality. And that is absolutely what our challenge is as a team, right? I mean, that potential becomes a fog you get lost in. And if we allow that as a team to be, man, think about what we could be. Well, what we could be is 0-1. If we don't focus in on what our jobs are right now, take care of practice and get better tomorrow, you know, and so that's the part I do think there's a challenge there, but it's just understanding that reality of, yes, we could be good. None of that matters. We need to worry about being good at practice on Tuesday. And I know that's boring, but that's what we have to do if we want to take that step as a team.
Seton Hill will open the season on a special Thursday night for the second straight year at Wheeling on September 1st. We have Griffin's Game Day that will kick off on our pregame show an hour prior to the 7 o'clock kickoff?
Yeah, 7 o'clock, yeah.
Okay, yeah, off the top of my head, I couldn't remember. We've had so many coaches here today. I'm trying to, like, keep in mind who I'm even talking to here. So 7 o'clock kickoff. 6 o'clock we'll have Griffin's Game Day for you. We'll talk with Coach Day and a player, and then get ready for that first game against Wheeling. Man, I can't wait to get going. I know you guys are really excited again for the season. Bring so many players back, and like you said, you got to realize that potential, but you guys have a lot of it this year, so really looking forward to the Griffs.
Yeah, no question. I mean, it's exciting what we've been able to build, you know, as a program. And I have to give our players a shout out for this spring. We led the PSAC in football GPA.
Yes, I'm glad you mentioned that. That's awesome. Is that the first time in
the school history?
Yep. Yeah, that's awesome.
And that's, you know, those are the things for me that, you know, are it shows that's the roadmap of how we're going to be super successful in the field, is being a winner in life and being able to see that, you know, our program take that step and understand the importance of doing the little things right in the classroom. I mean, obviously I want to win a lot of games on that scoreboard, but knowing that these guys are taking that serious in all aspects, I mean, that's incredibly exciting for what we've been able to accomplish. And they are student athletes, and they've been, you know, being able to hear that message and really grind in the classroom to give us a win we've never had in school history. That's all part of why I'm so excited about this group. We had 87 players that were on campus for at least a week during the summer.
I was going to say the attrition's been very good as well.
It's incredible,
so
you know,
about that,
and so those guys being locked in and bought into overall big picture, and it's easier for our players to do that when they have unbelievable coaches to follow. You know, Coach Mayer, defensive coordinators, not just the schematic part, but all of our guys really understand it's about building people, not just football players. You know, Coach Castillo, special teams coordinator and recruiting coordinator, I mean, he's been absolutely unbelievable in helping develop and shape our roster and what we do. Coach Figner is the guy that leads our culture. And when you see us able to go out there and push people around, it's because what he does in the weight room and what he's been able to create, and leading the PSAC in GPA first time in school history. That's Coach Dutton, our offensive coordinator, who is our academic coordinator off the field, and is believes in that aspect of growing these guys as people. Coach London, our receivers coach, you're going to see those guys, like I said, explode on the scene. That's kind of been, I feel like our Achilles heel on offense is not producing enough in the air, twofold with our, really three, with our protection, quarterback and receiver play. But what Coach London does to be able to develop those receivers on a daily basis and create, a tight-knit room has been incredible. I mean, so being able to have the excitement we have around our program, we have unbelievable coaches on this staff, and guys that are devoted to being able to help create great young men in all aspects. So I couldn't be more excited. I am looking forward to 4 hours tomorrow. So we break camp tonight. I'm looking forward to seeing my kids tomorrow a little bit in the morning, but right back at it tomorrow evening and getting back at it.
That's right. Well, it takes a full family, whether you're talking about your family at home, your wife Danielle and your children, or the Griff family. Everybody, it's a full family thing. One final question: have you played the new Madden yet?
I have not.
Okay.
Again, I haven't even been able to get a haircut, and I know it's crazy long.
It just came out, man. You gotta get with one of your players, one of your boys there, and school him a little bit.
I would.
This guy brags about his Madden play. I've never seen him play, but he claims he used to be good anyway.
When
you had time.
Coach May, I
know. He was the number one ranked
at one point
over
during
COVID.
Yeah,
crazy.
Yeah,
crazy
but no,
stuff.
right now, any downtime, my kids, and then I'm not the head coach when I go home.
That's right.
Right. So any downtime
they probably run all over you at home, too.
I'm not talking about them. No, it's the boss.
I understand.
I
understand.
But any free time is spent with my wife Danielle, who makes it possible for me to be able to do this. She's absolutely the rock, and so that's what no Madden. Any downtime I get, I'm spending that with her.
Coach, thank you so much for your time, man. We'll talk again very soon before Seton Hill opens the season against Wheeling. I almost said Wheeling Jesuit. They're just Wheeling now on September 1st, and that is a Thursday here on the Westmoreland Sports Network. Well, like we usually do, we're going to close up the show. So we want to thank everybody for tuning in and all of our guests. Our coaches show is only as strong as the number of coaches that we have here, and also the amount of work that our staff puts in. So thank you so much to all the coaches that had a chance to come out. Nicolette Peterson has been running our graphics and our production. Roger has been making sure the coaches get up here in a timely fashion, even though they're being talked to by 7 different people. Roger just jumps in there and makes sure he does what he needs to do. Our assistant producer, Hayden Flickinger, out there was doing a great job helping Nicolette. We have John still here. Dan Schifo. We haven't heard from Dan for a while, former Latrobe Bulletin sports editor. So we just want to thank everybody. Lorenzo Cota back there, he's going to be running a camera for us. Charles over there, he's going to be running a camera for us too this year. So again, as you mentioned, your family, we have our family too. We just want to thank everybody. And of course, Vince DiAugustine for helping us host this show. This is I believe the 3rd year we've had it at Manor Valley. We have a tremendous relationship with Vince. He supports us with wrestling and football and just everything that we do. Thank you so much. And of course, Ken Reby, who took some amazing pictures tonight. I haven't even seen them yet, but I just know they're amazing because of the great work Ken does. His support with us is amazing. They do a tremendous job throughout the year. WesternPASports.com. Check them out. Each and every Friday they'll be out, usually at a Westmoreland County game, taking some professional, amazing pictures. You can purchase the pictures on their website, and you can browse through their photo gallery. Our relationship with Ken and Barry has just been absolutely amazing, and most of the pictures on our website are taken by Ken and Barry. So those guys, thank you so much, guys, for everything in our partnership. And thank you, Coach. Again, we'll talk to you very soon. All right?
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, that's Seton Hill coach Dan Day. Coming up this Friday, you can check out many games along the Westmoreland Sports Network. We'll be posting the schedule tomorrow on our broadcast schedule, and sit back, relax, and enjoy high school football. Maybe not relax. If you're really into it, you're not going to be relaxing very much if you're watching the games. But do tune in every Friday night throughout the season, including Week 0, and then, of course, Seton Hill and St. Vincent starts soon as well. So for everybody here from Manor Valley Golf Course in Export, thank you so much for watching. This has been the 2022 Westmoreland County High School Football and College Football Kickoff Show right here on the Westmoreland Sports Network.